Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Didn't you go back to Asgard? Why are you back again? Did Loki run away? Tony looked at Thor, who was drinking, and asked, "Stop talking. That guy wearing a mask like you sealed my Mjolnir. Otherwise, I should be fighting in the 9 realms now," Thor said, a little depressed. Odin fell into a deep sleep. The brothers went out to fight, but he had to stay here to find a way to unlock the seal of the hammer. It was definitely not without benefits. At least he had time to be with his girlfriend. "You lost too." Tony frowned when he heard this. Thor is not Thor. He looks like a show-off. He took my father's eternal spear and sealed my Mjolnir. He also used a divine weapon to make my lightning ineffective. I was restrained by him. Thor couldn't help but complain, thinking that if it wasn't for the eternal spear, he wouldn't have lost. Hearing Thor say this, Tony nodded in agreement, knocked Thor's glass with his own glass, and then drank it all in one gulp. He also felt the same way when facing Yangshi being restrained. "Just cooperate with me. After I sell the Iron Man autograph, I can buy you a gift." In Yangshi's room, Jesse pulled Yangshi's arm and said soft words to him, even spending money to bribe him. Jesse was about to earn a large sum of USD. She planned to sell the Iron Man autograph she got before. After all, she was not a real Iron Man fan. Now the Iron Man concept is hot, and Tony Stark's autograph was directly sold for $50,000, $120,000 or $60,000 US. This is a large income, and Jesse naturally couldn't miss it. Yangshi was helpless. After a few moves from Jesse, he could only follow Jesse's instructions, open the closet, and turn out the Iron Man mask and Dracula costume. There was no other way. Jesse wanted him to cosplay Iron Dracula because she thought Yangshi's image was very suitable, and there was a ready-made mask and clothes, so Yangshi had to do it after a series of hard and soft words. After Yangshi changed his clothes, Jesse pushed the door open and walked in, looking Yangshi up and down with a look of surprise on his face. "Don't mention it, it's quite similar." Jesse giggled, took out his mobile phone and took a few photos of him seriously before giving up. After Jesse left, Yangshi took off his mask and clothes with a smile. In fact, his clothes are no longer the same as the first ones. Whenever they are damaged or dirty, he will quietly change into a new one. Anyway, there are a lot of these things. Looking at this Dracula clothes and Iron Man mask, he was forced to make do with it because he lacked the conditions at first, and now he plans to change into a new set of clothes. As a new costume, it is naturally not a compromise, and the most important thing is to be convenient enough. Like the nano armor developed by Tony Stark in the future, it is good, which can be changed quickly, or Doctor Strange's cape, which can be put on by yourself. It's a pity that Tony doesn't have such technology now, otherwise Yangshi might come to buy it. He remembered that this technology is not unavailable now, but it's in Wakanda, and maybe he can find an opportunity to customize a set of clothes there. But he's not in a hurry now, he still has to go to school tomorrow. After 2 days of rest in New York, he finally returned to school. He had already taken many days off, and he couldn't escape this time. He definitely wouldn't give up his life because of his current surge in strength. After all, he has an endless life, so why rush to give up his current life directly? On the contrary, Jesse was free all of a sudden. Both New York University and Stark Industrial Building were in Manhattan, and they suffered a lot. Some buildings at New York University were destroyed and classes were temporarily suspended for repairs. The Stark building was also affected a lot, but Jesse was so free not because Stark stopped working, but because of her status as an intern. At this moment, only a few people in Stark building returned to work, and Jesse, as an intern, did not receive a notice to return to work. The next day came in a flash. Yangshi rode his bicycle to school with his school bag on his back as usual, but he hadn't been so relaxed for some time. "Hey, Yangshi." Just after arriving at school and before parking the car, he heard someone greet him. He knew who it was just by the voice. "Long time no see, Peter." Yang Shi looked back after parking the car, his eyes fell on Peter, and his eyes were slightly stunned. You've grown taller. Yang Shi was a little uncomfortable. Peter seemed to have suddenly grown taller. He remembered that he hadn't seen him for many days. Oh, I've been eating a lot lately, and I've grown. Peter's eyes were a little evasive, and he explained hurriedly. Really? Yang Shi said doubtfully, and casually patted Peter's shoulder, but was flexibly dodged, as if under stress. Yeah, haha. Let's go quickly, it's time for class. Peter smiled awkwardly, as if hiding something. Looking at Peter's back, Yang Shi smiled slightly. This is not growth, it's obviously mutation. I didn't expect that he would mutate directly after not seeing him for a while. However, as far as he knows, Spider-Man in this world is a little different from other Spider-Man. At least his uncle died a long time ago, and it was his aunt who raised him up. Yang Shi smiled slightly, without thinking too much, and quickly followed Peter's footsteps and rushed to the classroom together. At this moment, an accident is happening in the village of Kamartaj. Under the night, the braided, gloomy Cassius led a group of seekers into the library of Ancient One, killed the librarian, tore a page from a book, and hurriedly escaped using the portal. Cassius looked at the magic ritual recorded on this page with a fanatical look, which could communicate with a certain existence and gain power. When he performed magic according to the ritual on this page, the tunnel between reality and dimension was opened, and a large amount of dark power was poured into their bodies, turning them into immortal dark creatures. Go, help me find this person. As your token of allegiance, he is hiding in a corner of your world. Find him, and I will fulfill your wish. An obscure voice sounded from the entrance, as if only the sound could arouse people's endless desires, and through the entrance it was enough to see the huge figure constructed by dark energy. The next moment, a piece of paper with black flames floated out of the entrance. As it left the dark dimension, the flames dissipated, and it turned into an ancient page of a book. When the entrance to the dimension slowly closed, Cassius dared to raise his crazy eyes, grabbed the page in the air, and took it in his hand. He found a figure wearing Dracula costume and Iron Man mask. Cassius couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't expect Dormammu's mission to be so simple. Isn't this the person he met a few days ago? He then turned the page over. There was a portrait on the back, but this portrait was Yang Shi's real face. The headquarters of the Hand, for leaders gathered together. There were originally 5 leaders, but one of them, Mrs. Gao, was killed by Yang Shi and couldn't even be resurrected. Even though they were the supreme leaders of the Hand, they still sat on the side seats. At the front of the hall, there was an evil statue beast. It had a rough human shape, but it looked like mucus synthesis, and it was waving like a beast. The silk liquid on its body seemed to have just climbed out of the endless swamp, and the whole face could not be seen clearly. As the 4 leaders of the Hand finished the ceremony, a portrait suddenly appeared on the ground, showing both Yang Shi's Iron Dracula image and his real face. In a small town in Texas, Johnny Bray suddenly woke up, and his body burst into flames involuntarily, and in an instant he became a skeleton with his whole body on fire, but the flames did not set the bed on fire. He was still a little frightened, just because he had a dream. A guy wearing a vampire costume and a mask stood on a large piece of bloody bones, as if the bones were his throne. The figure turned his back to him and took off the mask, but suddenly found him, turned his head, and stared at him mercilessly like the death god. At that moment, he was awakened by fear, and a word was still echoing in his ears. Guilty. Yang Shi didn't know what happened at the moment, but just after school, he saw Peter quickly carrying his school bag and pushing his bicycle away, looking like he was going to do something good. Yang Shi couldn't help shaking his head, probably guessing Peter's thoughts, probably because the concept of superheroes is hot recently, and he is young and has acquired a lot of skills, so naturally he can't bear it. And he covered his head and went to do justice. Yang Shi ignored it and continued to participate in the activities of the photography club as usual. There was no way. The last time he made up the lie of the photo exhibition made Joseph and his wife take it seriously, and they had high hopes for him and said that they would use the previous bonus to buy him a better camera. Although he was rejected, he didn't want to disappoint them. Finally, after the photography club's activities ended, he rode his bike back and happened to see a figure flashing across the sky. He almost laughed out loud. That figure was Peter Parker, but the battle suit on his body was too shabby. It was a hooded jacket that could be zipped up to the top of the head. Peter just pulled the zipper all the way down and cut 2 holes in the jacket. This funny outfit was just too funny. After standing there and laughing for a while, Yang-Shi rode slowly towards home in a happy mood. The shadow on the ground kept lengthening in the sunset, as if it turned into an almighty figure. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Phil Coulson sat quietly in an office with a smile on his face, but there was a trace of loneliness in his eyes. After the New York War, he went through many rounds of investigation. It can be said that he was not directly defined as a traitor because Nick was secretly protecting him. The reason why he can still stay in SHILD is because of his connection with Yang-Shi. Nick intends to negotiate with Yang-Shi and even recruit him, but he is so elusive that he can only find a few pieces of information even with the vast majority of SHILD's intelligence power. It can only be confirmed that he is hiding in a corner of New York and nothing else is known. Therefore, Phil Coulson's existence is very important to Nick, but unfortunately Nick has tried to contact Yang-Shi through Phil Coulson many times, but it is useless. I don't know whether this contact is one-sided or the other party doesn't want to pay attention to him. In fact, Yang-Shi doesn't even know about this. Since Phil Coulson has changed from a hidden agent to an open agent, he has not been of much use to Yang-Shi. These have not even thought of projecting their minds on Phil Coulson. When Phil Coulson was in a daze, the office door suddenly opened, and Nick walked in with a file in his hand and sat opposite him casually. Director. Phil Coulson's expression quickly converged. Although he was marginalized by S.H.I.E.L.D., fortunately he got a new job and is still a member of the Avengers team now and has not been directly removed. I have a task for you. Nick had no expression and pushed the file in front of Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he could still be assigned a task now. He quickly opened the file bag in surprise and looked at the documents inside. 10 rings. Phil Coulson murmured. He had heard of this organization. Recently, there is intelligence that a large number of their people have appeared in New York. We need to know their purpose. This organization is too old and has strict personnel screening. Even our agents cannot be inserted into it. Their leader is even more mysterious. There is too little information about him at present, but their members are proficient in martial arts and good at close combat, so you have to do it. Nick Fury introduced quickly. He was really good at close combat. Even the top agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. might not have an advantage against them, so he needed an experienced and powerful guy. After choosing and choosing, Phil Coulson was the most suitable. I will complete the task. Phil Coulson took the task without thinking. At this moment, the people of the 10 Rings appeared in Chinatown. As an ancient organization, the 10 Rings gang's communication form has not changed much with the times. This is also the reason why S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence ability is invalid in front of them. The seemingly ordinary antique shop owner is actually their intelligence officer. He usually secretly transmits intelligence through family letters and blatantly circulates letters through the postal system. Under the code words, they made contact. The 10 Rings gang took out a paper tube and pulled out a portrait from it. It was Yang-Shi's face. At lunchtime, Yang-Shi ran to a hamburger shop outside the school and ordered 3 hamburgers like a big eater before he felt full. Burp. Yang-Shi couldn't help but burp, and then he felt that his body had changed a little. He touched his stomach and opened it slightly. The muscle lines became more and more muscular, with hard 8 abdominal muscles. If he took off his clothes in public here, he would definitely attract the crazy eyes of all women. He felt that his body had obviously become much stronger, and he probably had some guesses in his heart. He opened the entry system and saw that the entry was indeed upgraded. This time, the upgraded entry was the Superman Physique entry, which was upgraded from the original 2nd level entry to the 3rd level. Strongest body, level 3 1 out of 500. Although it is only a level 3 entry, it can be felt that the physical changes it brings are greater than those of the level 4 blood ancestor entry. After all, this entry can be regarded as a specialized entry, and the physical fitness improvement brought by the blood ancestor entry is more of a byproduct. Feeling the strength of the body a little, he estimated that this level 3 entry alone could be evenly matched with Captain America, definitely if the opponent did not have a shield. Since the last New York battle, he always felt that perhaps the shield was the main body of Captain America. With the shield bonus, anyone could really fight. She smiled slightly. The level 3 entry did not help him improve his strength, but it was better than nothing. Although he now had Qigong and super ability, the body was the capital. If this entry could be upgraded to level 5 and level 6, the power it brought would surely be very considerable. Looking at the entry on the system, he suddenly had an idea in his heart. Maybe he could slightly speed up the experience value of the body, but he had not tried it, so he would know after trying it. He immediately turned around and walked towards the nearest Chinatown instead of rushing back to school. Looking at the street in front of him, she couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, Chinatown is like a landscape, even different from his hometown. Whether it is architecture or culture, it has some ancient style. If you don't know, you might think it is a tourist attraction. She bought a string of candied haws and strolled around slowly. Finally, he entered a pharmacy or a Huxia medicine store. "Brother, what do you want to order?" As soon as he entered the door, someone spoke in his hometown dialect. "I'm a little weak recently. Do you have any tonic medicine here?" She didn't avoid doctors and spoke frankly. "Haha, I didn't expect that the little brother is so popular at such a young age, but you still need to be restrained. I definitely have tonic medicine here, but it's not suitable for you. You are young and strong, so you can use milder ones to nourish yourself. The rest can be recovered naturally by your body. We have an old Huxia doctor in our store. Let's take a look before prescribing medicine." The boss pointed to the room covered by a curtain in the side room. "No, just prescribe me a tonic, something like 1,000-year-old ginseng will do." She is not sick, so he doesn't need to see a Huxia doctor, and he refused immediately. His entry has always been growing slowly by eating, and today he suddenly thought that since eating a full meal can increase experience points, the effect of food therapy may be better, or even taking medicine directly is not bad, anyway. He is not afraid of eating dead man. "Haha, little brother, you're joking. I dare not listen to you if you dare to say that. This medicine is not a joke. It will eat dead man, and I still rely on this business to make a living." When the boss heard Shi's words, his face changed slightly, but he quickly restrained it and said with a smile, "Boss, is my medicine ready?" Just then, a strong young man with short black hair and slightly tanned skin walked in from outside and said loudly to the boss, "You are really punctual. It has been cooked and is warming in the medicine pot. I will bring it out for you." The boss saw the smile of the visitor and immediately answered, deliberately leaving Shi aside. From Shi's words, he didn't want to do his business so as not to mess up his own store. The boss went into the room behind the store by himself, and only Shi and the young man who just came in were left in the lobby. Shi didn't get angry when he saw this, but turned his eyes to the person who just came in. His eyes flashed slightly, and he casually talked. "You don't look sick. Why do you need to take medicine?" "I am keeping healthy." The young man saw Shi asking like a familiar person, smiled slightly, and said concisely. Shi nodded with a look of enlightenment. How could Qigong not be considered a way to maintain health? That's right. Shi had a feeling when this guy came in. His qi was invisible in front of him. It was just that he was far inferior to him, but it was enough to make him look at him with new eyes. After all, he had only seen one person who truly cultivated qi, and that was Taekwon. This guy was the second one. Compared with Taekwon, his qi was softer, while Taekwon's qi was stronger. As for who is strong and who is weak, all he can say is that they are all weaklings in his eyes. "Your medicine is here." At this time, the boss's voice came, and he came out with a porcelain bowl, which contained black medicine, and 10 wisps of smoke could be seen floating from the mouth of the bowl. Shi also looked at the medicine in the bowl. This kid chose to drink medicine even though he was not sick or in pain. It is very likely that this is the other party's secret medicine for practicing Qigong or strengthening the body, which is really in line with the tonic in his mind. Let me have a taste, Yang Shi said directly. The owner of the medicine shop did not hesitate at all, and turned around and handed the medicine to Yang Shi. The young man felt dazed for a moment, and saw his medicine suddenly appeared in Yang Shi's hand. The other party had already put the bowl to his mouth. His face suddenly changed, shocked. This medicine can't be drunk. This is his exclusive tonic. Ordinary people will get into trouble if they drink it. In danger, he kicked it out directly. Yang Shi saw the boy who got rid of his hypnotic ability at a very fast speed, and his eyes were stunned, but his hand did not stop obediently. His arm slightly turned to avoid the kick towards the medicine bowl. The bitter warm medicine went directly into his stomach, and he felt that his body was much warmer in an instant. It's over. Seeing this, the young man felt that something bad had happened, but he felt that this person was very reckless. How could he dare to drink any medicine? Ordinary people are weak and cannot be tonic. I'm afraid they will have diarrhea for a few days. Why can't I drink it? Yang Shi blinked and asked innocently. He really didn't expect that his current hypnotic ability couldn't even last for a few seconds, or the other party's willpower was far superior to that of ordinary people. Obviously, the problem was not with him, so it could only be said that the other party really had such willpower. This was really beyond his expectations. After all, in his opinion, this person's Qigong was mediocre and his willpower was not that strong. But Yang Shi forgot that Qigong was mediocre only relative to him. In fact, those who can practice Qigong are the leaders in martial arts. You know that the weak cannot be supplemented? Unless you exercise regularly, you will probably have diarrhea for a few days. Really? I usually exercise, so it should be fine. Yang Shi casually lifted the hem of his shirt, revealing a strong abdominal muscle, which even the guy felt a little dazzled and was slightly stunned. Oh, that's okay, but this is my medicine. How can you drink it casually? The young man breathed a sigh of relief, but then he remembered the business. This was his medicine. Then I'll compensate you. What's your name? Yang Shi said without much concern. Forget it. Just consider it my bad luck. You can call me Shang-Chi. Don't be so reckless next time. Shang-Chi finally waved his hand, as if to let it go. He was in no mood to say anything. He left Yang Shi and turned to leave. Seeing Shang-Chi leave, Yang Shi turned to look at the pharmacy owner who was hypnotic ability by him. He first checked the system and found that the experience value had indeed increased from 1 to 3. Although not much, it was at least 3 times more efficient. This also proved that Yang Shi's guess was not wrong. Give me a copy of his prescription. He ordered the pharmacy owner directly. Then the pharmacy owner honestly handed over the prescription, but it was all in words he couldn't understand. Right one I can understand. Yang Shi said inexplicably angrily. Soon the boss wrote another prescription. He had never heard of most of the herbs, but a few of the names were familiar to him. Ginseng, deer antler, cordyceps, Ganoderma lucidum, etc. Yang Shi put away the prescription casually, unlocked the hypnotic ability of the pharmacy owner, and left the pharmacy directly. With the prescription, he didn't need to pick up the medicine here. It would be better to let Keenan and Du Lu collect it for him. Maybe the older the medicine, the better the effect. He couldn't be sure, but this came from simple values. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Shang-Chi didn't leave, but was blocked by someone and seemed to be arguing about something. Yang Shi naturally didn't want to meddle in other people's business and wanted to leave immediately. However, at this moment, the few people who were arguing with Shang-Chi glanced at him casually, but their eyes were fixed directly. When Yang Shi noticed something and turned his head to look, he saw that several people had turned their heads and seemed to have just glanced at him casually. However, Yang Shi stopped directly and looked at those people. He could feel that although the other party's eyes were not on him, they were still observing him. Yang Shi couldn't help but reach out and touch his face to make sure that the mask was not on his face, so why did the other party stare at him? His eyes narrowed slightly and he turned to walk towards Shang-Chi. At this moment, He could even hear the heartbeats of those people speeding up. He had just walked a few steps, but suddenly turned his head to look at a place, thinking that it was a coincidence today. It was so lively. Phil Coulson, wearing casual clothes, appeared in Chinatown. This was rare. People who were seen wearing suits and leather shoes on weekdays were basically dressed in suits. Maybe Phil Coulson was just on vacation. But when Phil Coulson looked over here, his eyes met with Yang Shi's, but he was actually secretly observing the people who were confronting Shang-Chi. Yang Shi felt that things were not that simple. Then he retracted his gaze, and his footsteps did not stop. Instead, he passed by Shang-Chi's side. He could feel that those people were extremely alert at this moment, and their heartbeats kept ringing, which sounded like alarms in his ears. "I won't go back with you, you can give up on this idea," Shang-Chi said to the group very firmly. Until he was a little further away from them, Yang Shi clearly heard Shang-Chi speaking loudly, and at this moment he also knew the origins of these people. The Ten Rings Gang. He naturally knew who Shang-Chi was. After all, he was a rare martial arts superhero, and he didn't expect to meet him in Chinatown, and he didn't expect the Ten Rings Gang to show up, and they were targeting him. "Since the young master doesn't want to, we won't force it." Zhao Hao. The people of the Ten Rings Gang winked at the people around them, no longer trying to persuade them, and seemed to have given up directly and turned to leave, but the direction they left was surprisingly the direction Yang Shi left. Shang-Chi looked at them and was a little unbelievable, but before he could react, several people hurriedly left, which made him feel abnormal all of a sudden. His eyes became sharp, and then he quietly followed them. At this moment, Yang Shi was quite speechless. He could feel that there were several groups of people following him, the Ten Rings Gang, Shang-Chi, and Phil Coulson. As an agent, Phil Coulson naturally easily discovered that Shang-Chi was following his target, and that the target was following Yang Shi. It can be said that Yang Shi has entered Phil Coulson's sight. Yang Shi slowly led the way in front, thinking in his heart, and probably had some guesses, but whether it was as he guessed, he had to ask. After leaving Chinatown, he did not rush to the school, but walked towards a remote place, and at the same time divided his mind and fell on Phil Coulson. Anyway, Phil Coulson is also one of his own to some extent. After all, it is impossible to escape his control. Let's play our role now. Yang Shi was doing two things at once and directly took control of Phil Coulson's body. Phil Coulson didn't expect anything and found that he had lost control of his body and turned into a bat. "It's you. What do you want to do?" Phil Coulson immediately questioned in Yang Shi's mind. Yang Shi pretended not to hear him at all, flapped his wings and passed by Shang-Chi, and soon caught up with several people from the Ten Rings Gang. Instantly transformed from a bat into a human form, with sharp nails growing on his fingers, and launched a surprise attack directly. However, what Yang Shi didn't expect was that under such a surprise attack, the opponent actually reacted directly and dodged it as if he was under stress. His fingers only brushed the opponent's neck, leaving a shallow blood mark. At this moment, the opponent quickly drew out two knives from his waist, and with a flash of silver light, he wiped his neck fiercely and decisively. Phil Coulson quickly retreated, and only then did he avoid the 10 forces that wiped his neck. As for why it was Phil Coulson dodged it, because after launching the surprise attack, Yang Shi gave up control and planned to watch the battle. Cole. Phil Coulson's face was gloomy, and he cursed in his heart. He never thought that the other party would do such a thing to him, controlling his body to attack others, and then giving up control when the other party counterattacked, as if he wanted him to die. At this moment, his heart was full of frustration. The key is that Yang Shi's action directly caused his tracking plan to fail, and his task of gathering intelligence also alerted the enemy. "I'm not helping you because I see that you are too bored to track. You should be serious. These people are not weak. The most important thing is that the weapons are pure silver. Don't fall into their hands, or you will really die." Yang Shi felt Phil Coulson's emotions and couldn't help but comfort him casually. In fact, he wanted to use words to disrupt his judgment, so that Phil Coulson just thought it was his prank, not because of anything else. "Pure silver? Phil Coulson was shocked when he heard it. He looked over and found that the double swords in the man's hand were pure silver weapons. This was really strange. Ordinary weapons could not use pure silver. It seemed that he wanted to deal with vampires. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but the double swords had already chopped. The sharp sword wind came towards him. Phil Coulson relied on the speed of the vampire to dodge, but the sword light was extremely fast. It kept slashing continuously and forced Phil Coulson to have no resistance. There was no melee weapon on his body to resist. Kung Fu. Yang Shi's surprised voice sounded in Phil Coulson's mind. It was not that he was making a fuss, but the man's swordsmanship was sharp, like a rolling wheel, one sword after another smoothly. Even Yang Shi had only seen such a scene on TV. If the double swords were compared to fists and feet, this man was at least at the same level as Master Yi. In a short time, Phil Coulson's casual clothes, which he had not worn for many years, were already tattered. Just as the blade was about to rub Phil Coulson's belly, his figure disappeared instantly and turned into a puff of mist. But the other party was not surprised at all and looked around with a serious look, like a cheetah waiting for battle, ready to pounce at any time. The other two were not watching the show either. They licked their dry lips, threw their coats, and revealed the scabbard at their waists, which was a dagger. This dagger was only half an arm long, but it looked very delicate. There were copper-colored whirlwind patterns on the hilt. They pulled the hilt and threw the scabbard, revealing the sharp blade, and then dispersed and stood. It was actually only a few seconds, and Phil Coulson also condensed into a human form from the mist again, but he was no longer unarmed as before. He was holding a pistol in his hand. As soon as the figure condensed, he shot at the double-blade warrior without hesitation. At this moment, the double-knife warrior threw out a knife, and Yang Shi could even see the bullet being cut in half by the blade. The moment the double-knife warrior threw out a knife, he rushed towards Phil Coulson like a cheetah. At this moment, even Yang Shi was shocked. He seemed to see an assassin who evaded Phil Coulson's shots flexibly and successfully took the knife that had just been thrown, and then moved forward to face the bullets, and chopped them on the bullets with great precision, which made him open his mouth. Finally, he came in front of Phil Coulson and forced Phil Coulson to turn into mist again. Just looking at the double-knife warrior, although his eyes looked around mercilessly and he held the double knives majestically, there was a blood hole on his black clothes, and blood was flowing out. This man is still a flesh and blood body after all. Although Yang Shi thinks he has reached the peak of human beings, he will still bleed when shot by bullets. At present, it seems that Phil Coulson has the upper hand, but when Phil Coulson appears again, he is besieged by 3 people. It was already very difficult to fight 1 against 1, and now it was 1 against 3, which was beyond his ability. Yang Shi felt that even if he controlled Phil Coulson's body, it would still not be much better. Phil Coulson now understood what the director meant by being good at close combat. He felt that even Hawkeye, Black Widow, and others would not have the upper hand, especially when they were besieged. Definitely, martial arts is martial arts. If Phil Coulson had been prepared, he would not have been so embarrassed. The opponent was strong in close combat, but the automatic rifle was not weak either. Seeing that Phil Coulson was unable to resist, she wondered if he needed to take action himself. Stop. At this moment, Shang-Chi appeared, inserted into the battlefield, and directly knocked a machete out with a nunchaku in one hand. The people of the Ten Rings gang saw their young master appear, looked at each other, stared at Phil Coulson closely, and finally chose to retreat, but they also lost the target of tracking. Are you okay? Shang-Chi looked at Phil Coulson and asked. It's okay. Phil Coulson couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's okay now, but it will be a big problem if it goes on. He looked at the direction they left, and he was still a little afraid. He was afraid that he would never use a pistol to deal with these guys next time, but this time he was just following them. However, not long after the few people left, another figure stared at them. Wearing a Dracula suit and an Iron Man mask, it was Yang Shi who returned home. This place was not far from home. With his speed, It was not a problem to go back and forth in a very short time. She didn't even have to wait for them to go to a remote place before taking action, because they walked through remote areas all the way, and there was no camera. These people seemed to be very good at avoiding cameras, as sharp as the sense of smell of hyenas. She landed in front of them with a flying step, blocking their way. After sensing the passing figure, they took out their weapons very vigilantly, but when they saw Shi, their faces changed, not because of fear, but as if their petty theft was discovered. "It seems that you know me." Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, and their body's instinctive reaction was enough to explain it all. However, they did not have the habit of talking nonsense, and they rushed over like hounds, with sharp teeth. It was a threat to Phil Coulson, but not to him. Shi waved his palm lightly, and the invisible force turned into a strong wind to blow the three people back. Puff! Several people flew backwards, barely standing firm, but suddenly their faces flushed. 10 mouthfuls of blood suddenly spurted out. Shi looked calm. His power was not just as simple as wind. Under the soft appearance, he could crush the boulder into powder from the inside out. For humans, just one blow can cause internal injuries, even if they look unharmed on the outside. The reason why Tony was able to survive under his power was that he held back. "Tell me your purpose." Shi's calm voice spread in this unmanned area, and the eyes of several people were dazed for a moment, but they quickly woke up and looked at the ladder with vigilance. Even though Shi only waved his palm to make them seriously injured, and even standing up was a little difficult, but there was no fear in their eyes. Several people looked at each other with firm eyes, and the next moment they all raised their weapons and suddenly wiped their necks. The sharp blade directly cut their throats, and a lot of blood spurted out. Shi frowned slightly and watched them die quietly. In fact, he could have stopped them. In front of him, it would be difficult for these people to die. But at the moment when the other party wiped his neck, a word popped into his mind. Death warriors. Shi's hypnotic ability was not effective. Unless he was proficient in interrogation, he could not ask anything from these people. So he did not stop them. The key was that he also knew the origin of the other party. The only one who could be connected with Shang-Chi was Wang Huanbang. Shi grabbed forward with his palm, and a bamboo tube flew out from the clothes on the chest of one of them, and he caught it in his palm. Shi had seen this bulging thing when Phil Coulson was fighting with them. He opened the lid of the bamboo tube, and there was a rolled-up paper inside. He pushed the paper forward and saw it floating in the air and slowly unfolding. On it was his real portrait and the portrait of Iron Dracula. Shi looked at the portrait calmly. When he met them, he had already guessed it in his heart. He didn't expect the guess to come true. In fact, he had expected it. Ancient One had mentioned this matter before, so Shi was mentally prepared. His mask was nothing in the eyes of those big guys, and there was no possibility of any obstruction. Even a magician with a little level could see his true face through the soul. Maybe he was a little worried before, but now he feels okay. Under the 5th level electromagnetic monarch, he would not be afraid even if he faced Ancient One, let alone others. Just looking at the people on Blue Star at this moment, how many people can really help him? Above his domain, he is the king, and these people have not threatened his ability. Definitely Shi has not forgotten Joseph and the others. It seems that he is far away from them at this moment, but in fact he knows their situation very well. Even if someone suddenly shoots at them with an AK, none of these bullets can fall on them. This is Shi's confidence in the 5th level entry now. He can even boldly say that as long as they are in his kingdom of God, unless the opponent is stronger than him, they can't hurt them at all. At least the creatures on Blue Star can't. Shi glanced at the portrait, and the portrait suddenly gave birth to fire and burned to ashes in an instant. As for the 3 bodies on the ground, they released strong heat through the compressed electromagnetic field. After a while, they couldn't even leave ashes. It seems that no resurrection method can work on them. 10 Rings Gang. Shi didn't remember when he offended them, but they could come with his portrait, something that even SHILD didn't have, which meant that there was someone behind them. At this time, Shi already knew that his identity was already exposed. By then, organizations with a little intelligence would naturally know his identity, and it would be too late to stop him. She couldn't help but touch the golden ring on his right hand, his face still calm. In this case, let them know what kind of threshold is needed to find him, and it can also save a lot of trouble. At this moment, the golden ring turned into many golden lightnings, condensed in the air, and reproduced the golden thunder form, like a metal javelin with a smooth surface. Yangshi's body then floated in the air, and the terrifying electromagnetic field released dazzling lightning, which continued to merge into the golden thunder. He was injecting energy into the golden thunder, or charging it. As the energy was injected, the golden thunder emitted golden light and slowly became brighter. Yangshi's body slowly floated towards the sky, like a slowly rising sun, without any disguise. At this moment, the people nearby only felt that the sky was a little dazzling, and they couldn't help but look up and saw the figure they saw on the internet, holding the divine light at this moment, as if ascending. Phil Coulson, whose clothes were torn, could not help but stay where he was, with his mouth slightly open. He was nearby. Phil Coulson's body trembled, and he soon realized that the other party's manipulation of him was not a funny prank, but had some purpose. Yangshi floated higher and higher, and in a blink of an eye, it seemed that he had become the sun of the whole New York, causing everyone to stop what they were doing and look up in astonishment. Thor, who was walking on the street with his girlfriend, could not help but stop and look at Yangshi in the sky, with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He could feel how terrifying the thunder power in Yangshi's hand was, and he was obviously Thor. Tony of Stark Building stopped what he was doing after receiving the reminder from JRVS, lifted the eye mask, and quickly came to the window. Standing on the top floor of this building, he could see Yangshi's figure very well, especially the dazzling golden light, which made him put down the mask again. What is he going to do? Nick Fury stood in front of a file-size screen as big as a wall, watching Yangshi slowly ascending into the air, and asked angrily, but no one answered him. He had received many inquiries from above, and he couldn't understand why Yangshi was so ostentatious, just like Tony Stark taking off his pants in public. What was he going to do? Couldn't he be more low-key? And Kamartaj's Ancient One also looked sideways in that direction, with a very serious face. She could feel that Yangshi's power had become stronger again. How long had it been? If this continued, the world would definitely be more chaotic than she imagined. It seemed that the plan to train a successor had to be accelerated, and such a mess would be left to the future Sorcerer Supreme to worry about. Yangshi naturally intended to show himself in front of everyone. Perhaps he needed to let everyone know how powerful he was, otherwise they would think he was some kind of little Kayla who was easy to mess with and kept harassing him. At this time, New York had already reacted, and many armed helicopters had appeared over New York, and there were even fighter jets carrying missiles. But when they approached, they found that the system failed directly. They seemed to be frozen in time and violated the rules of physics. Yangshi did not just charge the Golden Thunderbolt. He used his super ability to find the SHILD database and quietly controlled their unconnected computers to get the data he wanted. Although there was not much information about the Ten Rings gang, at least they had a grasp of several of their bases. Seeing that he had attracted enough attention, Yangshi stopped and threw the Golden Thunderbolt in his hand in front of everyone. The Golden Thunder flashed by. Almost at the moment when he threw the Golden Thunder, it appeared on a land, without any sound, terribly quiet, as if the golden sun had set. The power of the Golden Thunder erupted on this land, without any sign, and instantly turned into a golden sea of thunder. At this moment, the people in the base did not even see the sun, and their bodies turned into charcoal. Then there were bursts of explosions, which were the sounds of various machines exploding. The debris of the building splashed, and the whole base was filled with flames and dust. The Golden Thunder had already turned into many golden lights and disappeared into the sky, and recondensed into Golden Thunder in Yangshi's hands. In the eyes of Thor, Tony, Nick and others, they only saw the golden thunder disappear in Yang Shi's hands for a moment, and then reappeared, and the dazzling golden light also disappeared, like a magic trick. In the eyes of ordinary people, they only saw that the extra sun in the sky went out. Yang Shi's eyes flickered slightly, and with a thought, the golden thunder turned into a golden meteor again, and a golden ring appeared on his finger. Then he flew away in front of many people, like an actor leaving the stage after a performance. At this moment, Nick Fury and Tony Stark couldn't help but frown, not thinking that the matter was so simple, and the other party's open appearance must have a deep meaning for such behavior. "Quick! I want to know what he did," Nick Fury shouted to the agents around him. And Tony Stark was also using JRVS to find out what happened, and soon found that huge amounts of energy bursts had occurred on another continent, like a natural disaster. Yang Shi quickly flew back home, took off his clothes, and reappeared in a public toilet. In the nearby surveillance camera, he really seemed to have gone to the toilet and came out after solving the problem. Then he continued to walk towards the school, and the lunch break was almost coming. Things seemed to have ended, but in fact they had just begun. All intelligence agencies started working frantically, trying to find out what happened. Until the end, even the intelligence agencies did not dare to believe what they found. They did not believe that in such a short time, this person released a force more terrifying than a missile in a territory across a long land and an endless ocean. Let's not talk about how strong this force is, the key is time. They can only take one step, and the opponent's attack has crossed half of the blue planet. How can they accept this? This means that they have no way to stop this attack, because even if the defense means are activated spontaneously, it will take time, and the time for this defense means to be activated is enough for them to die many times. Such power directly makes those upper-class people sitting at the top of the pyramids unable to sit still. As long as that person has this idea, they will die directly without any way, and the sense of crisis and fear in their hearts will completely erupt. The people above are anxious, and the people below are naturally busy. For example, Nick Fury, his time is accurate to the second, and he has to attend various meetings. And obviously someone will ask him such a question at the meeting. Can you block his attack? This question made Nick Fury roll his eyes. But Nick Fury did not gain nothing. He pushed SHILD to the bottom, and finally got some useful information. A portrait was placed in the Avengers meeting room. In fact, Nick Fury was a blessing in disguise. When Yang Shi's power was revealed, the upper-level people seemed to find that it was impossible to deal with Yang Shi with their power, so Nick Fury's value increased rapidly. Therefore, under the instructions of all parties, SHILD received much higher authority and financial support than before. The Avengers team, which had not been approved and supported, was directly established. In the eyes of the upper-level people, these strange people were no threat in front of that person. There was no way. Yang Shi was now like a sun that was about to fall, and other meteorites were nothing. There was a long table in the spacious meeting room, and the members of the Avengers team sat in front of the long table. Phil Coulson sat here somewhat awkwardly, accepting the gaze of others, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Should he really sit here? In fact, other people thought so too. They looked at Phil Coulson with a strange look in their eyes. Perhaps they were wondering if Phil Coulson would suddenly attack them. If this was not a bad thing, they were afraid that a golden light would appear in the middle of the meeting. So at this moment, Tony was wearing a suit of armor, and it seemed that he had no intention of taking it off. Snap! The door of the conference room suddenly opened, and everyone looked over. Nick Fury walked in calmly, looking like he was sure. "Nick, should I really stay here?" Seeing Nick walk in, Phil Coulson asked first, and he even suspected that Nick might have forgotten to take him out. "Oh, no. You definitely should be here." Before Phil Coulson got up, Nick quickly came to Phil Coulson's back and pressed Phil Coulson's shoulders. "Please give me flowers. 0. Instantly, everyone else looked at Nick in confusion. If they remembered correctly, they came to the meeting because of the man who claimed to be the blood ancestor, and Phil Coulson was the vampire transformed by that man, and he could even completely control Phil Coulson. Everyone thought that Phil Coulson was here, so any word they said might be heard by the other party. If that was the case, why did they do this? I think there's no problem. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded, and the others turned around and found that the words were spoken by Tony. They were a little puzzled, and quickly thought about the intentions of the two people. The people present were basically not stupid. Except for a few people, they soon figured out the purpose of Nick's arrangement. It was to let the other party hear it so that everything seemed fair and square, so that the risk of the golden light appearing would be reduced. Nick immediately opened the folder in his hand and handed the documents in it to everyone at the table. After receiving the documents, the others quickly read them, and their faces suddenly became exciting. "Is this true?" Tony said in disbelief, looking at Nick. The document clearly stated Yang Shi's true identity. Since the New York battle, he has paid close attention to Yang Shi. After all, he was punched away by the opponent, but he could not find Yang Shi's true origins no matter what. Now SHILD has such complete information, which is too hard for him to accept. Definitely. This file is the highest level of confidentiality. If you are not a member of the Avengers, you are not qualified to see it. Nick sat down, nodded, and reminded. In fact, it is not easy to get this information. They wanted to enter Yang Shi's face on the computer so that it would be easier to find Yang Shi's information. However, every time they wanted to enter it, the system would be invaded, followed by failure, and finally the entire computer would be scrapped, so it could only be circulated in paper form. "How did you find it?" Tony asked while flipping through it quickly. "In fact, we got it from some secret organizations. We found out from them that it was their God who ordered them to find it and left them a portrait." Nick did not hide it and spoke frankly. "Oh, damn, he is a 15-year-old child." Hawkeye suddenly screamed as he looked at it, very shocked. For him, 15 years old is really a child's age. This is too ridiculous. Others couldn't believe it either and shouted in surprise. Nick ignored their shock. After all, he was more shocked than them when he found Yang Shi's identity. He stared at Phil Coulson, looking into his eyes, wanting to know if that person was secretly observing or had already controlled Phil Coulson's body. Nick wanted to use this meeting to lure Yang Shi out, which would be the best. In other words, the reason why this person made such a scene was because his identity was exposed. Tony looked at the information and quickly discovered the truth. That's right. Phil Coulson was sent out by me to perform a mission to test the purpose of the Ten Rings gang appearing in New York. Then he found that the Ten Rings gang was following Yang Shi, and then that scene appeared. The place he destroyed was a base of the Ten Rings gang. Nick nodded, and his conclusion was the same. This scene was not so much revenge as it was a show for them to see. The other party was showing off their muscles, and this really scared the politicians. If someone dared to threaten them in the past, the politicians would not care how many soldiers would die. They would just take them down forcefully, but now no one mentioned this. It can only be said that the effect is very good. And just in case, Nick has already sent out the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. to prevent some people with ulterior motives from approaching Queens and avoiding provoking the other party. To some extent, he is the other party's bodyguard. After reading the information, let's talk about how to treat such a person. Nick saw that they had read almost everything, knocked on the table, and spoke. However, except Thor, everyone present knew that the method described in this meeting with Phil Coulson must be very gentle. There was a moment of silence, and no one took the initiative to speak, until Nick's eyes became a little stern, and his eyes swept over several Avengers. "Well, how about absorbing him into our Avengers?" Hawkeye spoke first, but this word directly attracted the strange eyes of others, as if to say, "Are you serious?" Very imaginative idea. Next. Nick nodded, and his eyes fell on others. Hawkeye smiled awkwardly anyway. He had already proposed a calendar. Although we had some conflicts last time, it does not mean that we have opposing positions. His strength should be able to cause some of us to be seriously injured or killed, but after several contacts, we are still alive. Maybe his attitude towards us is not that bad. We can try to talk to each other. Captain America said calmly. I don't feel that he held back last time. Tony couldn't help but refute. Whether it was being hit by the opponent's energy beam last time or being knocked away by the opponent's air punch during the New York battle, he felt very bad. But since the other party is angry because of the Ten Rings gang, we can start from this aspect, destroy this gang first as a sign of sincerity, and at the same time help the other party conceal their identity, so that everyone can keep out of each other's way. Tony said immediately, his face slightly more serious. His real purpose is to stabilize the other party first, and wait until his anti-powder armor is developed. Tony's idea is good. Nick nodded and agreed with Tony's proposal. He is not without his own thoughts. This time, Phil Coulson was invited to the scene. He wanted to send a Goodwill 963 to the other party to stabilize the other party. As for privately, he had already pressed a button on a pager and contacted Captain Marvel, who was still maintaining peace in the universe. In his opinion, only Captain Marvel could solve this matter, and now the situation has become so serious. It seems that all their lives are in the hands of one person, which he cannot accept. Maybe we go to his house to talk to him. Captain America was thoughtful and did not object to this proposal. Will it make the other party feel that we are going to encircle him and then? Dr. Banner couldn't help but speak, making a gesture of scratching his neck with his palm. Is there any better way to contact? Nick seemed to be asking others, but his eyes fell on Phil Coulson. I think this method is good. As for face-to-face talks, there is no need. Phil Coulson suddenly spoke, but at this moment, his face did not have the signature smile and uneasy look that he had when he acted as an invisible man at the beginning. Instead, he looked extremely calm and composed, with calm eyes. He leaned back and leaned directly on the back of the chair, sweeping his eyes over the people present. Others looked at him one after another, and except Thor, everyone else's face changed. Mr. Yang-Shi, welcome to our meeting. I am Nick Fury Shield. No need to introduce, I know everyone present. Yang-Shi waved his hand directly, interrupting Nick's introduction. I heard what you said just now. It's very sincere. I can accept it. Yang-Shi had indeed been listening secretly from the beginning. After all, the class was a bit boring and there was such a big scene waiting for him here. How could he be absent? Then how far can you go? Tony stared at Yang-Shi and asked a very oppressive question. Why, you want to restrict my freedom, can you do it? Yang-Shi smiled softly and asked provocatively. How do you know you can't do it if you don't try it? Tony didn't seem to want to give in. He really meant it. Tony. Captain America on the side couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, trying to stop Tony from making such provocative remarks. Did you succeed last time? Yang-Shi didn't take it seriously, but just asked a question, which silenced Tony on the spot. Last time when he went to rescue Rhodes, he didn't even touch Yang-Shi. Okay, brothers, calm down, we are negotiating. Dr. Banner saw that the atmosphere was a little tense and hurried out to ease it. In fact, he was the most nervous on the field, and he felt that if this atmosphere continued, he would be unable to control Hulk. Tony's words are not without reason, Mr. Yang-Shi. We have expressed our sincerity, shouldn't you? Nick was no longer silent at this moment, and continued to follow the topic Tony had just talked about. Although all this was just a verbal promise, even if he regretted it later, no one would restrain him, but he wanted to know the other party's attitude through Yang-Shi's answer. At least I won't do it to you when I have nothing to do. Hearing Nick say this, Yang-Shi said casually, or this is what he once promised Ancient One, even if Pandora's box was annihilated by that existence in the universe. Nick's eyes flashed, although this promise is useless, but at least it represents Yang-Shi's camp, more inclined to neutrality, which is good news for them. The Ten Rings gang will solve it as soon as possible, you don't need to worry. Nick immediately smiled and assured. If you don't have a clue, I can give you a clue. Yang-Shi suddenly said, with a meaningful smile on his face. He turned his head to look at the projector above his head, and with a thought, the projector started instantly, projecting a picture, which was a portrait. Others looked very unfamiliar. Only Nick, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye's faces changed slightly when they saw the portrait. 10 minutes ago, this person called the people of the hand and passed on my house number and other details. From him, I learned that the reason why the Ten Rings gang came to me was to make a deal with the hand. Yang Shi said calmly, but cold sweat broke out on his back. He believed that Yang Shi could find out this, so it was impossible for him not to know that this person was an agent of SHIELD. He suddenly recalled Yang Shi's promise just now, and now it seemed that it was time to fulfill this promise. Tony didn't think there was anything unusual, so he took out a small transparent tablet, took a picture of the screen on the projection cloth, and then said, JRVAS, check his identity and background. No need. Nick suddenly stopped Tony. Others who didn't know the truth looked at Nick Fury in confusion. It was my negligence. I didn't expect that there was a traitor in S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick apologized to Yang Shi with a serious face. At this moment, other people couldn't help showing a look of shock and looked at Nick with a complicated look. Hee, I just provided a clue. As for what you do, don't worry about it. Yang Shi smiled slightly, but he didn't think it was strange that there was a traitor in the Snake Shield. He also knew why the Ten Rings gang came to him. He didn't remember that there was any big boss behind the Ten Rings gang. Now the problem was with the hand, which seemed reasonable. After all, the resurrection method of the hand was originally related to certain dimensions. After saying this, Yang Shi went offline directly, withdrew his mind, and no longer paid attention to the things over there. If SHIELD was asked to solve the Ten Rings gang for him, he didn't believe it. But now the Avengers are here to help him solve the problem, that's good. Although he thinks no one can deal with him in his territory, he can't leave now. There are many people who want to find him now, and he has to stay here to avoid any trouble for his family. In this case, it's better to let the Avengers take action. With Phil Coulson in it, even if these Avengers can't do it, he can just throw the thunder remotely. What he lacks is just intelligence. It's just that he can't go to Kunlun for the time being. Yang Shi feels a little bit sorry, but this matter is not very urgent. Now he already has the 5th level entry in his hand, which is almost enough. Even if the Qi Guan Changhong entry is upgraded to the 5th level, it will not bring a huge improvement in strength. It is enough for the time being. And Qi Guan Changhong is not far from upgrading. He can also upgrade it to the 5th level if he devotes himself to cultivation. It doesn't take long. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yang Shi appeared in a luxurious villa in Brooklyn. In front of him stood Keenan, who was full of respect, half bowed humbly, showing a flattering smile. In fact, there are also good things about exposing one's identity. He doesn't need to hide some resources. For example, the villa in front of him was jointly given to him by Keenan and Dulu. Master, all the herbs you want have been delivered. You can start brewing at any time. Keenan said softly, like a professional butler. Originally, he felt both uneasy and excited about Yang Shi summoning him. Because Yang Shi's affairs inevitably spread throughout the world, everyone knew that someone destroyed a base of the Ten Rings gang in the blink of an eye, and no one survived. This godlike power scared these people who lived in the dark half to death, and they listed Yang Shi as a taboo that could not be touched. And Keenan and Dulu naturally heard about this matter, and they knew that the other party was their master. There was no fear, only joy in their hearts. As slaves, the stronger Yang Shi was, the more proud and loyal they were. At the moment, he was so happy to hear Yang Shi order him to do something, and even to meet him in person instead of Dulu. He felt that he had already won the battle with Dulu. Even when he saw Yang Shi's youthful face, he was not surprised at all. After all, the appearance of vampires cannot represent their age. Start brewing, Yang Shi said lightly while half lying on the soft sofa. The medicinal materials that Keenan mentioned were naturally the prescriptions from Shang-Chi. With the resources of Keenan and Dulu, they were all replaced with aged medicinal materials, at least several decades old, and as for the most, thousands of years old. It is a rare thing in the whole world, but it is too easy for a force like the Blood Ancestor to get it. An hour later, Keenan brought a bowl of steaming liquid medicine, and next to it there was a bowl of sugar water, which was specially prepared for Yang Shi because he was worried that the medicine would be bitter. After swallowing a bowl of hot medicine, even Yang Shi felt a little hot inside. You should know that the prescription he changed was not only the year, but also the dosage. For example, he put the whole 1,000-year-old ginseng in, like a nouveau riche. In Yangshi's opinion, as long as he didn't die from eating it, he would eat it to death, and if he really died, he would just revive, without thinking too much. Definitely, this thing might kill a normal person directly under the powerful and inexplicable effect of the medicine, but it is still unlikely to kill Yangshi. Yangshi casually opened the entry system to check and found that the effect was really obvious. The experience value suddenly increased by 30 points, which made him smile. In this way, he only needed to drink it more than 10 times to upgrade directly. Cook it all. Yangshi directly instructed Keenan, and then took the sugar water on the table and drank it in one gulp. However, the medicinal materials were not as many as imagined. On the one hand, these were all aged medicinal materials. There were only 4,000 or 5,000-year-old ginsengs, and then there were all hundreds of years of ginsengs. The medicinal effect was obviously reduced. On the other hand, when Keenan collected the medicinal materials, he collected them according to the amount of medicine above. Unexpectedly, after collecting them, Yangshi directly filled each bowl of medicine with the amount of medicinal materials, which made the medicinal materials that could have been boiled enough seem insufficient. Even so, when Yangshi drank all the potions that Keenan brought, the Jigang body entry was directly upgraded. God's Body, Level 4 January 2000 Yangshi looked at the name of this Level 4 entry and raised his eyebrows. The name sounded intimidating at first, but the gods in this world are not that strong. He clenched his fist lightly and could feel an explosive force condensed from 5.8. Without using other forces, he could cause terrible damage with one punch. I just don't know which one is stronger than Thor. The changes brought to him by this 4th level entry are not only in strength, but also in all aspects. His endurance and resistance to attack have all become stronger. Yangshi slowly loosened his fist, and the power dissipated and lurked in the muscles in his body. How are you and Dulu doing? Yangshi glanced at Keenan and asked casually. We have cultivated enough pure-blooded vampires and can control the Elder Council at any time. Hearing Yangshi's question, Keenan said excitedly. During this period, he and Dulu have been desperately transforming. In fact, he and Dulu have both swallowed Yangshi's blood, which makes their recovery ability stronger than normal vampires, thus producing more than 20 pure-blooded vampires in batches. As the first generation of pure-blooded vampires, the pure-blooded vampires who are transformed by the first embrace belong to the second generation of pure-blooded vampires within the Blood Clan, with both super ability and physical fitness. In this case of transformation, the second generation of pure-blooded vampires developed into the third generation of pure-blooded vampires, and the fourth generation of pure-blooded vampires also appeared. This is the benefit of pure bloodline. Even if the fourth generation of vampires is still a pure-blooded vampire, the bloodline is still not weak, and the ability has not weakened to a certain extent. Relying on this method of rapid reproduction, they have gathered a sufficient number of pure-blooded vampires in a short period of time and can launch a revolution at any time. Then let's make a quick decision. Yangshi said indifferently that for now, the blood ancestor could only run errands for him, but it was better than nothing. In the past few days, the Avengers have found the location of the 10 rings. After all, they have used all their power to find the 10 rings, and with the cooperation of various countries, the 10 rings will always be found even if they are secretive. Yangshi is watching all this through Phil Coulson. At this moment, the Avengers have gathered and are heading towards the 10 rings base on the flight, with the power to fight Hydra. As the flight hovered and the hatch opened, Tony took the lead in activating the armor and flew out, followed by Thor holding Mjolnir. Captain America jumped, Phil Coulson turned into a bat, and Hawkeye Black Widow banner was waiting for the flight to land. That's right, Thor's hammer has been unsealed by Yangshi. After that meeting, Thor shamelessly asked Yangshi to unseal his Mjolnir on the grounds that he needed to do his best. Yangshi finally unsealed it for him. After all, he still had to rely on the Avengers to do things. This is a paradise with mountains and waters, without any modern technology, but it is the nest of the Wang Huan gang. With their appearance, members of the Ten Rings gang soon appeared. These people's methods are very primitive compared to Tony, but they are good. In terms of weapon skills, they are unique in the world. A cold arrow attacked Tony at a very fast speed, but it was already scanned by the armor, and he raised his palm and shot it down directly. Tony stopped in the air, and the launcher rose on his arm and shoulder. Small missiles flew out rapidly with flames and landed directly on a defensive building. However, what Tony didn't expect was that this seemingly inconspicuous village actually blocked his missiles. Obviously, these buildings are made of sufficient materials and were built to withstand artillery fire from the beginning. People walking in narrow windows revealed figures, and then feather arrows shot accurately at Tony. At this moment, Tony was not sure whether the opponent's arrows were just ordinary arrows as he thought, so he didn't dare to block them. Thor was really brave, fighting against more than a dozen people alone, but these people were all fearless and agile, often avoiding Thor's attacks with skills and flexibility, so they actually held Thor back with very tacit cooperation. Captain America seemed to be struggling, relying on the advantage of S.H.I.E.L.D. to fight back and forth with some people. As for Hawkeye, Black Widow, Phil Coulson, and others, they could clearly feel the struggle. Hawkeye, who was proficient in archery, obviously met an opponent. He didn't expect that there were so many archery masters in such a remote place. The cold arrows made him tired of defending, and he only had a slight advantage by relying on the arrows with high technology. Although Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff used guns, the opponent's shield was not to be underestimated. It seemed that all their bullets were blocked and they kept approaching them, and they were about to surround the four people. The one who really had the upper hand was Banner, or Hulk. The master-level martial arts skills had no effect in front of him. Before he could get close, he was knocked away by Hulk's punch. An ordinary person would probably not be able to withstand Hulk's punch. At the moment of their battle, a figure flew out, wearing a white robe and wearing 5 iron rings on each of his left and right hands. This was undoubtedly the leader of the Ten Rings gang. Tony noticed this person instantly and quickly recalled his information. This person's name was Wenwu, the leader of the Ten Rings gang. He had great power, which came from the 10 iron rings on his wrists, but there was basically no information about his ability. The moment Wenwu appeared, Tony stopped fighting with these people and quickly flew towards Wenwu. Another round of small missiles was fired, but this time the target was Wenwu. Wenwu looked at Tony expressionlessly, without a trace of anger on his face, as if he didn't care about their surprise attack, even though his soldiers were constantly being injured. Seeing the missiles coming at him, Wenwu raised his hands calmly. The next moment, he saw the air seem to be vibrating and surging in one direction, and then the missiles exploded directly in the air. Seeing this, Tony raised his palms and pointed them at Wenwu. His palms quickly glowed, and then the light went east to Wenwu. But Wenwu did not retract his palms, and his hands were still facing Tony. The next moment, a purple beam of light shot at Tony's palm cannon, as if blocking Tony's palm cannon. He doesn't look easy to deal with. Tony saw Wenwu's methods and couldn't help but complain. Why does it feel like everyone can shoot energy beams? Can this thing be copyrighted? But that being said, Tony didn't think the other party was really stronger than him. However, the next moment, Wenwu had already pointed his hands at him. Before Tony felt anything wrong, JRVIS directly sounded the alarm. "Sir, the temperature of the mecha is dropping rapidly." At this moment, a layer of frost suddenly appeared on the outside of the mech, and the consequence of this was that the mech was frozen, and Tony inside was frozen like a dog. Before Tony could do anything, invisible halos rushed out from Wenwu's arm and fell on Tony, knocking him out directly. There was even a burst of electric sparks inside the mech. Wenwu then locked his eyes on the others, raised one hand to the sky, and a dark ball of light suddenly shot out, instantly absorbing all the light. For the Avengers, it was like the sky suddenly became dark. Then countless blue lightnings fell under the night sky, hitting the Avengers hard. Captain America reacted quickly, raised the shield, and directly blocked the thunder. Thor raised Mjolnir, absorbed the falling thunder, and then smashed it hard on the ground. The thunder instantly spread out in all directions, and more than a dozen soldiers who besieged him were all knocked out. As for Hulk, this little thunder only made his body feel numb, nothing more, and then more anger surged in his heart, and his strength increased. However, Hawkeye Black Widow was not so lucky. He was hit by the thunder before he could dodge, and fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Phil Coulson saw the urgent situation and turned into mist to avoid the fatal blow. When Wu appeared for only a few minutes and half of the Avengers fell down. She was a little surprised, looking at the battlefield through Phil Coulson's eyes. There is no doubt that Wenwu's power comes from the Ten Rings, and the power of the Ten Rings seems to be different from what he knows. In his impression, the 10 rings are at most iron rings that can be controlled by air and can only launch a shockwave at most, but from the performance just now, it seems to have multiple abilities. Just when he was thinking about whether to take action, it seemed that the Avengers might not be able to beat him, but the next moment he instantly retracted his mind. Yang-Shi was half lying on the sofa, and Keenan stood respectfully on his right, like a butler, waiting for his orders at any time. He sat up a little and looked out through the layers of villa walls. It seemed that something was coming. A roar was gradually approaching, and it was like a street gangster shouting, and the sound kept rising and falling. In a trance, Yang-Shi seemed to think that he had returned to the night before, when there were always ghost fire boys bombing the streets in the middle of the night, which was very similar to the sound at this moment. The sound was getting closer and closer, and the next moment the door of the villa was broken like plastic, wood chips flew, and a motorcycle suddenly crashed in, drifting on the ground and leaving black burn marks with fire, and stopped steadily in front of them. Yang-Shi looked calm, his eyes slightly raised, looking at this skeleton with fire all over his body and wearing a black leather jacket. His eyes narrowed. I didn't expect to see this thing in the living room of my villa. This good weekend was not wasted. What is this thing? Keenan was startled by this thing, but he stepped forward very consciously and blocked in front of Yang-Shi. Master, please don't move, let me do it. Kenan said flatteringly, blinking his eyes, emitting an evil light, slightly opening his mouth, revealing his vampire fangs. Just looking at the flaming skeleton, it seemed that there was no place for him to suck blood. Just when Kenan looked at the eye hole of the skeleton without even an eye, he seemed to be in an illusion for a moment. Kenan fell to his knees, holding his head with his hands, his face full of pain, and screamed miserably. He seemed to have become one of those people whose blood he had sucked out. At this moment, it was as if a pair of sharp teeth pierced his skin, pierced into his blood vessels, and penetrated into his bone marrow. Sucking his soul. Yang-Shi looked at Kenan, who knelt down as soon as he saw him, and shook his head. He was indeed unreliable. He was still suitable to be a butler. He could not be relied on in combat. However, when Yang-Shi looked at the Ghost Rider, he seemed to have entered a fantasy. This was not a fantasy from the human brain, but an attack on the soul. All of a sudden, many figures appeared in front of him. They were all people he had sent to hell. At the moment, they turned into evil spirits and wanted to pounce on him and eat him. When they came up hungry, the illusion in front of him disappeared. Yang-Shi's consciousness returned to the living room of the villa. He seemed calm and composed, and his eyes did not change much. His soul was free, and it was obviously impossible to trap him in an illusion. Seeing Yang-Shi wake up under the eye of hell, the fire on Ghost Rider's head became even more intense, as if he was angry. He suddenly swung the iron chain in his hand, and the fire on his body spread along the iron chain. It was seen that the flaming iron chain was about to tie Yang-Shi up. At this moment, Yang-Shi's fingers moved slightly, and the iron chain flying in the air suddenly stopped, then changed direction and shot towards Ghost Rider. Under the stunned look that Ghost Rider reluctantly showed, the iron chain directly wrapped around his skull and hung him up, as if he was hanging. Yang-Shi looked at the scene of the skull hanging, and almost couldn't help taking out his mobile phone to take a picture. It was too funny. Ghost Rider held the iron chain around his neck with both hands, and tried hard but couldn't break free. Then the fire on the iron chain became brighter, and he wanted to use the hellfire to seize control of the hell chain. This was a struggle between abilities. Ghost Rider's control over the hell chain actually came from the hellfire, or the hellfire was his real source of power, and then he could drive the hell chain like an arm. But even if he exerted the power of the hellfire to the extreme, he still couldn't take back the control of the hell chain. Yangshi smiled slightly when he saw this. In his domain, trying to snatch control of a chain from him was simply a joke. He clenched his right fist slightly, and the hell chain quickly wrapped around Ghost Rider like a python. The next moment, the hell chain suddenly tightened and strangled him. Even though Ghost Rider had been through hundreds of battles, this was the first time he fell on his own hell chain. The bones on his body seemed to have cracks, and his feet kicked in the air, looking very funny. Just as he was about to die at the hands of his own hell chain, the hell chain suddenly dissipated, and his skeleton body fell with it. But at this time, his hell motorcycle started to move, and before he could react, the hell motorcycle appeared in front of him at a very fast speed. The next moment, Ghost Rider's figure was directly knocked out, smashed hard on the wall of the villa, and penetrated out. When Ghost Rider came back again, the hell motorcycle was gone, obviously taken back by him. The flaming skeleton stood firmly, with a strong flame on his body, looking angry, and the cracks on his body disappeared. To be honest, this might be the first time Ghost Rider fought without a weapon, so he seemed a little helpless. Finally, he pushed his hands, and the hellfire suddenly spread in the air and burned towards Yangshi. Yangshi looked at the thick firelight, but did not dare to take it head-on. He would not let ordinary fire burn on him, let alone this soul fire that can burn directly. Yangshi stretched out his right hand, and a second later, a figure came through the wall. It was the Spear of Eternity, which landed directly in Yangshi's hand. Although he was not the owner of the Spear of Eternity, he could use it as his own artifact by relying on the electromagnetic monarch entry. Holding the artifact, Yangshi stood up from the sofa. He had just upgraded his body entry to the body of a god, and he really wanted to experience the taste of fighting, otherwise Ghost Rider would not be able to reach him. Yangshi pointed the Spear of Eternity forward, and the hellfire was suddenly blocked by him under the tip of the spear. Although the hellfire was powerful and claimed to burn everything, it was now facing Odin's artifact. It was the first time that Ghost Rider encountered such a scene. He was a little flustered and pushed his hand forward, as if he could rush over the tip of the spear. Yangshi's mouth curled up slightly, and the next moment his body moved suddenly, leaping forward and holding the spear and smashing it hard at the skull. At the critical moment, Ghost Rider reacted quickly and narrowly avoided the shot. Under the hellfire, Ghost Rider's physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, but Yangshi's physical fitness is also not comparable to that of ordinary people. At this moment, he is even more powerful with his weapons, which makes Ghost Rider retreat step by step and dare not fight him. After a little exercise, Yangshi became more serious. With a move of his feet, he suddenly approached Ghost Rider and swept across with one hand holding the Eternal Spear. With a plop, wood chips flew. Yangshi narrowed his eyes slightly. This is his villa. He immediately reached out to Ghost Rider, and the invisible air suddenly bound him, and then took him out. The area around here is empty, which can be regarded as his back garden. There is still a distance from the nearest house, but no one will come to watch. Halfway through the control, Ghost Rider suddenly broke free, and Yangshi's air that bound him was burned by the hellfire. Yangshi was a little surprised. This hellfire is really strange, even air can be burned. He rushed out again, without relying on other powers, relying only on the Eternal Spear and the body of the god, the terrifying power driving the supreme artifact. This is the result of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Even in such a confrontation with Thor, Yangshi is confident that he can suppress him steadily. Facing the unarmed Ghost Rider, the result is self-evident. There are two figures of flight on the vast field, but there is a difference. Ghost Rider was forced to fly out, while he took the initiative to fly out. The whole process of beating the opponent had no power to fight back. But Yangshi was surprised when fighting. Ghost Rider's bones were obviously broken directly under the Eternal Spear, but when Yang-Shi caught up again, it was directly repaired by the Hellfire, and the broken bones healed a lot in an instant. Undead creatures. Yang-Shi couldn't help shaking his head, feeling that there are so many undead creatures in this world. However, as they fought, they felt something was wrong. The opponent's bones seemed to be getting harder and harder. At first, under the Eternal Spear, the bones were brittle at the touch, but now there were only large areas of bone fractures. Moreover, the Hellfire seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. At first, it was just a burning skeleton, but now it looked like Ghost Rider who had returned from hell. Yang-Shi couldn't help but stop, with a face full of question marks. Was he being used as a whetstone? He narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly felt that the opponent had a good background, or that the power behind Ghost Rider was not weak. The power of constantly recovering the body alone was comparable to Thor. If he remembered correctly, Ghost Rider got this power because he sold his soul to Mephisto in the Hell Dimension. Yang-Shi didn't believe that he could get such a powerful power just by selling his soul. This is like signing a contract to sell oneself. The contract was originally for 996, no holidays all year round, and a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, but after taking up the job, he found out that he was enjoying the treatment of a CEO. Isn't this ridiculous? By the way, can this power be obtained by selling one's soul? To be honest, he was also a little tempted. Maybe he should go to Camartage to see if there is a magic ritual to communicate with Mephisto in the collection of Ancient One. It's not that he can't sell his soul. I just don't know if Mephisto will accept his selling himself. After all, the possibility of him running away is too high. But let's solve this first. Yang-Shi turned his gaze to Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider was covered in terrifying fire at this moment, which was more exaggerated than a house on fire. The flames were even suppressing the light of the sky. Standing in front of him, the sky would only seem darker. Ghost Rider stood in the distance and looked at him with his empty eyes. Yang-Shi seemed to see arrogance and complacency on his face. Yang-Shi had to admire him. He could still show such an expression when he was being beaten. Such up.His spirit was really worthy of encouragement. If you didn't know, you would think he won. Ghost Rider moved his hands, and the surging flames suddenly attacked Yang-Shi at an incredibly fast speed, which was completely different from the beginning. At first, the opponent's hellfire was like a child peeing, but now it was like a high-pressure water gun. Yang-Shi suddenly swung the Eternal Spear forward, aiming at Ghost Rider, blocking the hellfire under the tip of the gun. But the hellfire was very restless at this moment. Even though it was blocked by the Eternal Spear, it was still rolling and boiling, trying to cross the barrier of the Eternal Spear. Ghost Rider seemed to smile smugly when he saw this, and Yang-Shi also smiled back. Since he knew that he was being used as a whetstone, he would naturally not let him off. He gently turned the Eternal Spear, and the next moment the muzzle of the Eternal Spear suddenly released invisible power, slightly suppressing the hellfire. But soon the hellfire approached again, happily devouring his power and using it as fuel. It seemed that his power was vulnerable in front of it. Yang-Shi smiled slightly, but was not discouraged, and suddenly injected power into the Eternal Spear. Instantly, the power sprayed out along the tip of the gun, like fire-extinguishing water, directly suppressing the hellfire. Ghost Rider was slightly stunned when he saw this, and hurriedly increased the infusion of the hellfire, and Kusashi regrouped. Yang-Shi showed a trace of confidence on his face. He thrust forward with the Spear of Eternity. Endless energy gushed out like a long river pouring back. Almost in an instant, the fire of hell was extinguished like a candle. The terrifying energy fell directly on Ghost Rider. At this moment, he was hit hard, but his body did not fly out. Instead, he looked down in disbelief and saw a little crack on his bones, which soon spread to all parts of his body. The next moment, the skeleton's body suddenly shattered and collapsed quietly. Only a burning skull and a pile of powder were left. Yang-Shi exerted force on his feet and approached lightly and quickly. Looking at the flaming skull, he stood in the air and suddenly swung the Eternal Spear with force. Instantly, Tearing air sounds were heard in the air, and the eternal spear turned into a residual shadow and arrived in an instant. Bang! The skull exploded and turned into pieces of bone falling to the ground. Yangshi landed lightly and looked at the ground. He saw many pieces of bone scattered on the ground. The hellfire seemed to be extinguished, but if you look closely, you can see a faint flame in the deep lines of the bone pieces, as if it can burn in the wind at any time. Yangshi stretched out one hand, and the eternal spear flew back to his hand. He walked slowly towards the villa like a god of war. He has confirmed that the undead power involved in this Ghost Rider is very strong, just like ordinary people. Although he has seen many undead creatures, such as vampires and the Hand. But the so-called immortality is just pseudo-immortality in front of real power. For example, the undead power of vampires is actually the same as nothing in front of a divine weapon like the Eternal Spear. Odin's artifact is naturally more useful than pure silver weapons. If you die under the artifact, you don't need to think that you can recover. But Ghost Rider actually showed signs of survival under Odin's artifact, which shows the level of power behind the other party. After Yangshi entered the house, Keenan came out. He looked a little bad. He suffered inhuman torture under the Eye of Hell. It can be said that it was the backlash of the past evil. It can make people with sins suffer everything that the victims of evil have experienced, or even worse. But this ability is not fatal, otherwise Keenan would be gone now. Keenan held a broom in his hand, and swept the bone powder and bone blocks on the ground together with fear, and brought them back to the villa. It's just that the newly acquired villa looks a little embarrassed. It seems that someone has to be found to repair it. Yangshi sat back on the sofa and took a look at the bone blocks that Keenan dumped in the trash can. He could see that a skeleton was slowly repairing. After being attacked by Yangshi's real power, even the hellfire would take some time to recover. Yangshi ignored it and remembered something. The Avengers seemed to be still fighting, and they didn't seem to be doing very well before, so I immediately focused my attention over there. But he was slightly stunned. He couldn't project his mind. There seemed to be only one possibility. Phil Coulson was gone. Yangshi couldn't help but look a little surprised. Could it be that the Avengers were directly destroyed? This ginseng. But in a flash, it was unlikely. After all, there were guys like Thor and Banner in the Avengers. It was really difficult to kill them. Yangshi felt it a little. Phil Coulson was at least the first vampire he transformed. He could feel that his blood was still there, and the blood with a hint of immortality, and he immediately understood that Phil Coulson was not dead yet, or that his body was gone, but it would take time to revive. If the body was gone, the mind naturally couldn't be projected. After thinking about it, Yangshi used his super ability to extend the power through the internet. Soon he found the location of Tony's armor, directly invaded the armor system, and then saw the scene on the battlefield. It can only be described as a mess. The buildings of the entire village were destroyed. There were many figures lying on the ground, both enemies and Avengers members. Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff were seen falling down, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Captain America looked dirty and embarrassed, but he had survived until now with the help of Vibranium Shield. As for Thor and Hulk, they were still fighting with Wenwu. They were the main force in this battle, but they also looked covered with scars. Yangshi couldn't help but look at them sideways. As for Tony, Yangshi could see through his armor that his armor was half broken, and there were many scars all over his body. He no longer had the ability to join the battlefield, sitting under a tree and watching the battlefield. Hulk and Thor were tireless, as if they could fight for a lifetime, but even so they didn't have the upper hand. Wenwu's abilities were very diverse. In a short time, Yangshi saw the power of frost, fire, lightning, shockwave, etc., which was simply omnipotent. But to be honest, although such power is rich and varied, it is really difficult to really suppress Thor and Hulk. Not to mention the two of them, even if they deal with one alone, they can't really suppress it. The reason why Wenwu can fight one against two is because of Thor and Hulk originally. It is enough to see the principle of 1 + 1 is less than 1 in them. She can't help but admire it. It is really difficult to achieve 1 + 1 is less than 1, but they did it. Not to mention that there is no tacit understanding. Sometimes the fight turns from 2 against 1 to a 3-way melee, which is admirable. Seeing that they don't know when to fight, Yang-Shi took off the golden ring on his hand. The next moment, the terrifying lightning flashed, constantly injecting power into the golden thunder, and the golden thunder turned into a golden spear again, with golden lightning on his body. Soon the power was condensed. Yang-Shi looked at the door of the house that was hit by the motorcycle and threw it directly in that direction. The golden thunder flashed and disappeared without making any sound. On the other hand, Wenwu's eyes suddenly widened on the battlefield, and he seemed to react. He instinctively raised his hands and held them horizontally in front of him. However, the next moment, the terrifying power of the golden thunder exploded in front of him. With a flash of golden light, Wenwu's figure had disappeared, and it was unknown where he was blown away. As for Yang-Shi, he was holding the returning golden thunder in his hand. With a thought, the thunder turned into a golden meteor and condensed into a smooth golden ring again, which he wore on his hand. On the other side, Captain America, Hulk, and Thor were all stunned. In their eyes, they only saw the golden light covering the whole world. When the golden light dissipated, Wenwu disappeared. Hulk looked directly at a place, which was the direction where Wenwu flew out. He just felt the irresistible, terrifying power. Even he was a little weak under such power. The anger in his heart was no longer supported, and his figure suddenly became smaller. Thor's face was very serious. As Thor, he also couldn't see what happened, but he knew what happened. Was that really the thunder power he mastered? He doubted his life. His thunder was like a child's toy under the opponent's thunder. It had no deterrent power. He even felt a little ashamed in his heart. He didn't know if Yang-Shi laughed at him secretly when he saw his thunder. Tony struggled to get up. His face was a little self-deprecating. They fought hard but couldn't resist Yang-Shi's move. He could even imagine that Yang-Shi just lay on the sofa at home and threw a cursor leisurely to kill the guy who had not been defeated, and even more than half of them were injured. It was too ironic. Although he thought so, Tony still reluctantly flew up and rushed to the direction where Wenwu fell with others to stop him. Although he couldn't see anything, Jarvis saw it. And he was very interested in what that guy had in his hand. He actually found something on the bracelet. Only Captain America and Dr. Banner were left there, while Thor and Tony chased after him. After flying for a while, they saw Wenwu, who was covered in burn marks, but he was not dead. Not only Thor and Tony, but even Yang-Shi, who was watching all this through the monitor on Tony's armor, was surprised. Although he looked like charcoal, he was not dead. And the bracelet on his hand did not have any major damage, but it was emitting a little electric light, like a circuit failure. Seeing the abnormality of the 10 rings, Tony's eyes suddenly changed. As he expected, the amazing abilities of these 10 bracelets were not the magic power in the eyes of others, but pure technological products. Just as they walked in and wanted to detain Wenwu, something unexpected happened. A fire circle appeared quickly, which made Thor and Tony's faces change. It was too late to do anything. The fire circle directly swallowed Wenwu's charred body. When Tony and others quickly came to the place where Wenwu had just been lying, only the real ground was left. Magic. Thor recognized the sudden intervention and said seriously, "Is it Loki's kind or the local kind?" Tony turned his head to look at Thor. His face was also not good. He had learned about the existence of magic during the previous New York battle, such as Loki. In his eyes, Luo definitely didn't have any ability, so he asked this question. After reviewing the incident, it was learned that Captain America and Thor were fooled by a bald magician, which made their plan to stop Yang-Shi fail, and the Tesseract was also obtained by Yang-Shi. According to Thor, the magician was the magician who protected the blue planet and could resist the supreme existence of other dimensions. Even the terrifying energy explosion caused by interrupting the output of Tesseract, in Tony's opinion, was easily solved by this Ancient One magician, which showed how powerful the opponent was. Tony's question was more about what level of magician it was. Loki has been imprisoned. Thor answered from the side. If I remember correctly, This magician should be Yang Shi's ally. Was he taken away by Yang Shi? Tony's eyes flashed with a trace of thought. In his opinion, this guess was very likely. After all, Yang Shi had already taken action before. Now it is normal to use magic to get people away. It's just a pity. He originally wanted to study the bracelet, explore the secrets in it, and even learn a thing or two to enhance his own armor. No, your action failed. Just then, a voice sounded from inside Tony's armor. Oh, your behavior is very rude, like peeing in someone else's house. Tony's face suddenly turned ugly when he heard Yang Shi's voice. He instantly knew that his system had been invaded again. Taguchi complained. Yang Shi pretended not to hear it, and naturally did not pay attention to 407. To be honest, when he saw Wenwu being rescued by someone using a portal, he was still a little dazed, thinking that it was Ancient One who took action, and he didn't know what the idea was. But he calmed down and quickly thought that unless Wenwu was the biological son of Ancient One, there was no need for Ancient One to intervene. After all, she mostly only resisted the invasion of dimensions and watched the things on Blue Star with a cold eye. But no matter what, the portal was Kamartaj's magic, and this matter was related to Kamartaj. He really wanted to go directly to Kamartaj to ask, but he really couldn't leave now, even if he could use the Eternal Spear to go back and forth quickly. So he could only ask someone. This operation has ended. It can be said that it is the second collective operation of Avengers, but it has failed. The most difficult target was rescued. The key is that if Yang Shi had not taken action, it would have been difficult for them to win this war. Fortunately, the loss of personnel can be barely accepted. After all, there is no dead man. Almost all members were injured, except Thor and Dr. Banner, and even Phil Coulson died once. Originally, in Tony's mind, although they could not deal with Yang Shi for the time being, it was not a simple matter to deal with a secret force, but the reality gave him a big slap in the face. If it were not for Thor and Banner, this time I am afraid that I would lose everything. What made him even more uncomfortable was that he did not help much. On the other side, Yang Shi did not care about what was happening over there. Although Wenwu's strength was much stronger than he imagined, he was not qualified to stand in front of him. However, the 10 rings were interesting. He planned to take them after taking down Wenwu and keep them as his own collection. After all, as a long-lived person, one must always plan for the future, collect some interesting things from now on, and they can be considered antiques in the future. This is what every long-lived person should do. Now he has 2 collections. One is Thunder and the other is the Spear of Eternity, both of which are not light. After staying in the villa for a few hours, Ghost Rider's body was finally repaired, but he did not appear in the face of Ghost Rider. From the outside, Song was an ordinary human. Johnny Blazer suddenly woke up, as if he had a nightmare. In the dream, he turned into Ghost Rider, but was beaten unilaterally by someone, and even his body was crushed by a gun. That feeling was terrible. Realizing that it was just a dream, Johnny couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, looked to one side casually, but stood still. He was lying naked on the ground, and a young man in front of him looked at him with a faint smile on his face. Johnny instinctively covered his body and looked at Yang Shi in horror. Looking at the harmless face, he suddenly remembered everything. This was not a dream. He had indeed experienced a one-sided beating before, and even his head was broken. Now it seems that he was captured. Even though he knew that there was no chance of winning, he still instinctively wanted to transform into Ghost Rider so that he would have a sense of security. However, a fire appeared in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. His hellfire power was temporarily exhausted to the point that he could not even transform. Obviously, he had used up all his remaining power to resurrect him. Let's talk. You rode a motorcycle and broke through my door. This is trespassing, which is a serious crime. Yang Shi raised his lips and said to Johnny with his legs crossed. Johnny hesitated when he heard it. He instinctively wanted to refute. Although the fact was such a fact, he also died once. Is it offset in law? Definitely didn't say it in the end, as if he was aware of being a prisoner, and then covered his body with his hands and confessed honestly. After Johnny's narration, Yang Shi knew why the other party came to him, just because of a dream. So you usually rely on dreams to find people? No, this is the first time. Johnny smiled awkwardly and transformed into a ghostwriter. He was very sensitive to the smell of sin. It was the first time he came all the way to find someone. In other words, it's targeted? A hint of danger flashed across Yangshi's face, and he said faintly. Johnny's face changed suddenly, and he felt a little uneasy, but he had no way out. Now the hellfire could not be used, which meant that he was just an ordinary person. The other party could beat him up even when he was in the hellfire state, not to mention now, even if the other party wanted to do anything to him, he couldn't stop it. But Yangshi did nothing. He had no interest in Johnny. He wanted to know who was behind him. However, what basis did these people behind him have to think that some minions were a threat to him? Your power comes from Mephisto? Yangshi asked suddenly, which made Johnny's face change drastically, and he said in shock. How do you know Mephisto? He didn't say that he had signed a soul contract with Mephisto just now. Oh, do you know that he is strange? Just Mephisto in the same dimension. Yangshi sneered and said disdainfully. Johnny realized at this moment that the person in front of him was not on the same level as him, and his eyes looking at Yangshi were very complicated. After a while, he replied resignedly, No, although I signed a soul contract with Mephisto, my power comes from the spirit of revenge. After listening to Johnny's story, Yangshi had a more complete understanding of Ghost Rider. Although Johnny did sign a contract to sell himself, Mephisto was like a black intermediary who sent Johnny to work for a third party. This third party is the Spirit of Vengeance, who gave him power and a job. The incarnation of Ghost Rider to punish evil in the world is the job given by the Spirit of Vengeance. Or, to put it another way, what the Spirit of Vengeance really wants is the soul full of sin. Some of the souls of the evil people killed by Ghost Rider will be taken away by the Spirit of Vengeance, and some will be taken away by Mephisto, which is surprisingly considered as the agency fee. Yangshi's eyes changed when he looked at Johnny with a little more pity. He seemed not to hear Johnny's gains or rewards in this complicated relationship. Does this power count? Definitely not. It is at most a work equipment. And when he turned into a Ghost Rider, the burning sensation brought by the hellfire was real, and the soul would become violent and constantly eroded under the influence of the Spirit of Vengeance. When he was alive, he was driven as a slave, without any salary or vacation, and after he died, his soul would be returned to Mephisto, and he would not be given any savings. Yangshi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This is really the Lord of Hell Mephisto, who is too inhuman. While mourning for Johnny, he turned to think. It seems that Johnny has two bosses, one is Mephisto and the other is the Spirit of Vengeance. It is not known which one wants to deal with him, or both of them. Judging from what the two parties care about, what they want is not the space gem, but his soul. Call Mephisto out, and I can let you go. Yangshi said to Johnny. He really didn't need to get angry with an unkillable slave. If he wanted to get angry, he had to find his master. Johnny looked embarrassed when he heard it. I don't have a way to contact him. Yangshi couldn't help shaking his head. He didn't even have his boss's phone number and was still a low-level slave. At least Phil Coulson could call him now. Just from his own situation, even if Johnny didn't have the means to contact Mephisto, it didn't mean that Mephisto really knew nothing. Maybe he was hiding in the dark and spying on him. After all, they couldn't really expect a small minion to take away his soul. Maybe Johnny was just a coordinate, and he definitely might be a discarded child. Mephisto, come out, don't hide. Yangshi looked around and said loudly. Johnny couldn't help but look around, thinking that Yangshi had really found Mephisto. But after waiting for a while, there was nothing unusual. Don't you want my soul? We can make a deal. Yangshi continued to speak slowly. He didn't think the other party was really gone. As soon as these words came out, the space in front of Yangshi suddenly changed. A wisp of black smoke came out, spinning rapidly, and formed a thick smoke in an instant, and continued to spread outward. In the middle of the black fog, there was a plain channel different from reality, like a mirror, reflecting a completely different scene from reality. A wide-dimensional entrance was formed, occupying the entire living room. Yangshi's eyes flickered slightly, staring at the opposite side of this dimensional channel. It was a scene of hell, without any life, and there were flames everywhere on the bare wild mountains. But they were not ordinary flames, but the fire of hell. On the top of the mountain, there was a throne made of bones, and on it sat a figure the size of an ordinary person. The skin was red, the head had a sharp horn, the face was thin and looked like only bones and skin. The eyes were red and man-eating. There was a pair of pointed ears. The fingers were like beast claws, and there was a red cloak behind him, wearing an ancient costume. The demon in front of him was Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, the dimensional Mephisto, and he was full of dangerous breath. Johnny showed a trace of uneasiness in his eyes, but Yangshi was calm and looked at this Mephisto calmly. Although the other party looked very high-end, he still had to separate the passage and dared not come to reality in his real body. The other party really appeared, and Yangshi roughly confirmed that Johnny Blaze probably came to the door under its influence. "You want my soul? I can sell it to you," Yangshi said calmly, as if he was talking about something insignificant. But in fact, it was true. Mephisto could target his soul, probably because he didn't know that he was an immortal being. Since he didn't know, how could he let go of this opportunity? Although he wanted to beat Mephisto directly through the dimension entrance, he knew in his heart that he might not be Mephisto's opponent at the moment, and he was in the opponent's dimension. "Interesting, what do you want?" Mephisto smiled crookedly and seemed to be interested. "What can you give me?" Yangshi did not directly offer a price, but asked instead. "Almost eternal life, immortal soul. I can leave you a throne, where your soul will be immortal." Mephisto suddenly said loudly in an excited tone, like a demon bewitching people. Yangshi rolled his eyes after hearing this. He was trying to get something for nothing. He could probably guess that this kind of immortal would be like Johnny, the immortal controlled by Mephisto. "I wonder if you will become a part of it." "I don't seek immortality." Yangshi shook his head and directly rejected this proposal full of pitfalls. This is not his entry system. If you really think immortality is easy to seek, the price of longing for immortality must be far higher than what you get, such as becoming neither human nor ghost, or even losing your own consciousness. Anyway, he neither believes in these things nor lacks them. "Oh? Then what do you want?" Mephisto's eyes flashed red. He had seen humans who refused the temptation of eternity, but there were few who were not tempted at all. "What do you have?" Yangshi did not answer, but asked instead. "Haha, I am the Lord of Hell. I can make anything you want come true, such as resurrecting the dead, giving you rare wealth in the world, and granting you supreme power." Mephisto made exaggerated movements with his red claws, and his expression was very exaggerated. His voice was sometimes low and sometimes high, as if he came out of a theater. He was not a professional actor, but a spectator who imitated others. "Power? What power?" Yangshi immediately became interested. "For example, the spirit of revenge in this kid, you should have seen it. He can rebuild his body even if you beat him to pieces. This is the power of immortality." Mephisto immediately used Johnny, who was watching the show, as an example, and it was obvious from his words that he knew exactly what had happened before. Yangshi seemed to have a disdainful smile on his face after hearing this, and Mephisto saw it. His expression paused, and his sitting body slightly moved forward. "What are you laughing at?" His voice was no longer gentle. It sounded like many voices overlapping and constantly echoing. The space opposite began to vibrate with this sentence, and the hellfire on the bare rocks seemed to be erupting. "Too weak. What's the point of such immortal power? If this can be called power, then power is too worthless." Yangshi shook his head slowly, mocking Mephisto calmly. "Humph. I naturally have stronger power, but your soul is not worth this price." Mephisto couldn't help but snorted, but didn't get angry, because it was indeed the case. It can be called a powerful force for ordinary people, but it was still easily beaten by Yangshi, and he couldn't even fight back. It's definitely not because the power of the spirit of revenge is too weak, but Yangshi's original power is too strong, stronger than most people in the world. But how could Mephisto say that this was because Yangshi was too strong? He was the Lord of Hell, who could be worthy of its praise, so it could only grit its teeth and admit that this Li Jing was too weak. Yangshi seemed a little tired, leaning on the back of the sofa. with less interest on his face, and waved his hand casually. "If you really can't afford the price, just leave." "How dare you?" Mephisto shouted angrily. His voice became sharp, like a demonic sound, and the whole hell suddenly burst into endless extinction light. "Human, if you dare to continue to provoke me, believe it or not, I will directly pull out your soul. Don't think that I like to make some deals at ordinary times, so I really think that I can only make deals." Mephisto's eyes were red and he threatened. However, Yang-Shi didn't take it seriously at all. He looked at the calm dimension entrance and the reality that was not affected at all, and a sneer appeared on his face. "If you really could rush over, you would have rushed over long ago. Are you unable to walk? It's just bluffing." Yang-Shi continued to provoke the Lord of Hell, the Dark Mephisto. Not to mention that there is Ancient One watching over in reality. As long as Mephisto dares to come over, Ancient One will dare to appear and beat him. The key is that Yang-Shi is not a weak chicken. If he really rushes over, there is no need for Ancient One to take action. His level 5 entry is not just for viewing. Although Mephisto is a dimensional Mephisto and his strength is very terrifying, this is reality, not his dimension. Forcibly descending across dimensions will weaken his strength a lot. Perhaps the original strength can compete with Ancient One, but forcibly descending can only accept the beating. After a moment of silence, the anger on Mephisto's face instantly retracted, and he laughed. "Ha ha, interesting. Only souls like you are worthy of being collected in my treasure house. I just don't know if he is really happy, or just making up a story and looking for a way out. Oh, in that case, let me show you my soul treasure house." Mephisto said confidently, stretched out his hand and passed it in front of him. Suddenly, an illusory circle appeared on the ground, releasing white light upwards. This kind of light is unique in hell. As the light appeared, souls appeared one by one, shrouded in the light, as if switching, and the souls on it kept changing. "This is my soul treasure house. They're the best in the universe, the children of destiny." Mephisto's face rose with pride. The souls that could be included in his soul treasure house all had extraordinary origins. As a dimensional Mephisto, he is not limited to this universe. Some souls that seem very precious to others have actually been inflated in him. Yang-Shi's eyes also flashed with a trace of shock. He saw many familiar faces in it. Tony Stark alone has seen the main one. Captain America, Doctor Strange, and even the Ancient One have appeared. What do you think? Shocking, right? Looking at Yang-Shi's expression, Mephisto couldn't help but feel proud. There are so many multi-universes, and these seemingly elite Destiny protagonists are actually flooding in various universes. For example, Tony Stark in one universe sold his soul to him for his dead daughter. Another sold his soul to him in order to get powerful power from him to defeat Thanos. Definitely failed in the end. If he really succeeded, wouldn't he have to wait until he died of old age? The reason why there are only 3 is not that there are only 3 Tony Starks who want to sell his soul, but he feels that it is a bit flooded. Even if the souls that can be seen everywhere are exquisite, they will lose the meaning of collection. As for the Ancient One, not every Ancient One in the universe is so strong. The Ancient One in one universe sold his soul to it for immortality, and definitely died in the end, and the soul entered its treasure house. If it were someone else, it would not open the soul treasure house at all. In the final analysis, it still coveted Yang-Shi's soul. In other words, it is very interested in Yang-Shi's soul because there is no Yang-Shi's soul in its soul treasure house. Ever since it saw Yang-Shi appear in the universe, it has been interested. It checked some other universes, but it didn't find Yang-Shi at all. It's not that he died, but that he didn't exist at all. Even in the neighboring multi-universe, there was no trace of Yang-Shi. Such a situation is not absent in the universe, but it is rare. In this way, Yang-Shi's soul is special and unique, which is the quality of a rare treasure. Even if Yang-Shi's soul is not delicious in its eyes, and even does not reach the lower limit of its soul treasure house, and is no different from ordinary people, it wins in uniqueness. At this moment, Yang-Shi was really shocked. For the first time, he had a concept of the dimension Mephisto. Mephisto in the dimension like Mephisto would look down on any talent. Maybe it can't beat Odin in this universe, but it doesn't mean it can't beat Odin in other universes. just like Gu-dash. In other words, Yang-shi has never seen Odin, so it is hard to guarantee that there is no Odin in the soul that just flashed in the soul treasure house. Although Mephisto is not the strongest in many universes, it is unique. However, what really shocked Yang-shi was some figures that flashed in the soul treasure house that he shouldn't have seen. For example, there was a guy wearing a black metal armor, and there was a red and blue figure with an S logo on his chest. Who is that guy with a red cape and a blue tights? After a moment of silence, Yang-shi couldn't help but ask, with a somewhat inexplicable tone. Oh, you mean this guy, right? Mephisto snapped his fingers immediately, and the soul treasure house stopped flashing and condensed on a figure. Looking at this figure again, Yang-shi knew that the answer was not wrong. I collected this guy from a very remote universe. It seems to be called Clark Kent, but this soul is not traded. It is a unique piece in my soul treasure house. Mephisto thought for a while and answered quickly. He didn't care much about this collection, otherwise he wouldn't have to think about it for so long. The reason why it is a unique piece is not because this guy is so powerful, but because it is difficult for him to cover such a remote universe. If he walks further, he can encounter a nearby universe. Such souls are not rare, but it is very difficult. The cost is too high, it is too far away, and there are other competitors, so Mephisto finally had to give up the exploration of that universe. After digesting this shocking thing, Yang-shi asked in some confusion, "But I am not you, I don't have a soul collection habit." He didn't understand why Mephisto took out the soul treasure house. "Believe me, you will soon be interested in these souls of mine," Mephisto said mysteriously. He stretched out his slender fingers and grabbed forward, and Superman's soul was immediately caught in his hand, forming a ball of light. Mephisto opened his mouth wide, showing his sharp teeth, and suddenly swallowed the soul ball in his hand. The soul ball was shining brightly, and the light penetrated Mephisto's body and went down his throat. Then the soul ball emitted a dazzling light in his stomach. The next moment, Mephisto's body suddenly floated up from the bone throne, and the red cloak behind him moved without wind. His body flew out suddenly and punched a mountain in hell. The mountain exploded, stone chips scattered, and smoke and dust covered the sky. And Mephisto opened his mouth and took a deep breath, and the wind blew out, and there was a strong wind, blowing away all the smoke and dust around. Not only that, a laser light shot out from his eyes, fell on the rocks, and penetrated instantly. Yang-shi's eyes flashed quickly, and he knew why Mephisto said that. He was really interested in these souls now, and even had the idea of breaking into hell to rob Mephisto. He saw that the function of these souls was to give the user the super ability in front of him. It was very tempting for ordinary people. For example, Johnny, who was looking at Mephisto with his eyes, might like this super ability more than the spirit of revenge. After all, this was Superman, who didn't like it. This was even more true for Yang-shi. He saw not only the super ability brought by the soul, but also the entries brought to him by these souls. How could he not be excited? If he hadn't really been unable to beat Mephisto in the Hell Dimension, he would have rushed in now. How? After a demonstration, Mephisto sat back on his throne, pulled the soul light ball out of his stomach again, and threw it back into the soul treasure house, which immediately poured cold water on Yang-shi. "I can sell you the soul, just 100 souls will do," Yang-shi said with a forced calm. After hearing Yang-shi's words, Mephisto suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he fell backwards and the entire dimension was shaken. After laughing for more than a minute, Mephisto reluctantly stopped and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his fingers. He swore that he hadn't heard such funny words for many years. This young man's greed was really undisguised. "Sorry, your greed is so funny that people who don't know would think you are the great Mephisto, but unfortunately, I only accept 1 for 1. The smile on Mephisto's face did not stop, but he chopped off 100 souls fiercely. Hearing Mephisto's offer, she sneered directly. "Don't think I don't know what you did. That's your dimension. Are you sure you only used soul power and didn't use the power of your Lord of Hell?" Mephisto's demonstration just now was normal, and it didn't seem to be abnormal, but it was this normality that made him feel abnormal. If the real Superman can do this, it's fine, but can the soul power without the body do this? Or can he borrow the power to do the same as when Superman was alive without any attenuation? Don't you think he is a 3-year-old child? 0. Haha, isn't this for better display? Even if it can't be done at the beginning, it doesn't mean it can't be done in the future. Isn't this its charm? Mephisto, who was exposed, laughed without any apology. If you are not sincere, you can leave now. Yang, she said coldly, even if the deal fails, he will directly enter this hell dimension when he is strong enough in the future. Even if you want so many souls, it will not have any effect on you. What do you think this is? This is the soul, the essence of all living things in the world. Do you think you can integrate souls without limit to obtain their abilities? Even I can't do it. Only I can strip off a little spirituality from the soul and let you absorb it without side effects to obtain their abilities. Otherwise, forcibly absorbing souls will only make your soul conflict with other souls and destroy it. In response to Yang Shi's change of attitude, Mephisto patiently explained. In that case, why can't you absorb multiple spiritualities? Yang Shi keenly grasped the key in Mephisto's words and asked. Originally, your soul has a spirit that occupies it, and that is your essence. One more spirit can be suppressed, but if there are more, your spirit will be directly swallowed up by them, and then you will no longer be you. Mephisto continued to explain. If it were someone else, he would not explain at all, or he would be more willing to watch such a thing happen, just for fun, but he cherished this treasure too much. If Yang Shi's spirit was swallowed up, it would be like a porcelain bottle with a crack, and the value of the collection would be greatly reduced. Yang Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, but fell silent directly, thinking quickly in his heart. He was not a master of the soul, and he didn't even know about the soul. This was the professional field of the Ancient One magician, so he didn't know whether Mephisto was telling the truth or deceiving him at this moment. But based on Mephisto's character, he thought the probability of deception was higher. Who said it's useless? If I can't use it myself, won't I give it to others? 100, one less won't do. No matter what, he couldn't do such a stupid thing as 1 for 1. Although he was cheating, he wouldn't cheat for such a small amount. Even if he was cheating, he wouldn't cheat for 1 or 200 yuan. It's better not to cheat. Impossible, look at how many souls you have. Yang Shi found the blind spot, and it made sense at first, but 100. Mephisto almost jumped up. Definitely worth it. Yang Shi raised his head and said with certainty, You're worth nothing. Mephisto finally couldn't help cursing. But Yang Shi was not a pushover, and he cursed back directly. You're not worth even a fart. The man and the demon immediately started to curse back and forth, and they cursed for more than 10 minutes before stopping. 2. This is my bottom line. 99. This is also my bottom line. I'm so angry. 3. If you don't want it, I'll leave right now. 98. Love or not, don't get out. 4. Don't force me. 97. I'll force you. In that case, don't blame me. Mephisto finally couldn't stand the provocation, and the entire hell dimension trembled violently, but this time it didn't just happen in the hell dimension. Yang Shi felt the ground shaking a little, and it seemed that this time Mephisto really got mad. These arms were all made of dark power, grabbing him quickly and fiercely, as if to drag him into the dimension of hell. Yang Shi snorted coldly when he saw this, and a shockwave was quickly sent out, which turned these dark arms into black mist in the blink of an eye. However, these black mists did not diminish at all, and in a blink of an eye, they condensed into endlessly extended arms to grab, and the number of these arms continued to increase with the influx of Mephisto's power, and in a moment, a sea of hands was formed. Yang Shi's expression did not change, and many circles appeared in front of him, and they glowed quickly. The next moment, dozens of terrifying energy beams blasted out instantly, and each energy beam was stronger than the maximum power of Tony's chest energy cannon. The temperature in the villa rose suddenly. The energy beam directly dispersed these arms, as if they were cleared. After a while, these black mists condensed back and were not destroyed by Yang Shi's attack. Yang Shi's eyes flickered slightly. These dark energies were endless, and his electromagnetic power could only block them. After all, this dark power was not a real power, but an existence like a soul. If you want to destroy them, you can only use the power of a higher dimension. Yang Shi immediately took off the golden ring on his hand and threw it forward, instantly turning into countless golden streams. The golden streams did not gather, but scattered around one by one, and colluded with each other with golden lightning, and turned into a golden lightning wall. The lightning wall glowed quickly in an instant, as if it was charging. This was Yang Shi charging the golden thunder. The golden lightning filled the entire villa in the blink of an eye, and the Johnny quickly covered his eyes with his hands. The strong light was so stimulating that he couldn't open his eyes. At this moment, countless black hands of 267 wanted to bypass the golden wall to grab him, but they were all annihilated by the lightning it emitted. In a flash, the golden wall was as dazzling as the sun, and the power accumulated to the limit. Without any pause, the golden thunder suddenly blasted out, releasing a terrifying golden lightning, and blasted towards the dimension entrance that had been unmoved before. Seeing that the dark power was instantly annihilated wherever the golden lightning passed, it would not be revived, and the dimension entrance collapsed directly under the lightning, and reality returned to calm. Yang Shi raised his right hand slightly, and the golden lightning wall suddenly disintegrated, turning into streams of light flowing towards his palm, and condensed into a ring again. Yang Shi's face was calm, and he raised his head slightly, quite complacent. Although his electromagnetic ability could not deal with the power beyond reality for the time being, it would not be a problem to borrow the golden thunder. This is Zeus's artifact, and the power released by it is also beyond reality. Even if Mephisto personally came down, Yang Shi was also confident that he could compete with him. You should know that the electromagnetic monarch entry is a level 5 entry, and Zeus's artifact perfectly matches his electromagnetic monarch entry, which is not just a 1+1 effect. But things did not end there. Soon a black mist began to circle in the air, which was the power from Mephisto. Yang Shi saw this and did not think about it. He pointed his finger, and the golden lightning immediately dispersed the dark power. It was only after a while that Mephisto persevered in opening the dimension entrance, but was still blocked by Yang Gui. It was not until the third time that Yang Shi allowed the dark power to emerge, and the dimension entrance opened again, and Mephisto's figure remained. "Why didn't you leave?" Yang Shi said lightly, without any fear. "Haha, why bother with these emotional disputes? This is my last concession, 5 souls. If you refuse, then this transaction is over." This time, Mephisto didn't have the anger he had before. Instead, he looked very relaxed, even smiling. In fact, the anger before was just an excuse for him to lower the price. At his level, anger was just controlled by him. Yang Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. The attitude shown by Mephisto at this moment made him feel that it was almost done. He felt that if he rejected the other party this time, he would really give up, or he would not be in a hurry. After all, the other party had endless time like him. Okay. Yang Shi still accepted the offer. After all, this was a complete fraud. He could cheat as much as he could. Choose. Mephisto opened his soul treasure house again and let Yang Shi choose. This one won't work. This one won't work either. But when Yang Shi really started to choose, Mephisto kept cheating on the side, and his reasons were all very strange. For example, this soul is the most handsome among the same collection. Another example is that this soul's hairstyle is the most fashionable among the same collection. Anyway, various reasons made Yang Shi's face black. But it is not intolerable. These are basically not unique. Even if this one doesn't work, there are other options. Finally, Yang Shi got what he wanted and chose 5 souls. They are basically characters he is familiar with. After all, he doesn't know what abilities the characters he is not familiar with have. And it is wishful thinking to expect Mephisto to introduce him like a businessman. The first soul is not someone else, but Wanda. Wanda's magic power is very powerful in his opinion, and it is one of the best among the Avengers. She can even fight Thanos without any gems and win, and even Thor, Captain America, and Tony can't beat her together, which shows how terrifying she is. And what he lacks most at the moment is magic power. The second one Yang Shi chose is Doctor Strange. Although he also has magic power, Doctor Strange focuses more on the power of time, which is completely different from Scarlet Witch's magic, so how could he not choose it? For the third one, Yang-Shi originally wanted to consider Ancient One. After all, the fact that he could become a big boss in the universe shows that his ability and potential are not weak, but he gave up after thinking about it. After all, he overlaps with Doctor Strange to a certain extent. As long as he can get the entry, he can still upgrade the entry to a level that is enough to crush Ancient One, so there is no need. Therefore, the third candidate is Charles Xavier, who has another famous title, Professor X. Although Professor X does not seem to appear in this universe, there are many in other universes. There are as many as 5 or 6 in Mephisto's Soul Treasure House. The fourth is Quicksilver, and the fifth is Captain Marvel. He definitely won't let go of Quicksilver's super speed. If possible, he wants the Flash's speed force, but Mephisto doesn't have it in his soul treasury, so he can only choose a substitute. As for Captain Marvel, he is also a substitute. If he can choose, he still wants Superman, but Mephisto refuses to agree. But there is a long way to go. In Yang-Shi's heart, Mephisto's soul treasury has changed its name. It is only temporarily placed with him. One day in the future, he will go to hell to retrieve it. You can't change it after you choose it, Mephisto said, seemingly reminding, but in fact it has been determined. Now even if she wants to change it, he will not agree. By the way, since we are all selling souls, I want to be the Ghost Rider too. Yang-Shi suddenly raised the price temporarily, pointed at Johnny on the side, and asked for the same treatment. Your greed is really purer than the devil, okay? But the power of the spirit of revenge is not something that everyone can bear. Mephisto was not angry, but rather had a little appreciation. In his opinion, Yang-Shi's greed was not a shortcoming, but would make his soul more delicious. And the most important thing was that someone actually wanted to be a Ghost Rider, so how could he not agree? This was a very good deal. With Yang-Shi's strength, if he really became a Ghost Rider, he would probably fill up his hell, so Mephisto would naturally not refuse. Definitely, he thought that Yang-Shi could not become a Ghost Rider. After all, the spirit of vengeance was not chosen by everyone. With the character Yang-Shi showed, there was no possibility at all. Mephisto then pulled out 5 souls from the soul treasury in front of Yang-Shi, turning them into 5 pale blue balls of light, floating in front of the Lord like netherworld fire. But he did nothing. Instead, he pointed at the void, and a piece of ancient parchment appeared out of thin air, slowly floated out and came directly to Yang-Shi through the dimension entrance. The next moment, a faint blue flame appeared on the parchment, and inexplicable words were imprinted on the parchment with the flame. Although Yang-Shi could not understand these words, he could directly understand their meaning. It was roughly that Yang-Shi sold his soul to Mephisto, and the price was 5 souls. Yang-Shi did not even read the content carefully, and directly chose to sign. Holding it with one hand, the ring on his hand suddenly turned into a fountain pen. As the pen tip fell on it, it released a weak lightning, and successfully imprinted his name on it. At the moment of signing, Yang-Shi felt that there was a force in the dark that was restraining him. It was not from this universe, but the supreme power above the multi-universe. Yang-Shi's eyes flashed. This power was somewhat familiar. He was annihilated by this power not long ago, and even his soul was not left. He smiled in his heart. It turned out that the executor of this contract was an acquaintance. Mephisto watched Yang-Shi sign the contract, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. He stretched out one hand, and the parchment quickly passed through the dimension entrance and fell into his hand. He looked at the signature on it and was very satisfied in his heart, showing a proud smile. As the Lord of Hell, he had seen the greed of human hearts. He didn't know what Jean was thinking of automatically delivering himself to the door. After all, those who could enter his soul treasure house were all outstanding people in the universe. Even if they were desperate and needed to accept his funding, they were not lacking in wisdom. They also had some small ideas. This was the greed of human hearts. They wanted to deceive the great Mephisto didn't need to pay any price to obtain his power, but in the end, they all entered his soul treasure house, which was really ridiculous. This was even his favorite drama. It was so interesting to see these people wasting their time and energy on useless work. Some people thought about signing a fake name, but in fact, signing a name represents the recognition of the soul. Some people want to use the logical loopholes in the contract to escape, but as the maker of the contract, he will leave more traps than them, not less. As for wanting to cheat, this is the stupidest method Mephisto has ever seen. There are always a few idiots who rely on brute force to do this. This kind of brute force is definitely too strong, even he can't face it directly. But his contract is the fairest, and it comes from the supreme rule above the universe. Even he, the Lord of Hell. He can only use the traps in the contract to trap people. He is also a party bound by the contract. Even he is like this, you can imagine how powerful this contract is. So even if Yang-Shi doesn't lack power in his eyes, he took the initiative to sell his soul. How could Mephisto not notice his little thoughts? But he didn't know how happy he was secretly laughing, and he could see an idiot being bitten by his stupid things again. Mephisto put away the parchment with satisfaction and looked at the 5 soul light balls in front of him. In fact, he could still set up a small trap for these 5 soul light balls. After all, the contract only wrote 5 souls and did not require him to purify these souls. Souls that have not been purified by his power are just souls. If they are rashly integrated, it will be a ridiculous scene. But Mephisto did not intend to do so. After all, he really valued Yang-Shi's soul this time, a rare treasure that deserves his careful treatment. If his behavior caused Yang-Shi's soul to be mixed with a lot of impurities, it would greatly reduce its collection value. Mephisto stretched out his 5 claws, palms facing up, and the terrifying hellfire suddenly emerged, burning these 5 souls. It seemed that he could still hear the screams coming from them. He couldn't help but squint slightly, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Some people say that the most beautiful moment of a work of art is the moment of its destruction. Mephisto also agrees with this, so he enjoys this moment to the extreme. Looking at Mephisto's perverted face, Yang-Shin chose to watch coldly. It can be seen that the soul becomes much more transparent under the burning of his hellfire, as if the impurities are quenched and only the essence is left. In the end, only transparent crystals like glass are left. Mephisto waved his hand casually, and many bones flew over, divided into 5 groups and folded quickly. Soon 5 bone boxes were made. As the spirituality fell into it, the 5 bone boxes directly broke through the dimension entrance, descended into the world, and appeared in front of Yang-Shi. Yang-Shi opened a bone box casually, and the crystal inside was vague. If you don't check it carefully, you may just ignore it. Is this spirituality? A trace of curiosity flashed across Yang-Shi's face. He didn't rush to check it, but pushed the bone box aside. Now the only thing left is the power of the spirit of vengeance, but I'll tell you in advance that if you want to become a ghost rider, you must get the approval of the spirit of vengeance before it will grant you the power, otherwise I can't do anything about it. Mephisto explained in advance, and then pointed a long and sharp finger into the void, and a hellfire quietly emerged. It was not as fierce as other hellfires, but rather gentle, flickering slowly. The flame flew out slowly, passed through the entrance, and came in front of Yang-Shi, but did not mean to stop, and went towards Yang-Shi's face. Don't resist. Mephisto's voice sounded quietly. Yang-Shi's eyes moved slightly, watching the flame file-size hellfire rushing towards his face, sitting calmly. The flame finally fell on the middle of his eyebrows, but there was no heat as imagined, as if it was just a beam of light. The hellfire went into his body along the eyebrows, and he felt his body warm in an instant, as if he was hiding in a warm house in the cold winter. In the blink of an eye, he felt that he had come to the sauna room again, and people kept adding water to the basin. The temperature was getting higher and higher, and he was a little impatient. However, the temperature did not stop, and he felt the foot. The hellfire thrived in his body, burning his body. Yang-Shi's face changed slightly, and he suspected that he had been ambushed. His mouth opened slightly, but he did not make a sound, enduring the intense pain in various parts of his body. When he clenched his fists and couldn't help but want to scream in pain, suddenly all the feelings disappeared. He didn't know when he closed his eyes and couldn't help but open them, but found that he was not in the villa, or it was not reality. The surroundings were filled with endless darkness. It was not simply the absence of light, but the place was filled with dark energy. He could not see anything. At this moment, there seemed to be a fire rising in front of him, which dispelled the darkness nearby. Yangshi looked closely, but it was not a simple fire, but a fireman. The whole body was made of flames, the body was huge, and it exuded a terrifying high temperature. Even if the other party was a fireman, he could distinguish the eyes and nose on it, but because the depth of each part was different, it constructed a rough human face. This is the so-called spirit of revenge. She can probably be sure. This fireman gave him a much more terrifying feeling than Mephisto, and his status seemed to be higher than Mephisto. It seemed to be another immortal existence. I feed on sin. If you want to borrow my power, you need to hunt sin to satisfy my appetite. A voice that shook the world exploded in this space, and it was impossible to distinguish between men and women. And to bear my power, you need pure justice and anger in your heart as bait. You are not worthy. Instantly, the spirit of revenge seemed to roar loudly, with anger on his face, and the sound kept echoing back from all directions, making Yangshi's head buzz. Instantly, the spirit of revenge rushed towards Yangshi, and 12 seemed to have observed the sin of Yangshi's soul and wanted to devour his soul. Just when Yangshi wanted to do something, suddenly a force pulled him back quickly. The next moment, Yangshi returned to reality and saw Mephisto in the dimension entrance looking at him with a smile on his face. It seems that you failed. The expression on Mephisto's face was like seeing someone who overestimated his own abilities finally taste the bad consequences, silently mocking. Yangshi's face sank slightly. If he couldn't become a ghost rider, it would be fine, but in the end he was mocked by someone, and even wanted to devour his soul. This matter is not over. He couldn't help but have a cold light in his eyes, and a golden lightning flashed on his fingers. You can leave now. Yangshi looked at Mephisto and ordered him to leave. Mephisto shrugged his shoulders, seemingly not caring about Yangshi's expulsion. In his opinion, it was just the anger of the loser, which was very interesting. When you die, I will show up, Mephisto said with a smile on his face, and then snapped his fingers. The dark power supporting the entrance to the dimension quickly gathered like smoke and disappeared in an instant. After Mephisto left, Yangshi turned to look at Johnny. Fix this place, otherwise don't think about leaving. Also, if you dare to use the fire of hell to cause trouble here, even if I can't kill you, I can find a way to imprison you. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Yangshi stood up and warned Johnny, looking at the messy villa. Keenan, keep an eye on him. Yangshi called Keenan again, then reached out and put away the 5 bone boxes, and went to the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa. Opening the 5 bone boxes separately, looking at the transparent spirits inside, Yangshi wondered which one to try first. As Mephisto said, a soul can only bear one spirit at most. If there are more, it is easy to conflict and then the soul will collapse. This is the rule. Yangshi is not sure if he can break the rule. Definitely, the collapse of the soul is nothing. So this first spirit is particularly important, and he needs to choose the spirit that he needs to integrate the most. Captain Marvel's is excluded first. Although the ability is good, it is not magic after all. Yangshi is not sure about Captain Marvel's strength, but he can definitely beat Thanos. At least not at the level of Thor, and may even be as strong as Odin. Even now, Yangshi is not sure that he can beat her. He has no idea about Captain Marvel's strength. However, strength is strength, and this spirit must not be regarded as strength. After all, it is impossible to convert 1-to-1. Yangshi could probably guess that this kind of borrowed ability was probably just to obtain the other party's ability, but the specific strength would inevitably be greatly reduced. As for whether it has growth potential, it is a question. If there is no growth potential, no matter how strong it is, it will not be that strong. However, this is not a problem for Yangshi. For him, as long as there is an entry, there is unlimited growth potential. In fact, the ability brought by spirituality has growth potential, but it varies from person to person. After all, this is a soul material. How high the growth potential is depends mainly on the degree of fit with the soul of the original body. The higher the fit, the stronger the growth potential. It is not impossible to fully bear or even surpass it. But even Mephisto has never seen anyone who can fully bear or transcend it. Even the same person in different universes cannot perfectly inherit spirituality. Yang-Shi put Captain Marvel's bone box aside and did the same with Quicksilver's bone box. In a blink of an eye, there were only 3 bone boxes left in front of him. They were the spirituality of Wanda, Doctor Strange, and Dr. X. Yang-Shi's face was a little hesitant, and his eyes fell on the bone box representing Dr. X, but he finally moved it away from him. Although Dr. X's telepathy ability is ridiculously strong, it is not without flaws. Wasn't it crushed by the grown-up Wanda? It is very effective for most creatures, but it can't deal with some stronger guys. And Yang-Shi is the same now. He can deal with most, but he is still a little weak in front of some powerful individuals or non-real creatures that are not even human. So even though he coveted this telepathy ability very much, he still gave up. The 2 abilities in front of him are both magic abilities, which is really difficult to choose. One is Wanda's Scarlet Witch Chaos Magic, and the other is Doctor Strange's magic ability. In the end, Yang-Shi still put his hand on Wanda's bone box. Relatively speaking, chaos magic is more powerful and has extremely strong randomness. Doctor Strange's ability focuses more on learning, and it is with a lot of magic knowledge that he has the current situation. So he chose Wanda. It was easier to get started, and who said that origin magic power couldn't be learned? It was also magic power, and since there was magic power, one could learn and use magic. Yang-Shi stretched out his fingers and carefully picked up the transparent thin sheet in the bone box. After carefully observing it for a while, to be honest, he couldn't see anything special about it. It was no different from the thin ice in the refrigerator. Then he slowly moved the spirit to his forehead, and it went straight through his body without any hindrance. Most of it had already been integrated into his forehead. Song was his finger, but he didn't let go. Yang-Shi couldn't help but feel a little nervous, but he didn't know if Mephisto had done anything. He was definitely not afraid of anything, but just worried that the integrate would fail. He took a slight breath, loosened his fingers, and the spirit suddenly fell silently inside his body. But it melted before it completely fell to the ground and disappeared completely. Yang-Shi waited quietly, but after more than 10 minutes, his face changed and his expression became a little weird. It wasn't that something happened, but that nothing happened. It was too quiet. He couldn't help but doubt that he had been cheated. This couldn't be a fake or shoddy product, otherwise he wouldn't have no reaction at all. He immediately opened the entry system to check, but was surprised to find an extra entry. Chaos Apprentice, level 1 out of 10. Success? Yang-Shi couldn't help but be a little surprised. He succeeded without feeling anything. Surprise was quickly replaced by joy, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. From now on, he is also a person who can use magic. Yang-Shi then tentatively stretched out a hand. As for how to use magic, he had no idea at all. But this is also the advantage of origin magic power. There is no need to learn any spells. Even a poor student can quickly get started. Yang-Shi tentatively raised both hands to the glass in front of him, with a solemn expression, wanting to use chaos magic to do something with the glass, no matter what. Soon, the glass moved suddenly and then flew up directly, suspended in the air. Very magical. Yang-Shi, however, did not show any joy and could not help but hit his right hand, with some annoyance and resentment on his face. He used Qigong unconsciously, so this was not origin magic power. He quickly straightened his face and became more serious. He took a deep breath and started over. His eyes were very focused. He held his breath and looked at the glass in front of him affectionately. However, more than 10 minutes passed, and Yang-Shi's eyes were red, but nothing happened. He stared at it persistently, and more than an hour passed in a blink of an eye. The glass didn't even tremble slightly, let alone move. Yang-Shi's body suddenly relaxed and fell on the sofa helplessly. If it wasn't clearly written in the entry, he would have doubted whether he had no magic at all. But now he has magic, but he can't use it. It seems that this magic is much more difficult than he thought, or origin magic power. Origin magic power is different from conventional magic. Although you don't need to learn any magic knowledge, you can be very strong even if you are illiterate, but the premise is that you can control it, and it is difficult to control. In the final analysis, it is because the entry level is too low, so Yang Shi changed the direction of his efforts. Since he couldn't use it, he would find a way to upgrade the entry level. Once the entry level is upgraded, it will definitely bring some changes, and he won't have to suffer so much that he can't even guide chaos magic. But when he opened the entry system, he found that the entry experience value didn't increase at all. Obviously, he encountered a problem. He spent more than an hour and got nothing. He closed the entry system in a fit of anger. There was no other way for the time being. He put it aside and studied it carefully later. Now he has more important things to do. Yang Shi then looked at the other bone box in front of him, which contained Dr. Strange's spirituality. An idea came to his mind. Maybe it would be easier to control it if it was ordinary magic. He then picked up the spirituality slice and thought about whether he might be the special one. He didn't feel anything when integrating Wanda's spirituality before. Maybe his soul was strong and he could easily integrate spirituality. In this case, maybe he can integrate a second spirituality. Thinking of this, Yang Shi's eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to try it. Without hesitation, he stuffed the spiritual slice between his eyebrows and let go. The next moment, the spiritual slice began to fall, just like before, and melted before it hit the ground. This time, he didn't wait for long, or he reacted very quickly. In less than a second, Yang Shi couldn't help but scream in pain. He felt like he was forced into the cracks of the wall, or like someone was stuffing a house into his body. This kind of pain far exceeded any pain Yang Shi had ever endured. Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly. In just 1 second, his body split open without blood flowing out. Instead, it turned into countless pieces and fell to the ground in an instant. At this moment, Mephisto in the Hell Dimension was sitting on the bone throne boredly, watching the sinful souls being tortured by the demons under his hands. The screams were like music. However, no matter how good the music is, you will get tired of it if you listen to it too much. At this moment, his face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but sit up straight, with a flash of surprise and joy on his face. Under the constraints of the contract, he felt the disappearance of Yang Shi's life at once, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Could it be that thousands of years had passed without him noticing? Mephisto was a little suspicious, definitely just a moment, and he was sure that it was only a moment, and he became more excited and excited. But the next moment, the excitement on his face stopped abruptly. If it weren't for the ups and downs of screams around, people would think that time had stopped at this moment. After several seconds, Mephisto's face changed. Although his skin was red, he could feel his face flushed. Surprise and anger were superimposed on his face, and the entire Hell Dimension began to shake violently like an earthquake. Idiot! This idiot! Mephisto gritted his teeth and roared loudly. His voice spread throughout the Hell Dimension like thunder, and some sinful souls exploded directly in this deafening sound. The fire of hell erupted violently like a volcanic eruption. Mephisto never thought that Yang Shi's soul was gone. Just like his life, it disappeared. The rare treasure he was looking forward to was gone. How could he not be angry? What made him even more angry was that he cast his eyes over and found that there was no external enemy where Yang Shi was, only 2 empty bone boxes and a piece of spirituality that had lost its target and recondensed. He instantly knew what happened, and this was what made him really angry. That guy had destroyed himself and even his soul had dissipated. He clearly said that the second piece of spirituality cannot be integrated, otherwise the soul will collapse. Is this not a reminder, or do you think he is lying? Mephisto has never seen such a stupid person. He couldn't help but stand up and pace back and forth in front of the throne, cursing all kinds of dirty words. If this is a demon under his command, he must pull out the tendons and peel off the skin. He can't calm his anger without using the most vicious means to torture for tens of thousands of years. This time he was really angry, because to some extent he was breached. He gave something, but he couldn't get his reward back. This has never happened in thousands of years. It's like being slapped hard. If it was other causes of death, even if the fight was fierce, the contract could take it back before his soul was destroyed, because the power of the contract is above everything. But now, Yangshi violated the supreme rule of the universe, and even the power of the contract could not save his soul, so he had to watch his soul disappear. At this moment, a piece of parchment flew out of Mephisto's clothes. It was the one Yangshi had just signed. Under Mephisto's ugly face, the parchment floated in the air and was instantly swallowed by the flames, leaving no trace of ash. Roar! Mephisto roared loudly and unwillingly, causing another earthquake. On Yangshi's side, the fact was indeed so. At the moment of integrate, his body collapsed directly, his soul exploded, and he couldn't even hold on for a breath. Yangshi, who turned into nothingness, was a little helpless. It seemed that he thought too much. He opened the entry and saw that there were no more entries. Yangshi sighed slightly. If he could hold on for a while, maybe there would be entries, but it was a pity. Just when he wanted to close the entry system, he suddenly found that the entry system had changed, but he didn't see it clearly. He quickly scanned the system, but found nothing, and there were no more entries. No. Yangshi suddenly realized and looked at the Chaos Apprentice entry, only to see that its experience value had increased to 2 without him noticing. Just as he was surprised, the experience value of the Chaos Apprentice entry jumped again in front of him. Yangshi was stunned and looked around with some realization. From the environment, he was still on the second floor of the villa, and there were still his body remains and a transparent sheet on the ground. But in fact, it was not like this. Not only was his body gone, but his soul was gone. From his perspective, he could not see any of his body. His current state was just an immortal and invisible consciousness. But precisely because of this, the place he was in was not reality. It was the origin environment of the entire universe, a world without matter, a world without souls. When Yangshi realized this, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. Everything slowly disappeared like bubbles. There was no light here, but it felt brighter than anywhere else. It was like being in a fog, and through the fog, huge amounts of figures could be seen, spanning the distance of time and space. There were ancient and immortal beings entrenched in this origin, fearless of any power in reality. And this so-called fog was chaos power, one of the origins of the world. Yangshi suddenly realized no wonder his Chaos Apprentice experience value increased. However, Yangshi did not stay here for long, just waited for the Chaos entry to upgrade quickly and visibly, and then left. Returning to reality, soul reshape, body reshape. The corners of Yangshi's mouth curled up after returning. He could clearly feel that some things that bound him before disappeared. Although he knew that it had no effect on him, it felt like a rope pulling his neck, ready to kill him at any time. The effect of the contract disappeared, and Mephisto must be furious at this moment. He stretched out his hand and opened the closet in the bedroom. Several clothes flew out of it, and he quickly put them on. After a while, he sat on the sofa calmly again, with 5 bone boxes in front of him, one of which was empty. But Dr. Strange's spirit was still there. Although the integration failed, it did not disappear. He picked it up and put it back into the bone box. It seems that a soul really cannot integrate a second spirit. Yangshi felt very sorry. So far, this is the only way, but he will not give up. In the final analysis, it is still a matter of the soul. He will find a way to integrate more spirits. But before that, these spirits do not need to be idle. He suddenly had an idea. Maybe he could secretly integrate them for Joseph and others. Yangshi did not believe in the nonsense that power would bring more risks. It was just like the rich people's troubles. So many superheroes, how many died? Look at ordinary people, how many died, and I don't know how many people died in the New York War alone. The power he had in his hands before was not suitable for his family, but now these spirits are suitable. But he dare not use them as casually as he did himself. Whether it can be used or not, he has to find Ancient One to see if there are any tricks of Mephisto in it. She turned to open the entry system. At this moment, the Chaos entry has undergone a drastic change. Chaos Magician, level 3 1 out of 500. That's right, the Chaos entry is not level 2, but level 3. From level 1 Chaos Apprentice, to level 2 Chaos Necromancer, to level 3 Chaos Magician. In the Origin dimension, the Chaos entry is upgraded as fast as a rocket. Although the upgrade is fast, it requires a lot of experience points after all, so he spent some time in it. But in reality, it took only 1 minute for his body and soul to be annihilated and reshaped. This was because the Origin was extremely special, and it was the first time that Shi discovered this. Although there had been cases of annihilation to the point where only consciousness remained, he did not realize what kind of dimension it was, so he naturally did not explore it. Now he found that the dimension was very special. There was no concept of time and space in it, but it was closely related to the present world. Shi could use some kind of anchor to locate the present world and thus travel back. And, because there was no concept of time and space in it, the time and space of the present world had no constraints on it. It was like a supreme residence located above the universe, and below it was all the flowing multi-universe. From this supreme residence, Shi could choose different entrances to enter different spaces, different times, and even different universes. This was like a time travel artifact that could travel through time. But Shi did not dare to try it at all. He was immortal and absolutely free, but that did not mean he could really not get lost in it. The reason why he could travel through time a little was because he had an anchor in the present world. And this anchor is the moment when his body and soul are annihilated. At this moment, the anchor is formed. He can use this anchor to move forward a little backward, that's all. Once he tries to travel into other universes and other times, as the anchors become more and more, the previous anchors will become more and more blurred, and then he will be lost. So he dare not take risks, or not now. If he wants to explore the magical Origin dimension, he should wait until his strength is stronger. But even if he leaves that dimension, she can't help but think about it. That place is definitely better than Tony's time travel. The characters who can really leave their photos there are all the strongest in the universe and reality, and they are truly immortal. Shi shook his head vigorously, collected his mind, and stopped daydreaming, for fear that he would not be able to help but try to work if he continued to think. He then looked at the entry system. Judging from the name of the entry, this Chaos Magician is not a very strong existence. Anyone can be called a magician these days. Shi definitely had thought about returning to reality after upgrading to level 5, 6, or 7 in there, since he had an anchor to anchor the present time and space. It was just that when his entry was upgraded to level 3, it had already attracted some attention. It was not because they discovered his entry system, but because he absorbed chaos energy. The movement was a bit loud, causing many figures to look over. Fortunately, there was a thick fog blocking the view, so many figures might not have seen him, but those who could see him through the fog were basically the big guys. Although she didn't know what would happen if he continued, he still instinctively backed off and almost came back, preparing to go back to test the waters after a while. Although he was not afraid of those big guys, those who could leave their photos on it were basically immortal people like him, so he had no advantage. The key point was that he was afraid that he couldn't even put up a level 5 entry against those beings. Shi looked at the cup that he had spent a lot of effort to move again, and this time he waved his hand casually, and the glass cup suddenly flew over. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile. This is the power of magic. He could feel that the chaos magic that was uncontrollable before was very obedient in his hands now. He just didn't know which one was stronger than Wanda's. He waved his hand, and the suspended glass cup suddenly split into 5 at once. He took one of the cups at random, and milk suddenly gushed out from the bottom of the cup. He took a big sip directly, and it was no different from ordinary milk. This was not an illusion, but something created by chaos magic. Shi could feel that Origin magic power was really powerful. Even though its entry was only level 3 at present, it felt enough to be compared with level 4. After some experiments, Shi looked at the time and couldn't help but get up quickly, stretched out his hand, and put the 5 bone boxes into a cabinet at random. Then he wiped his hand in front of his face, and a helmet quickly condensed, followed by Dracula costume. With origin magic power, he didn't need to wear such clothes, and it was enough to generate them directly. Then he came to the balcony, and the wind blew directly, and his body flew out like a cannonball under the electromagnetic term. After a while, he had returned home. His clothes had already changed back, and he took out the key and opened the door. "Oh, where did you go to have fun? Why are you back so late?" Mrs. Ross had a slightly blaming look on her face. "It's good that you know to go home. I can't wait. Let's eat." Jesse immediately came to Shi's rescue and shouted loudly in an exaggerated manner, which made Mrs. Ross a little helpless. "Hey, why is it so luxurious today?" Shi looked at the food on the plate and asked in surprise. Although Mrs. Ross usually cooks, there are also simple version, ordinary version, and deluxe version. The higher the level, the longer it takes, the more thought it puts in, and the more delicious it tastes. You should thank me for this." Jesse couldn't help but raise his head and said with a smile, "Is there any good news?" Shi guessed immediately. "The company sent a message that I was promoted to a regular employee. The salary and rank have been increased, but since I am still a student, I can do the work of an intern and get the salary and treatment of a regular employee. Now your sister is rich," Jesse said happily while biting the fork, "and it seems that he has made arrangements for his future salary. Actually, I got a raise too." At this moment, Joseph couldn't help but interrupt. "Really? Me too. I wanted to give you a surprise. It seems that everyone got a raise this time, but it's a great thing," Mrs. Ross said in surprise. She and Joseph were in the same company, but they both got a raise. It seemed that Poo-Poo's boss had finally changed his mind. At the same time, the 3 of them had happy events. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became warm. Everyone had a smile on their face, even Annie. After all, she thought her future pocket money would also increase. Shi knew that all these happy events were related to the exposure of his identity, but he was naturally happy to accept these goodwill gestures instead of provoking like Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze. Some were happy and some were sad. The Avengers have returned to New York now. Except for a few people, they all have injuries on their faces. Except for a few people, there is no sadness on their faces. Although they won, it was more like a defeat for them. The only lucky thing is that there is no dead man among them. Only Phil Coulson is gone, but he is not dead. It just takes some time to revive. At least we won. Captain America felt the somewhat sluggish atmosphere and couldn't help but encourage. "Really? Is that enough? Is this how you won the war before?" Tony immediately became energetic when he heard it and retorted. He had enough of these consecutive failures. "I think we all tried our best, everyone did. Give us some more time, we can take him down." Captain America ignored Tony's ridicule and continued. "That's right." Thor immediately agreed. He thought that if he had continued to fight, he would not have lost. If Hulk hadn't messed up, he might not have needed too much time. This time, Tony didn't speak. He didn't blame the team, but himself. Even Captain America could continue to fight, but he was a little tired. In the final analysis, he was too weak. This kind of weakness made him feel very bad. He couldn't even deal with Wenwu, let alone Shi. He needed a stronger power, and the 10 rings seemed to be able to solve his problem. The current task is to find Wenwu. How to find him? He was taken away by the necromancer. Who knows where the necromancer can hide them? Dr. Banner said immediately. "I have a way." Tony then said confidently that if he hadn't seen the 10 rings before, he wouldn't have dared to say such a thing. After all, the other party's behavior was secretive and isolated from the world. There were no 10-point technology products. But when he saw the 10 rings glowing with electricity, things suddenly became simple. The civil and military seemed to not even carry a mobile phone for the sake of secrecy, but in fact, he always carried a technology product that was ahead of the times. Since it was connected to the internet, he could find it. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Shi was staying in the room, studying his origin magic power. This kind of magic that can create reality is really powerful, but it's a pity that the current entry level is only level 3. If it is stronger, Yang-shi couldn't help but feel a little itchy when he thought of this. The treasure was in front of him, and it depended on whether he dared to open it. It's just that it's only been a short time now, and in that dimension, it might have only been a moment. Just thinking that his entry can obviously be upgraded quickly, how can he stop because of cowardice? That's too cowardly. He upgraded to level 5. Yang-shi's eyes gradually became eager. He would leave as soon as he reached level 5. Although those beings looked very strong, they were not dead. Thinking of this, Yang-shi made up his mind, but before that, he still had to ensure the safety of his family. Then he took off the golden ring on his finger, and lightning flashed in the room. It took him an unknown time to charge the golden thunder. The next moment, his clenched fist suddenly opened, and the golden ring suddenly exploded. Countless streams of light flew out wildly and disappeared in an instant. And around the house, streams of light separated from the golden thunder were already quietly hiding. If the position of all the streams can be found, it will be found that these streams surround the building where Yang-shi is, forming a sphere, with hidden lightning lights connected to each other in the dark, just like a thunderball. This is Yang-shi's method. He injected enough thunder into the golden thunder. It will not hurt people, but it can block external attacks. It can be said that even if it is Mephisto came in person, and the shield of the elemental ball could block it for a while. And even if it was Zhao Hao's magic power, there was no way it could be directly transmitted into the Thunderball. After all, this was Zeus's artifact, and at this moment it had become a barrier that repelled all kinds of power. After doing all this, Yang-shi was relieved. He didn't know how long he would be gone this time, maybe a moment or maybe longer. Anyway, he had to be prepared in advance to avoid being robbed. The next moment, Yang-shi began to annihilate himself, and his body began to sink inward from the chest, as if a black hole had swallowed it all. In a blink of an eye, Yang-shi was left with only his soul standing there. He didn't waste time and continued to annihilate his soul. The color of his soul quickly faded, and it became transparent in an instant until it completely disappeared. Now he only had an immortal consciousness left. With a thought, he came to this special dimension again. This time, Yang-shi did not act rashly as before, but turned to observe the surroundings. The figures in this world are actually just projections of consciousness, and none of them are entities. The figures that seem to be adjacent to each other might actually have crossed many universes, or even a long time. Each one was shrouded in fog, blocking most of the sight. What made Yang-shi feel a little relieved was that at the moment there was basically no figure watching him. It seemed that the matter had passed. He breathed a sigh of relief and continued to observe. Soon he made new discoveries. He seemed to find that the fog in the air was mixed with other pure powers in addition to chaos power. He was too focused on absorbing it before and thought it was only chaos power. And those figures, in fact, were no different from what he was doing, all absorbing the power in the air for their own use. Although the sight was blocked by the fog and the figures could not be seen clearly, he could feel that the power absorbed by each figure was mostly different. And the strength of a person can be seen from the amount of energy. The more energy gathered, the more panicked the person is. And the four most powerful figures that Yang-shi could see were different, and the power involved in each figure was different. But what was even more surprising was that the power involved by these four people was very sparse in the mist, so sparse that it was almost non-existent. Yang-shi's expression changed, and a huge wave of shock rose in his heart. He couldn't help but make a shocking guess. These energies are not infinite, and they will disappear after they are absorbed. Or rather, they will not disappear after they are absorbed. When there is no more energy to absorb in the mist, if you want to continue to absorb, you can only fight for it from other people. This is the origin world. Energy will not disappear out of thin air, nor will it be consumed. The power gathered by each person actually represents the authority they hold in the universe. The more power gathered, the stronger their strength and the greater their authority. The cake is so big. If you want to eat more, you have to take it from others or eat another cake. The four strongest people Yang Shi saw basically held the entire cake by themselves, which shows their strength. He quickly looked around and found that there were not many people absorbing chaos power, but there was one who gathered a huge chaos energy by his side. Compared with him, Yang Shi looked a little weak degree. The power gathered by that person was only less than that of the four people. Definitely, this does not mean that this person is not much different from the four strongest people, but almost all figures cannot compare with those four figures, and there is a big step behind. Yang Shi couldn't help but look at that person. Strictly speaking, the other party is his competitor. But this also means that he doesn't have many opponents, which is a good thing. After thinking for a while, she firmly began to absorb the energy in the dew. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the mist was swept towards him. At this moment, many eyes were cast towards him again, even the four strongest figures. But this time Yang Shi ignored it and gritted his teeth to persist. You have to know that all the figures that can appear here are immortal beings. They're scattered in various multi-universes, and the weakest one is not that weak. Even Mephisto has not reached this threshold. To be honest, he can appear here because of the 6th level item Immortal Light. His status has reached the threshold, but his strength is still far behind. He definitely knows why these beings are observing him. It's not anything else, but his energy-absorbing speed. Others eat slowly and elegantly like chewing a grain of rice. That is, a grain of rice has to be crushed with teeth in the mouth and chewed repeatedly many times before swallowing, but he is showing off one bowl of rice after another. How can others not look over here? It's not because they don't want to eat big mouthfuls of rice, but they can't do it. So there is a situation where a lot of people watch Yang Shi eat desperately. Yang Shi could imagine that this would inevitably attract some prying and malicious intent, but the food was right in front of him, so how could he not eat it? Although everyone had differences in strength, they were all immortal beings, so what could they do even if they were targeted? At most, his power would be taken away, which was why Yang Shi chose to eat without doing anything. He had observed for a week and rarely saw people who were not picky about food. Most beings only absorbed one kind of power, so Yang Shi was very relieved that only a few people would really attack him. The reason why Yang Shi could do this was naturally because of the existence of the term system. It seemed that he was absorbing energy, but in fact, the term system was increasing the experience value. After a while, he silently retracted his gaze, and it was all done. After all, it was not his cake and butter. The figure with many chaos powers gathered around him was staring at Yang Shi tightly at this moment, but he did not make any other moves, as if he could not take action in this space. At this moment in the Avengers building, the Avengers team was gathering together. Tony and Banner were nowhere to be seen, leaving only Captain America, Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, and Thor seemed to be speaking freely. Why didn't Nick show up? Captain America asked curiously. This matter was not a small matter. Nick Fury did not show up. He said he believed us. Natasha Romanoff immediately shook her head with a wry smile, and her smooth, short brown hair swayed gently. I do know something. Hawkeye smiled a little restrainedly. Several people immediately looked at Hawkeye. Hawkeye slightly moved his head closer to them, as if he was going to say something secret. He has been obsessed with power recently. Several people were a little puzzled, so Hawkeye had to explain. He has been very powerful recently because of that person's affairs, and he wants to take the opportunity to recruit more people. In fact, the Avengers team was initially guarded by those politicians. After all, in the eyes of those politicians, they were all freaks, so they had been trying their best to stop the Avengers' plan. Now that Nick Fury has gained power, he will naturally take the opportunity to expand the Avengers' plan. Hey! Just then, Tony and Banner suddenly walked in, shouted at them, and then took them to the conference room. We found his location. Tony pressed the computer button, and a picture instantly appeared on the screen. New York. Captain America frowned and said, Yes, it's dark under the lamp, a very good way, but unfortunately. Tony nodded, saying the unfinished words in his heart. It's a pity to meet him. Captain America held his hands in front of his chest, frowned, and felt very bad. This is New York, not the base of the Ten Rings gang. Judging from their last fight, they are not sure that they can take down Wenwu, and there is even a necromancer who helps him. In this way, once a fight breaks out, at least a large number of people will be affected by the fight. Don't worry, I prepared a little gadget for him. Even if it can't be completely stopped, it can limit it a little. Tony said confidently. He has been busy with this since he came back. Since he knew he was a technological product, he had many ways to do it. The search for Wenwu's location was done by JRVS and Dr. Banner. Okay, let's go. After hearing what Tony said, Captain America chose to believe it directly. He stood up with a solemn expression, looked around at several people, and gave orders. In a secret base of the hand, a large group of people gathered. Among them were Kamartaj's traitor Kaisalius and his magicians, the 4 leaders of the hand and the hand's elite ninjas. The only one standing in the shop was Wenwu, the leader of the 10 Rings gang. After Kamartaj's healing magic and the hand's doctors, Wenwu has recovered more than half and can barely fight. Let's go, Kaisalius said gloomily with his eyes black, and then activated the ring on his finger. The fire circle opened instantly, forming a portal that could accommodate trucks. The corresponding portal seemed to be opened on a street. At this moment, a speeding car saw such a strange fire circle and dodged in panic, but it was too fast and didn't have time. It hit the portal sideways with an emergency brake and was cut in half by the edge of the portal in an instant. Wenwu snorted coldly when he saw this and pushed out with one hand. The inexplicable symbol on a ring on his wrist suddenly lit up, and a shockwave was emitted, which directly knocked half of the car body out. The large group of people then walked out of the transmission channel and finally stopped in front of a house. Iron Man, who was flying in the air at this moment, suddenly received a reminder from JRVS. He looked at the map, and the signal released by Wenwu seemed to have teleported from Brooklyn to Queens. When he saw the location of Wenwu on the map, Tony couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this mission was easier than he thought. Tony turned around in the air and notified others in the communication channel. The others felt relieved when they heard the address. Maybe it's over before we get there. Duh, Hawkeye said very easily. Huh, that's good, Banner said with some relief. If possible, he didn't want Hulk to come out. That feeling was really uncomfortable. Captain America also nodded in agreement, and his frown relaxed a little. He was not the kind of person who was competitive. For him, it would be great to complete the mission smoothly. The reason why they were so relaxed was simple. The address Tony mentioned was Yang Shi's home. They had really seen Yang Shi's strength. The object of their battle was not Yang Shi's one-shot enemy. The key point was that according to Tony's investigation, Yang Shi had not left New York at that time. But Thor didn't think so. He was a warrior who charged into battle. He was a warrior of Asgard. He wanted to prove himself more urgently. He immediately swung the hammer in the air to change direction and flew quickly towards the destination. At this moment, people gathered on the street outside Yang Shi's house. In the seemingly quiet neighborhood, someone had already called the police. There were cars broken in half and bloody corpses scattered on the street, but no one made a sound at this moment. However, no one in Yang Shi's family woke up, and they even slept soundly. At the moment, Kaisalius outside the street had something. He slowly opened his clasped hands, revealing an extremely sharp but shapeless space mirror blade. The faintly emitted force and wind seemed to be able to cut even space. Cassie's eyes, which were infiltrated by the dark power, stared at the wooden door of the house, and suddenly threw the mirror blade in his hand and went straight towards them. It was only halfway through its flight when it crashed into an energy barrier. A golden lightning flashed as the space blade struck, as if a ripple had been created. One could vaguely see an energy barrier covering the entire building. Damn it! Kaisalius cursed inwardly when he saw this. Break it! Alexandra, one of the leaders of the hand, saw the barrier, her face darkened slightly, and she calmly ordered. The next moment, the ninjas of the hand took out their knives and slashed forward. Each strike would cause a golden lightning flash, but these golden lightning flashes did not actively attack them. Seeing this, the traitors of Kamartaj also stepped forward, using the magic weapons cast by the dark power to slash at the thunder barrier, causing far more golden lightning flashes than the remaining ninjas of the bracelet. Seeing this, Wenwu also joined the battlefield, and a lot of rings on his left and right wrists lit up, and flames, lightning, shockwaves, energy beams, etc. were bombarded out, causing a lot of golden lightning flashes on the barrier. In the dead of night, golden light kept flashing, which was extremely dazzling under the night sky, but except for this place, all other buildings were dim, as if no movement was heard. The bodyguard team in the dark couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this. To be honest, they were a little scared of so many people. Just when they were about to stop them, they saw an inexplicable golden thunder blocking them. That's why they didn't move forward. But they didn't know how long this barrier could last. "Hurry up," Captain Lao He said to the others who were assembling guns with a very serious face. "You are waiting for an opportunity in the dark. If they are about to rush in, you must stop them even if you die." Lao He drove several people out of the car and gave them a solemn instruction. Then, regardless of whether they agreed or not, he started the car directly. The sound of the car was very clear in the silent night. He suddenly stopped the car in the distance and used the bright and dazzling high beam to illuminate the unknown people outside Yangshi's house, which directly attracted most of the attention. Bang, bang, bang! Lao He leaned out of the car window, holding an automatic rifle, and pulled the trigger at the group of people without aiming. The sound of gunfire continued to echo in the street. Some ninjas threw out a few meteor darts to block some stray bullets. And the traitor of Kamartaj walked out and opened a defensive magic with both hands to block the stray bullets. As for Wenwu, he didn't even look at it. He was sure that the bullets would not fall in his direction just by the sound of the gun. Send a few people to deal with him. The leader of the hand could not help but give orders. Several ninjas rushed towards the car where the vampire Lao He was, throwing hidden weapons at Lao He. Lao He drove the car to lead the ninjas away. At this moment, the sound of police cars came from a distance and was getting closer. Wenwu stopped and said casually, "I will deal with them." When the police car arrived, there was no big fight. Only a bracelet on Wenwu's hand lit up. A police officer looked a little dazed, picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "There was no gunfight. Someone set off firecrackers late at night. We are arresting them." Received. Soon a voice came from the walkie-talkie. Wenwu's bracelet surprisingly has a mind control ability, which is why each of his men can act as a dead man. Under the long-term control of the bracelet, they have absolute loyalty. But even though they solved a lot of troubles, the golden thunder barrier in front of them did not shake at all. Seeing this, Kaisalius could only use his trump card. Then these necromancers stood together, full of piety, and performed a magic ritual, as if summoning their master, Dark Dimension Dormammu. A 1-meter-long space crack suddenly opened, and through the narrow crack, Dormammu's terrifying true body could be seen. However, Dormammu could only do this. The 3 temples were not broken, and Dormammu could not invade Blue Star. However, even so, he could also use his lunatics to output dark energy. A dark tentacle like a vine suddenly stretched out from the dimension, and it emitted a dazzling golden light just by slightly touching the barrier, and the reaction was very strong. However, even with such a strong reaction, the transparent energy barrier still seemed to have no fluctuations. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky and landed first. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Tony in armor. "Oh, so lively. Is this a crazy party late at night? I should have come earlier." Tony seemed to be joking casually, but in fact he was using JRVS to scan the dimension hole with a crack. His face couldn't help but become more serious. Judging from the reaction of JRVS, the black tentacles had a very strong energy reaction. It seems that the owner is not at home. Tony glanced at the energy barrier that was constantly emitting golden thunder. "Guys, you may have to hurry up. The party owner is not at home." Seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at him, Tony felt that something was wrong and hurriedly said in the communication channel, "Okay, I can't refuse such a kind invitation. I'll be the DJ tonight." Looking at the people who were about to attack, Tony said with a little helplessness and raised his arm to attack first. The next moment, a red laser swept across the street, and some unlucky ninjas were directly cut in half, which looked very bloody. Bang! A figure flew down and landed steadily, revealing a heroic face. He held a war hammer and threw it out without any nonsense, starting the battle. Instantly, a big battle broke out in the block. Tony fought in the rear, and various long-range weapons came out, including missiles, lasers, and energy cannons. Thor was like a god of war, sprinting among a group of people. As for the residents in the roadside buildings at this moment, they had already broken the alarm phone. Even Iron Man and Thor were dispatched together. Could it be some alien invasion? On the contrary, Joseph's family, as the center of the battlefield, did not feel the fierce fighting outside at all, and still slept soundly. Soon the other Avengers arrived, and Caecilius and the others had to stop and turn to deal with the Avengers. Wenwu was suspended in the air, and all the bracelets on his wrists lit up, and he was about to launch an attack. At this moment, Tony was prepared. A gun muzzle popped out of his right arm, aimed at Wenwu in the air, and suddenly fired. A cannonball was shot at Wenwu. Seeing this, Wenwu shot a shockwave directly, which landed on the cannonball, causing it to explode in midair, and fireworks scattered. However, what Wenwu didn't expect was that there was a lot of black mucus sprayed out in the black smoke raised by the explosion. He was caught off guard and was directly drenched. The most important thing was that even the bracelets were stained with a lot of it. The next moment, just when he wanted to teach Tony a lesson, most of the 10 lit bracelets went out, and Wenwu fell directly from the air. Good job, Tony. Captain America's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise, and he rushed out with his shield in hand. But there was a green figure that was faster than him, jumping up like a beast and suddenly falling. Seeing this, Caecilius raised his hands, and a defense array was instantly spread out. Hulk's fists hit the defense array hard, causing it to flicker faintly, but it still held up. The other people put their hands together and quickly pulled them apart, and a mirror blade appeared in their hands, aiming at Hulk and throwing it directly. Hulk then wailed angrily and couldn't help but step back a few steps, looking at his body. The mirror blade suddenly penetrated his defense and pierced directly into his body. Caecilius, who had defected to Dormammu, had already made great progress in strength and became the main event of this battlefield. Captain America and the others were responsible for dealing with the guys from the hand. As for Tony and Thor, they were working together to encircle Wenwu, the guy who had once embarrassed them. Now only 3 of the 10 rings could be illuminated, and he was at a disadvantage, barely coping with the siege of Tony and Thor. At the moment, the Avengers still had the upper hand, while the hand's manpower was rapidly decreasing. In the origin space, Yang-Shi's consciousness was no longer tense as at first, but more excited. Under his unrestrained crazy suction, the Chaos entry had already risen to level 4. Chaos Demon King, level 4, 1 out of 2000. But before Yang-Shi could be happy for long, he found that the growth of his entry experience value slowed down a lot, while the speed of his absorption of chaos energy did not slow down. The growth of experience value brought by the same energy dropped sharply. Yang-Shi had experienced it before, so he did not feel that surprised. But as he scanned the surrounding space, he found that there seemed to be not much chaos energy left in the air. What's going on? Yang-Shi was stunned. Even if that figure occupied most of the chaos energy would not be so little. After all, it was enough to see from the 4 strongest figures that the energy they gathered individually was exaggerated to a certain extent. The energy occupied by 10 people could be transformed into at least more than 20 chaos figures if it was divided. Yang-Shi was shocked in his heart and suddenly scanned the figures present, as if he was counting something. It took a while before he realized a problem. The energy was not equal. The total amount of the 4 energies occupied by the 4 strongest figures was very exaggerated, while looking at other energies, such as chaos energy, the total amount was not even a fraction of one of the energies. Even if someone had all the chaos power, he would still be just an underdeveloped dwarf in front of the 4 figures. This was like a racetrack, some of which were very long, while the end of some of which was just around the corner. Yang Shi's heart sank, but he didn't know why. However, now was not the time to think about it, so he continued to absorb chaos energy. When the chaos power in the air became thin to a certain extent, the level 4 entry was finally upgraded, which made Yang Shi feel relieved. At least it was not stuck. He opened the entry system and saw that the chaos entry had changed. Chaos Mephisto, level 5, 1 out of 5,000. Yang Shi was quite satisfied with the result. After all, this was a level 5 entry, but it was a pity that he could not break through to level 6 by simply absorbing chaos power here. Yang Shi could not help but look at the chaos figure, but the chaos figure was also looking at him through the thick fog. It was said that the other party blocked his upgrading of the entry, but from another angle, Yang Shi was also blocking his way. This track is very narrow and only one person can pass through. If he wants to upgrade to the 6th level, there is a way. Cut the figure and absorb his chaos power. Maybe it will be enough to upgrade to the 6th level. However, Yang Shi has no confidence to deal with such a being. He seems to be much shorter than the other party. And this is the origin world, the real world. During this time here, Yang Shi has never seen anyone move. It seems that even they dare not move here at will. After all, taking a step at random may cross countless multi-universes. Seeing this, Yang Shi did not stay here any longer. Even if he really wanted to attack the figure, it was not here. The other party probably thought so too. Since Yang Shi absorbed the chaos power, they have been opponents who will never stop fighting. The other party will definitely find him, but their battlefield will only be in reality. Yang Shi immediately returned to reality along his anchor point, reshaped his soul, and reshaped his body. As soon as he came back, he picked up his phone and checked the time. Only a few hours had passed, not a few days. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There was no concept of time there, and there was always a slight deviation when he came back along the anchor point. A few hours was acceptable. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned. While putting on his clothes, he looked outside and saw a golden light flashing outside the barrier. It was obvious that someone was attacking his barrier. He immediately listened attentively and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Listening to the breathing sounds, he was sure that they were not awakened. His barrier isolated the inside and outside, and even the outside sound could not be transmitted. This was not specially set by him, but the original function of this golden thunder. Even the lightning released by the golden thunder occurred outside the barrier and could not be seen from inside the barrier. Yang Shi observed the battle outside and saw Caecilius. He immediately knew who rescued Wenwu. But he didn't rush out. It seemed that they should be able to deal with it. Wenwu has been defeated, and there are not many ninjas left in the hand. The ones who are really supporting this battle are the traitor magicians of Kumartaj. They have the support of Dormammu and have become undead creatures under the power of darkness. Even if they are injured, they can recover quickly, so they can hold on until now. But Dormammu can only do so much. The energy it can transmit is very limited due to the magic of the 3 holy places, so Caecilius is basically being suppressed. Thor, Tony, and Hulk joined forces to fight, and it can be said that they were directly beaten in the Resurrection Fountain. As for Hawkeye, Captain America, and Natasha Romanoff, they were dealing with the leaders of the Hand Association. The strength of these leaders should not be underestimated. They are also at the peak of ordinary humans, and they have dark ninjutsu, so they have not been defeated for a while. Yang Shi immediately felt the chaos magic. Now for him, the chaos magic is very obedient, and the so-called difficulty in control no longer exists. He gently turned his fingers and could see the chaos magic dancing lightly in his hands. This time the harvest is not small. It seems that the Chaos Mephisto entry and the Electromagnetic Monarch entry are at the same level 5, but the power is not equal. Yang Shi had not expected that after the Chaos entry was upgraded to level 5, there would be such a name, Mephisto. This Mephisto generally refers to dimensional Mephisto, such as Dormammu Mephisto. However, now Yang Shi also has such an entry, which is enough to show that his strength has reached the Mephisto level. She couldn't help but feel his chaos power, which was so abundant that it seemed endless and boundless. The most powerful effect of chaos power is that it can directly rewrite reality. He tapped the table with one hand, and the next moment a golden light quickly spread from the place where his finger touched. And the wooden tabletop where the golden light touched seemed to glow with a layer of shining golden light, shining under the desk lamp, like gold. In an instant, the whole table was covered by the golden light. When the golden light dissipated, the table seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes, and no one could see that the table was priceless. Turning stone into gold. She couldn't help but curl his lips. This origin magic power is really useful. Then he tapped again, and the golden table returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. After testing the origin magic power for a while, she stood up and slowly walked towards the window. Suddenly, the window cracked silently, and together with the wall, a passage was opened for him, and even a staircase extended downward. Asking for flowers. She walked down the stairs slowly and finally stood on the lawn in the yard. There was a faint energy barrier in front of him, which was the barrier generated by the golden thunder. She walked through it directly. As soon as he walked out, he felt a very lively scene. It seemed that no one noticed his arrival, and they were all fighting in full swing. She did not greet them. After all, this was not a party. Originally, his position was quite special, at the back of the battlefield, closer to Caecilius and the Hand. I think they didn't think that there would be people behind him. She went straight to the open dimensional crack and looked inside along the 1-meter-long vertical crack. He saw an energy body formed by huge dark energy. It was not human-like, but had a face. Dormammu. She stared at Dormammu, and Dormammu stared at Shi. I heard you were looking for me? Shi smiled slightly, and before Dormammu could answer, he put one hand on the entrance of the dimension, and suddenly the 1-meter-long crack was suddenly widened by Shi, and Caecilius on the side seemed to be injected with chicken blood. The dark mark on his eyes spread to his chest, and the original 1-meter radius defense magic circle was directly expanded to more than 2 meters, perfectly resisting Thor's hammer. Hey, what did you do? Tony immediately looked at Shi with dissatisfaction. He was the first person to discover Shi's appearance, but he didn't expect that Shi not only didn't solve them, but added buff to the enemy. Those who didn't know would think that this was not Shi's doorstep. Shi looked back when he heard it, and found that it was his fault. He smiled apologetically, and then stretched out his left hand and pressed down. Suddenly, chaos magic was faintly visible on his fingers. The next moment, Caecilius was hit hard, and huge amounts of pressure came from his body. His knees softened, and he knelt down directly. His face was flushed, veins appeared, and his whole body was shaking. It can be seen that he seemed to be fighting against something, but in the end he couldn't stand the pressure on his body. His head slowly dropped down and touched the ground with his forehead, as if he was apologizing. She didn't pay much attention to that side. After a little attack on Caecilius, he directly stepped into the dimension entrance he tore open and entered the dark dimension alone. Dormammu looked at Shi, who was so bold as to break into his dimension directly, and couldn't help but be silent. This scene seemed to be very different from what he imagined. The reason why he was targeting Shi was not because of anything else, but because of the space gem. Space gem is of no use to Dimension Mephisto. After all, infinite gems are the condensation of the power of the universe. It is the space power that comes first, and then the infinite gems, not the space power that comes after the infinite gems. Once it leaves this universe, the space gem is just an ordinary stone. But Dormammu wants to use the power of space gem to attack the 3 holy places that constitute the defensive magic, so as to invade the blue planet. But Dormammu looked at the dimensional crack. Under the control of defensive magic, he could only open such a file-size crack in the real universe, but just now his dimension entrance was forcibly expanded by 1 meter, not in the superficial sense. He could feel that his power was stronger in the real universe. Under the defensive magic, his dimension entrance could be doubled. This strength was beyond his imagination. At this moment, he realized that the little person he tried so hard to find did not seem to be a little person. I recognize your strength, but you shouldn't have entered my dimension without permission. Instantly, the dark power of the entire dimension surged like a storm, raising huge waves, as if covering the sky and the sun and slapping down towards Yang Shi. Such pure and huge dark power would make even Tony dumbfounded. His armor was good, but under such power, his energy cannon could only blast out a wave at most. But what effect would it have? This was an endless wave. Yang Shi just raised his palm, and the dark power all stopped in an instant. You can see the faint red light in the sky blocking such a huge dark power. As he clenched his fingers, endless red light suddenly burst out, and huge amounts of black waves exploded one after another. Bold! Dormammu was instantly angry, and the black power swept out again. But he found that he couldn't drive it. He looked suddenly and saw that the endless dark wave was pushed back by a layer of red light. Dormammu instantly became shocked and angry and roared loudly, but it was useless. He was suppressed in his own dimension. Explosion! Bursts of explosions echoed in the dark dimension. Dormammu's power could not even be condensed. Whenever he had this idea, he would be blown away by the power of chaos. Dormammu could only curse angrily, but there was nothing he could do. But Dormammu was angry, but it was also a feeling of being slapped in the face. But even if his face was swollen, the man in front of him could only do so much. He was a dimensional Mephisto. If he could really be killed, the Ancient One would have done it long ago. In other words, his body was not this huge energy body. When he integrated with this dimension, his body had already become this dimension. As long as the dimension was not destroyed, he would not die. This is the true meaning of dimensional Mephisto. Even as strong as the Ancient One was, he could not destroy his dark dimension, let alone this kid in front of him. Explode! Yang Shi said softly. With the sound, Dormammu's body suddenly exploded, and energy splashed like blood and flesh. Dormammu soon condensed a new energy body. Before he could say anything, Yang Shi snapped his fingers, and the energy body that had just condensed exploded. After so many times, there were only explosions in the dark dimension. See, you can't kill me. Dormammu finally caught a gap and said it. And you will die here. Dormammu said sinisterly. He had already closed the entrance to the dimension. Without his permission, Yang Shi could not leave here. The next moment, his energy body continued to explode. As his body continued to explode, Dormammu was not angry anymore, as if he was used to being beaten. At this moment, he was waiting for this human to be exhausted. At that time, he would know how terrible he was. Yang Shi shook his head as he beat him, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He thought Dormammu was so powerful, but now it seems that it is just so. It is a bit like his former self, but it relies on immortality, but in fact, its power is not that great. Yang Shi can probably imagine how the other party used to show off its power. First, it invades a universe and then releases its endless power. Even if someone can resist its power, it will outlast others. Those powerful individuals are helpless against the immortal Dormammu and can only be forced to resist until they die of exhaustion and are submerged by its dark energy tide, thus devouring the entire universe. It is nothing more than winning by quantity and relying on immortality. It is a cheating style of play, but it is very useful. Ordinary people can't crack it at all. Even if they crack it, Dormammu will retreat at most, and at worst, they will wait for the really powerful individual to age and die before invading again. At this moment, Yang Shi was disenchanted with the name of Mephisto in the Dormammu dimension. It turned out to be like this. However, Yang Shi is really helpless against it now, even GE is the same. Such an immortal existence is really disgusting. Yang Shi now probably knows what Ancient One thought of him at that time, and he can't help but be a little speechless. Definitely, Dormammu is not up to the level of immortality, and there is a clear gap between him and Yang Shi. At least in his eyes, Dormammu is at most pseudo-immortal. He is an individual who will not be destroyed even if the multi-universe is destroyed. As for Dormammu, if this dimension is annihilated by someone, there is no way to survive, but Yang-Shi can't destroy a dimension now. Yang-Shi stopped, and Dormammu instantly recovered his energy body. Haha, you can't blow it up anymore, it's my turn. Dormammu laughed wantonly. Even if Ancient One competed with him in consumption, he couldn't beat him, let alone the little devil in front of him. But Yang-Shi's face was still calm, without any panic. The reason why he stopped was that he felt it was unnecessary. He couldn't kill Dormammu, but it didn't mean he couldn't do anything. Yang-Shi's eyes lit up slightly, and he stretched out his right hand to aim at Dormammu's energy body. The power of Chaos Mephisto really erupted at this moment. A wave of waves spread in all directions with Dormammu's energy body as the center. The world that was originally dark and without grass and trees, like a dead star, had the first green under this wave of waves. It was a small green grass growing on a floating sphere of unknown origin. Then this green ray spread quickly around like a virus, and in the blink of an eye, this strange sphere had turned into a small green ball. However, this was far from over. The green quickly spread in this dark dimension, and in the blink of an eye, Yang-Shi saw green everywhere. No, what are you doing? Dormammu couldn't help but be stunned. It took a while for him to react and shouted at Yang-Shi. Unfortunately, Yang-Shi did not stop. In addition to the grass, bright red flowers quietly emerged, adding another color to the world. Then came the big trees, and as far as the eye could see, there was a thriving life scene. Stop! Stop! Dormammu was completely panicked, screaming loudly. The sound vibrated in the entire dimension, and suddenly controlled the dark power to pounce on these green plants. The dark power in the sky covered them all in a blink of an eye, but it was just covering. When they withdrew, it was enough to see the color of life buried. In front of Yang-Shi's chaos power, Dormammu's dark power lost the ability it should have, which was to devour life. It's you. I'm going to kill you. Seeing that the dark power was useless, Dormammu remembered that Yang-Shi was the source of all this. He suddenly stared at Yang-Shi with a vicious look, and endless dark power immediately rushed towards Yang-Shi. Stop it. Yang-Shi smiled softly when he saw this, and countless crimson lights appeared, blocking all the black tides and preventing them from entering. After just a while, Yang-Shi already felt that the entire dimension was planted with green by him. At this moment, Dormammu's dark power suddenly shrank, as if it was exhausted. No! No! Dormammu shouted in panic, as if he was helpless watching his hair fall off, and there was nothing he could do except wail. Yang-Shi was not surprised. This was his purpose. Dormammu's powerful method was to erode the universe, pull the universe eroded by the dark power into his dimension, and thus strengthen his power. It can be said that the dark power is his body, and the corresponding to the dark power is the life force. At this moment, even Dormammu's own dark dimension is full of life green plants, so his dark power will naturally be exhausted. But unless Yang-Shi never leaves, once he leaves, Dormammu will come back and devour these lives again, and then restore his strength. What is frustrating is that, even though Dormammu's power has weakened to this extent, Yang-Shi still cannot kill him. However, the chaos magic power surging in Yang-Shi's hand has not yet subsided, and all the chaos power has fallen on Dormammu. You can't do anything to me. Even though Dormammu was defeated, he still refused to admit defeat and shouted, and his voice seemed deafening. However, under Yang-Shi's chaos power, Dormammu's energy body shrank rapidly. What are you going to do to me? Yang-Shi ignored Dormammu's shouting and used his origin magic power wholeheartedly. After a while, Dormammu's energy body was only the size of a human file, but it was still shrinking rapidly. However, at this moment, the energy body was undergoing huge amounts of changes, from nothing to something. This energy body actually gave off a glimmer of vitality. This ray of vitality was a blasphemy to the Dark Lord Dormammu. At this moment, it actually appeared in his body, making him even more shocked and angry, but also a little panicked, looking at Yang-Shi in disbelief. How is this possible? How can you do this? The vitality spread instantly, and in a flash Dormammu's body changed from an energy body to a living body. However, in its eyes, Yangshi's figure suddenly became taller. It's not a respectful meaning, but a visible height, or Dormammu is now pitifully small. Yangshi smiled slightly when he saw this, and stretched out his hand to shoot. A brown and white hamster flew in front of him and struggled in the air. How dare you humiliate me like this? Dormammu struggled with his small limbs, and even his voice returned to normal. He was already a little panicked at the moment. He didn't know what kind of horrible means the other party had used to transform his dignified dark dimension Mephisto into a living body. This shattered his three views. He was a Mephisto from the dark dimension, born to conflict with life, and now he had become a living body. It was incredible. But more importantly, he found that he had lost his strength. When life was born in his body, his strength quickly weakened until it disappeared. Now he seemed to have really become a weak hamster, without any other strength at all. Yangshi snapped his fingers, and a mouse cage quickly appeared, enveloping Dormammu, and then gave up control of him. The moment Dormammu regained his freedom, he hurriedly felt the strength of his body, but it was like a dry body, with nothing left. Then he used his small palm to try to pry the mouse cage open, but he tried his best, and the mouse cage did not change at all. Looking at Dormammu's appearance, Yang smiled slightly. Don't waste your energy, you are just an ordinary hamster now. How did you do it? Dormammu asked in shock. He had wandered through many universes for many years, but he had never encountered such an incredible thing. Yangshi's mouth curled up, but he did not answer. The reason why he could do this was naturally because of the Chaos Mephisto entry. Chaos magic is really terrifying, with the effect of rewriting reality and even creating life. Yangshi had to wonder if he continued to upgrade, maybe he would become the god of creation directly. And he could feel that if the Chaos entry was upgraded to level 6, he could kill Dormammu completely. At that time, his chaos magic could rewrite the entire dark dimension, not just rewriting the surface, but rewriting the foundation of the entire dark dimension. Even if you do this, you can't kill me. Dormammu regained a bit of calmness and said to Yangshi, yes, as long as you die, you can regain your freedom. Yangshi admitted it openly without hiding anything. When he wanted to say something, he saw the hamster directly use the black tiger to dig out the heart, not the heart of others, but his own heart. Yangshi shook his head with a little disgust, looking at the bloody hamster, and couldn't help sighing. Now Mephisto didn't even listen to him finish his words. Ha ha, I regained my power again. The whole dimension remembered the deafening magic sound of Dormammu again. Yangshi shook his head helplessly, threw the mouse cage in his hand, and it instantly dissipated in the air. Then he used chaos magic to rewrite Dormammu into a living being again, and bound it to a hamster. This time the hamster was still struggling, trying to get rid of his control and commit suicide directly, but after learning a lesson, Yangshi did not release his control for the time being. I advise you not to waste my time anymore, otherwise I don't mind controlling you for a lifetime, and then you won't even be able to commit suicide. Song Nung waited for this body to slowly die of old age. I can go on a hunger strike. Dormammu knew that what Yangshi said was true, and with his ability, he could really make him unable to commit suicide, but he refused to admit defeat. Believe me, you can live without eating in this era. Yangshi said casually. At most he asked someone to inject him with nutrient solution, and then he created a mouse cage again and locked Dormammu in it. Believe me, if you let me waste time again, I will not be so easy to talk to. You have to understand that a hamster can only live for a few years at most, but next time, you will not become a hamster. Yangshi warned Dormammu. Dormammu immediately understood what Yangshi meant, which meant that he would only be imprisoned for a few years, but if it was other creatures, the imprisonment time would be more than a few years. However, in fact, Yangshi was just popularizing the lifespan of a normal hamster. The lifespan of this hamster is much longer than that of a normal hamster. If you let me go, I can open the dimension entrance for you, otherwise you will be trapped here. As Yangshi released its control, Dormammu did not commit suicide, but negotiated with Yang Shi. Yang Shi did not bring the Spear of Eternity, but he did not know whether the Spear of Eternity could cross dimensions. But it does not matter, he no longer needs it. Chaos magic flowed out from his fingers and opened a door directly in the air. Yes, it was indeed a regular wooden door with a door handle. Yang Shi came to the door with the rat cage, grasped the handle and twisted it directly, and then opened it. It was the exit to the dimension leading to reality. Now, not to mention one dimension, he can come and go freely in the multi-universe, just relying on chaos experience. Yang Shi immediately stepped out and appeared at the door of his house. However, what he didn't expect was that the battle at the door of his house was not over yet. In fact, after Yang Shi entered the dark dimension, although Caecilius knelt directly under Yang Shi's chaos magic, there were other necromancers who got double nourishment from the dark power and cheered up immediately, suppressing the Avengers. But when Dormammu closed the entrance directly in order to lock Yang Shi in the dark dimension, these necromancers were as if their marrow was sucked out and they became soft in an instant and were beaten by the Avengers in turn. The battle was almost over. But what was surprising was the side of the hand. I saw Alexandra, one of the leaders of the hand, took out a statue of an evil god, which was the demon beast that their hand believed in. Then Alexandra was directly possessed by the demon. The demon beast came from the dimension of hell, definitely not Mephisto's hell, but the underworld, which is also a dark dimension. Several evil spirits were drawn from the dimension and possessed other leaders of the hand. The battle was about to start. With Thor, the son of God, the demon's possession was nothing in front of him, unless the demon came in person. It was just that there were 3 holy places, which blocked a lot of dark dimensions, and it was definitely impossible to invade. The possessed hand was actually very simple to deal with. Not to mention Thor, even Hulk could be killed with one punch. He directly killed a leader of the hand with one punch, but the bad thing was this punch. The evil spirits inside naturally would not disappear just because the host died. They ran out directly and got into Hulk nearby. Hulk is the embodiment of anger, which means he doesn't have much reason, and it is easiest for evil spirits to possess him. So the next thing turned into a battle between the Avengers and Hulk. Yang Shi looked at the messy streets. Some houses had collapsed. It was obviously not caused by other people in 1.0, but by the Avengers. Tony's armor was seriously damaged in the sky, and Captain America was also bruised and swollen. It seemed that he was also affected. As for Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye, they were not here, but Yang Shi could hear their voices. They were obviously going to evacuate nearby residents. Thor, who was fighting with Hulk, did not seem to have much problem, but there was blood at the corner of his mouth. I think his movements were not light. Yang Shi could not help but shook his head. The Avengers were still a little immature. He held the mouse cage in one hand and raised the other hand, aiming at the mad Hulk and gently pressing it. Instantly, crimson magic appeared on Hulk. Hulk's face suddenly changed. He felt his body sink. He wanted to resist desperately. He could not help but roared like a beast. His anger value rose rapidly and his body size obviously increased. As Hulk became more and more angry, his power became more and more terrifying. However, under Yang Shi's chaos magic, it had no effect. He first bent one leg and knelt down, smashing a big hole in the already messy ground. His body was still resisting, but soon, the other leg collapsed and he knelt on both feet. At this moment, Thor had not yet discovered that Yang Shi had attacked again. He only felt that Hulk didn't know what had happened, and this was an opportunity. He immediately picked up Mjolnir and swung it towards Hulk's face. Thor. Stop, Thor. Captain America and Tony couldn't help but change their faces at this time. They had already noticed Yang Shi's arrival. With Yang Shi's attack, it meant that the battle was over, but they didn't expect Thor to continue attacking at this time. It's just that their reminder was a little slow. Thor hit hard with a hammer, landing on the left side of Hulk's face, and a tooth the size of an apple file flew out. Yang Shi was also slightly stunned and couldn't help thinking, is this revenge or venting anger? Although Hulk became more and more angry under this hammer, He was finally completely suppressed by the chaos power and couldn't move. Just when Yangshi was about to enter the barrier he had set up with the golden thunder, he suddenly stopped and looked at the hamster in the cage, almost forgetting about it. Stay still. Don't think about running. I can go into your dimension at any time. Yangshi told Dormammu. Even though Dormammu was as harmless as a hamster now, he still didn't dare to bring it home, and immediately let go of the hand holding the hamster cage, and the hamster cage fell down. But when it fell, a crimson light surged out to cover it, and when the crimson light dissipated, the hamster cage had disappeared. In the living room of Yangshi's villa, a hamster cage appeared out of thin air on the table. Hey, am I seeing things? Johnny Blaze rubbed his eyes immediately, thinking he had seen things wrong. Don't move, this should be the owner's new pet. Keenan immediately scolded Johnny and said thoughtfully, You are a low-level pet kept in captivity. You are a sewer vampire who is not presentable. When Dormammu heard that even a vampire dared to squeeze him, he jumped up in the cage and cursed loudly. Hey, it can talk. Johnny's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he immediately moved closer and observed carefully. But Dormammu never expected that the vampire Keenan who heard his curse was not ashamed, but proud. Hee, you are right, I am the owner's pet, but I am higher level than you, a hamster who can talk. We will all be brothers in the future, so you'd better follow the rules for me, or I will teach you a lesson. Keenan laughed and threatened with a smile on his face, with a hint of danger in his eyes, and his eyes swept the hamster's body, as if he was thinking about where to bite it. Suddenly, Keenan put his head close to the mouse cage, opened his mouth slightly, showing 2 sharp teeth, and his eyes suddenly turned blood red, revealing a bloodthirsty look. Don't you look down on vampires? Why don't I just turn you into a vampire? I haven't tried to turn a talking hamster yet. Maybe you don't need to turn into a bat, but can grow wings directly. How about it? The hamster's face suddenly changed when he heard it, and he stepped back suddenly, leaning against the edge of the mouse cage, looking at Keenan with some horror. Don't mess around. Dormammu was not afraid of this vampire. He was originally going to use words to anger this vampire so that he would kill it in anger. In this way, he would not actively seek death, and even if Yangshi found him again later, he would have nothing to say. But what if he was turned into a vampire? Dormammu couldn't help but shudder. After being transformed by the 12 vampires, he would probably become an undead creature. Doesn't that mean he would be trapped in this hamster for countless years? It was like adding a sentence to his sentence. He was originally only locked up for 2 or 3 years, but suddenly it became a life sentence. In addition to being terrified, the little hamster's eyes moved quickly. Vampires are a kind of dark power after all. Maybe the seal can be broken. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was unlikely. His dark energy was forcibly reversed into life. It was really unreasonable. It would be easier to commit suicide if he wanted to break the seal with a little weak dark power. In the end, Dormammu could only stay quiet and silent like a hamster. On the other side, after Yangshi sent Dormammu away, he stretched out a hand, and the secret barrier suddenly broke, turning into countless golden streams of light rushing towards Yangshi, and finally turned into a ring on his finger. Thor looked at this operation with a little envy, not only for the golden thunder, but also for Yangshi's control over thunder, which was stronger than Thor's. When Yangshi entered the house, Tony and others immediately cleaned up the battlefield. At this moment in Camartage, Ancient One sat cross-legged in the hall, looking sideways in one direction with a solemn expression. She could feel the power of Dormammu appearing in New York, but since it was not a real invasion, and Yangshi was in charge, she naturally did not go to the second. It can be said that she had been paying attention to that place from the beginning, but she did not see Yangshi appear at the beginning, and immediately knew that Yangshi was not at home. When she saw the barrier formed by Zeus' golden thunder, she was not worried. If she wanted to break this thing, even she would have to waste some effort. After all, this is Zeus's artifact, and it is blessed by Yangshi's power. It is not a casual thing. It is impossible to break it without Dormammu's real body. And his real body cannot invade due to the constraints of the 3 holy places, so there is nothing to worry about. But when Yang Shi walked out of the house, Ancient One couldn't help but frown, and her eyes became very solemn. She could feel that Yang Shi had become a little different from before, and there seemed to be a strong magical power wrapped around her, but she couldn't see to what extent. When she saw Yang Shi breaking into Dormammu's dark dimension, she almost wanted to stop him. After all, in her eyes, Yang Shi was not yet at the level that could deal with Dormammu. But she suddenly thought of Yang Shi's regenerative healing factor and calmed down again. The entrance to the dark dimension was quickly closed. Even the Ancient One was not able to peek into the dark dimension, as if it were his own home, so she didn't know what happened. When Yang Shi appeared, she noticed the hamster in Yang Shi's hand, but didn't take it seriously. This was just a harmless hamster, without a soul, but without any dark power. How could she have thought that this hamster in a cage was Mephisto Dormammu from that dimension? Even if someone told her so, she wouldn't believe it. Then, from the means Yang Shi used, it could be roughly seen that this power was origin magic power. It has the same source as the power of the famous Dark Book, but she can't tell the depth of the origin magic power that Yang Shi has mastered. With the means Yang Shi has shown, it is probably at the level of her disciple Wang Magician. Ancient One had to sigh that Yang Shi is indeed a person who constantly creates miracles. In a short time, he has mastered such a difficult-to-master origin magic power. You should know that origin magic power is more difficult to control than 10 kinds of magic. However, when she saw Yang Shi's magic, she always felt a little uneasy, as if something was going to happen. Even if she retracted her gaze, this feeling still existed. A trace of determination flashed in Ancient One's eyes, and his hands slowly stood in front of him, made a magic gesture, and slowly pulled them apart. The next moment, the magic weapon eye of Agamotto on his chest suddenly opened, revealing the green light of Time Gem. As usual, Zhou-Yi was observing the infinite universe timeline. But this time she spent more time than before. Under the Time Gem, even if she observed the multi-universe timeline, it would not take long. Normally it would only take a few seconds, but now it took a full minute. When the observation was over, Ancient One's face changed significantly. His eyes showed an unprecedented solemnity, and there was a feeling of impending storm. And in fact, it was true. The future was much worse than Ancient One had imagined. If she hadn't done a good job of nourishing her qi, she would not be able to maintain such an expression now. She seemed to have spent a lot of time observing the timeline, but in fact she didn't observe anything, but it was not without gain. If the multi-universe timeline was a series of constantly branching channels before, it would look quite orderly. But now these timelines are no different from a ball of yarn. There is a storm eye in the center, which engulfs the surrounding timelines. The future has become a mess and cannot be observed. Although Ancient One couldn't see the figure in the center of the storm eye, he could guess something from the chaos magic it exuded. What could she do with such a messy timeline? Could she sort it out one by one? At the same time, all the future timelines she had observed in the past were no longer valid at this moment and had no reference significance. Because since Yang Shi appeared, the future timeline has been constantly changing, and the last observed timeline is already different now. Without the reference answer, she could only answer the questions according to her own ideas. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. The next day came in a blink of an eye. Yang Shi stretched and went downstairs from the second floor. She had to go to school today. Dear, have you noticed that the neighbors today are a little strange? They seem to look at me a little strangely. I thought there was something wrong with the clothes I was wearing. Mrs. Ross was chatting with Joseph while preparing breakfast. Joseph thought about it thoughtfully. I have this feeling too. Yang Shi raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard it, and he naturally knew why. I saw on the internet that someone saw the Avengers in our neighborhood last night. Yang Shi raised the phone in his hand and interrupted. This is true. He did see such information on the internet. After all, there was a lot of noise last night, especially when they fought Hulk afterwards. There was lightning and so on. It was so loud that it could be heard from several blocks away. But the reason why the neighbors looked at Joseph and his wife with a strange look was probably because the incident happened outside their house, but it couldn't be said that it was definitely related to their house, right? It might be a coincidence, and those neighbors couldn't have watched the whole thing. Definitely, they might have observed the image that appeared in his golden thunder barrier and associated it with something. Anyway, they probably knew it was not a coincidence. But it doesn't matter. After Natasha Romanoff and Haka led the nearby residents to evacuate last night, SHILD probably signed a confidentiality agreement with each resident that was about the thickness of a book. So people who saw it with their own eyes basically wouldn't say anything. Today, Yang-shi went to school normally as usual, riding a bicycle to school, and there was nothing unusual. But while he was in school, he suddenly felt something, and his head turned to the side, and his eyes seemed to penetrate time and space and see something. Definitely, his chaos magic is not so mysterious, but it is because of the electromagnetic monarch entry. Under his electromagnetic monarch, his induction almost covered the entire state. Definitely is not omniscient, but focuses on his family. In addition, he can sense when some powerful individuals appear. After this class, Yang-shi walked out of the classroom door first. Peter and Ned hurriedly followed, but after walking out of the classroom, they looked around strangely, and the empty corridor stairs were gone. In a corner of Manhattan, New York, a crimson light lit up, and Yang-shi's figure appeared immediately. He looked up and saw a hospital in front of him. Metropolitan General Hospital. Yang-shi raised his eyebrows and walked in calmly from the entrance. He thought that Ancient One probably didn't come to the hospital for treatment because he was sick. In an office on the third floor, Stephen Strange, who looked slightly younger, was looking at the MRI film in his hand, frowning slightly. You have a tumor in your brain that has compressed the peripheral nerves. You need surgery. I'll ask my assistant to set a time for you, Strange said confidently and quickly. Although he has only been in this industry for more than 2 years, he is already a rising star. He decided on the treatment plan after just a few glances, and he didn't even think about communicating with the patient. Is there any way without surgery? The scene changed, and Ancient One, who was sitting opposite, smiled and asked gently. Strange frowned when he heard this. Surgery is the best way. Other treatment methods are not suitable for you. I am a doctor, Strange said firmly, as if he didn't want to discuss this with Ancient One at all. After all, he was a doctor and the other party was a patient. Do you think there are other unusual and more effective ways to treat directly besides these, Dr. Strange? Hearing Strange's impatient answer, Ancient One didn't care, still keeping that smile, and then asked, Are you talking about Wuxia medicine and acupuncture? Strange looked at Ancient One in disbelief, as if he was looking at a mental patient, and, in his heart, he was quickly thinking whether the patient had a neurological disease due to the compression of the tumor. No, I'm talking about non-material treatment. Hearing this, Strange immediately knew what Ancient One was referring to, looked up at the door, and shouted, Miss Assistant, come in. Then he looked at Ancient One again. The specific treatment time will be determined by my assistant, and I have the next patient. Strange started to chase him away. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the office was pushed open. Miss Assistant, please take this patient. Strange looked up and spoke quickly, but was slightly stunned when he saw the person coming. Who are you? The next patient. Strange immediately looked through the records on his desk. I think she should be talking about a more magical idealistic power, which does not require surgery or medication, but directly penetrates into the brain and heals like this. The person who walked in was Yang-shi, who helped Ancient One finish her unfinished words. He didn't expect that Ancient One would actually contact Strange directly, and thought he was just here to observe her future heir. Are you together? We don't accept missionaries here. Please get out. Otherwise I'll call the security guard. Hearing Yang-shi's words, Strange directly scolded with a cold face. He didn't even want to listen to such words. It was just a set of rhetoric made up by ignorant people to fool others. But no matter how Strange shouted, the assistant who was supposed to be guarding outside never showed up from beginning to end, and no one knew where he ran off to. Thanks, Mr. Yang-shi, I can actually do it myself. Ancient One said a little helplessly. Why did she find her future disciple a few years in advance? Didn't she know the materials? Oh, definitely. I can wait for you by the side. Yangshi smiled slightly, shrugged, motioned Ancient One to continue, and walked to the sofa beside him and sat up, crossed his legs and watched quietly. Of course, he didn't come to Ancient One because he was bored, but he wanted to talk to her about something. There must be a first-come first-served order. It's better to wait until Ancient One finishes her work. He is also interested in seeing how Ancient One recruits disciples. Dr. Strange, have you ever thought that there is a power in this world that is superior to matter and can solve most problems more efficiently? Ancient One looked at Strange and continued. But Strange didn't want to talk nonsense with these two crazy people and walked directly to the door. If I guess correctly, he should want to call the security guard. However, when Strange turned the door handle, he couldn't turn it at all, as if it was locked. Why don't you listen to me first, Dr. Strange? Ancient One smiled faintly and said, You guys are doing this? Strange suddenly felt that the two men were mentally abnormal. If they stayed any longer, he didn't know what danger would happen. He quickly twisted it hard. Yangshi saw this and felt that Ancient One was too gentle. He didn't know how long the conversation would last. He immediately tapped his finger lightly and a crimson light flashed. The door handle finally opened, which made Strange happy. He quickly opened the door and wanted to call the security guard, but when he looked outside, he was stunned. It should have been the reception area, but now it has become his office. If it was just like this, it would be fine. He suddenly saw Ancient One sitting opposite the desk with a faint smile on his face, while Yangshi was sitting on the sofa with a smile on his face and waving at him. Strange couldn't help rubbing his eyes, but found that it was not an illusion. He suddenly looked back. It was also his office. Ancient One and Yangshi is there. But there is a half-open door at the back of the office, and behind the door stands a figure who is looking back. From the back and appearance, he looks exactly like him, and even through the second door you can't see the other office. Following the back that looked exactly like him, you could see endless backs, like a ghost wall. Strange's face suddenly became ugly, and he instinctively wanted to use his own cognition to explain everything he saw. He looked at Ancient One and Yangshi in shock. When did you drug me? Hallucinogens. It must be hallucinogens that can produce such illusions, but he couldn't remember when he was drugged. In panic, he hurriedly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and called the police. Hello. I want to call the police. This is Office 302 on the 3rd floor of Metropolitan General Hospital. I've been drugged. Strange shouted at the fastest speed in his life. Don't worry, we're here. A young male voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. You mean you are in the hospital? Then come quickly. Strange felt dizzy and a little breathless, but he felt that the other party's voice was familiar, but he didn't have time to think about it. No, I mean we are already here. Strange was stunned when he heard the reply from the other side, because the voice did not come from the phone, but from beside him. Strange looked up blankly and looked at Yangshi with a smile on his face. Why, Mr. Strange, didn't you want me to come quickly? At the moment the voice in the phone and the voice in the office completely overlapped, without any deviation, as if wearing headphones and opening the double channel. At this moment, Strange felt a chill in his heart, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. His eyes rolled up, and he fell to the ground and died. Seeing this, Yangshi couldn't help shaking his head. This was too frightening. It seems that this excitement is a bit too big for him. Ancient One also shook his head with a smile on his face, feeling that Strange would have to exercise his character after entering the door. This acceptance level was too poor. Ancient One Magician, I want to ask you to help me look at something. Without Strange's interruption, Yangshi did not plan to move, but directly borrowed Strange's office and looked at Ancient One. He swiped his hand across the glass table in front of him, and a crimson light flashed, and 4 bone boxes suddenly emerged and rested on the table. Seeing this box made purely of bones, the smile on Ancient One's face disappeared by 70%. She felt the strong dark power contained in it, which was not as strong as that of ordinary demons, and it was self-evident where this bone box came from. It could only come from a certain dimension Mephisto. When Yangshi waved his hand, the lids of the 4 bone boxes were all opened, revealing the transparent thin sheet inside, and Goof frowned directly. Spirituality. Ancient One immediately recognized the origin of this thing. It could only come from the soul, and some extremely evil ritual was used to refine the soul into this state. It was a dark method. The soul of a person was used as a consumable. She could imagine how much torture its owner must have endured to be refined into this state. Even though it did not contain any dark aura, Ancient One directly identified it as the most evil thing. This is what I traded from Mephisto. She looked at Ancient One's changing face and spoke slowly. Hearing the name of Mephisto, Ancient One was not very surprised. He is the only Mephisto who can deal with the soul in this way. Ancient One said faintly. Although they are all Mephisto, there are actually differences. As the Lord of Hell, Mephisto is very familiar with souls, and the hellfire in his hands is even more harmful to souls. What did you trade with him? Ancient One's eyes moved slightly, like a lake with waves, staring at Shi. Although he knew that Shi might not answer, he still asked. My soul. Shi didn't care and said lightly. When Ancient One heard it, her eyes suddenly became strange. She knew that Shi was special, and this was known by the power of Time Gem plus Eye of Agamotto. Mephisto obviously didn't have this ability, and he was afraid that he would suffer a loss this time. He won't give up so easily. Although there are 3 holy places on Blue Star that have built defensive magic to resist the power of various dark dimensions, he can't invade directly, but he may send his believers to trouble you. Ancient One couldn't help but remind. In fact, the reason why Mephisto didn't move was not because of other things, but because he didn't know that he was being fooled. After all, his attention was not on Blue Star all the time. It's okay, just a small problem. She didn't care much. Even Dormammu was imprisoned by him, so what was a Mephisto? Could you please help me check if there are any tricks left by Mephisto on this thing? Shi then politely asked the Ancient One magician. After all, she was the expert. After hearing this, the Ancient One's eyes fell on the spirituality, and he stretched out a hand to wipe over the bone box. The magic power emerged, and the Eye of Agamotto on his chest could be seen flickering slightly. The Eye of Agamotto is not just a necklace for carrying the Time Gem, but also a powerful magic artifact that has been passed down for a long time. It originated from the first-generation Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto and has many powerful functions. It can not only observe the essence of things and detect evil, but also provide mental protection, distinguish true from false, and even open the entrance to the dimension. At this moment, the Ancient One is using the Eye of Agamotto to observe the spirituality. No matter what tricks Mephisto left on it, it will leave a dark aura and be observed by the Eye of Agamotto. After a while, the Ancient One retracted his palm and shook his head slowly. No problem. Mephisto said that this thing can only integrate one, is it true? Can ordinary people integrate it? After hearing what Ancient One said, Shi was relieved immediately, but she did not stop asking. Indeed, this spirituality is the core of the soul. It is born with the birth of the soul. Under normal circumstances, it will be destroyed with the destruction of the soul, but it is forcibly intercepted by the dark power. Only some dark beings who are good at tinkering with the soul can do this. To a certain extent, it is the soul. It is incredible that a person's soul can accommodate another soul, let alone integrate a second one. As for using it on ordinary people, although I don't recommend you to do so, there is no harm. Ancient One's expression was a little serious and unnatural. She felt like she was teaching dark magic. If it were someone else, she would probably not answer. Is there really no way to integrate the second one? Shi asked a little unwillingly. Yes. If you have a special artifact or go deep enough in the soul, you can do it. But Mr. Shi, I have to remind you that you may get some abilities through this way, but it is easy to get lost. As I just said, this spirituality is equivalent to the soul. Integrating it is equivalent to merging with a soul. When you integrate multiple souls, are you sure you are still you? When Ancient One heard Shi's words, she suddenly became serious. She really didn't know why Shi insisted on integrating spirituality, but she still reminded him solemnly. As she said, it's not that you can't integrate, but that it's unnecessary. Once you embark on this path, you will eventually become a dark existence like Dormammu. They really don't need to consider whether they are themselves. They only care about being powerful. Well, I'm just asking. She felt a little sorry, but he didn't give up the idea in his heart. After all, it was too compatible with his entry system, so he couldn't bear to give it up directly. But he also accepted the reminder of Ancient One. He would not act rashly without finding a surefire method. He was relieved to find a chance to use it for his family after he confirmed from Ancient One that it was not dangerous for ordinary people to integrate spirituality. He didn't imagine that they could be as powerful as him, but at least they had a little life-saving power in the face of disaster. At this moment, Shi and Ancient One glanced at Strange on the ground. With their strength, they could see that Strange had woken up, but he seemed to want to play dead. Ancient One Magician, what do you want this kid to do? Shi changed the subject and asked knowingly. I have this idea, but it depends on his willingness. Ancient One followed Shi's words and said frankly, although she broke the previous rules and actively sought change, contacting Strange who should have been contacted a few years later, but she still pursued the way of nature and could only guide him. If Strange was determined and refused to learn magic from her, she would not force him. Then you have to ask him, get up, the ground is cold. Shi turned his eyes and said to Strange who was pretending to be dead on the ground. But Strange seemed to be ignoring him. Shi waved his palm upwards, and Strange's body flew up directly. Under his control, Strange sat down on the single sofa beside him. It was like riding a roller coaster. Even Strange, who was going to play dead to the end, couldn't help but be shocked. He opened his eyes to see what happened. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Shi and Ancient One looking at him, and he didn't know when he sat on the sofa. I'm asking you, Ancient One Magician wants to take you to Camartage to learn magic. This is an opportunity that many people can't get. Don't you want to witness this experience that is different from your previous life? Shi immediately spoke up to lobby for Ancient One. After all, Ancient One just solved his doubts for him, and they should help each other. Otherwise, how can he ask for help next time? Although Ancient One may not need his help, but if he is not asked to help, it means that he will owe Ancient One a favor. He will not do such a loss-making business. No, thank you for your kindness. I am doing well in the hospital. Strange shook his head like an alarm clock and refused without thinking. In his opinion, there was no need to change his track. He has already gained a lot of fame in neurology. Is it because of his genius? Of course. But he has also made many years of efforts for this, just like planting trees for many years. Now is the time to pick fruits and gain fame and fortune. How can he throw away the harvest and not do something weird and contrary to cognition at this time? Ancient One also expected this result, and his face did not change much. And Shi, in fact, can probably accept this answer. After all, if Strange had not been injured in a car accident, there would be no possibility of surgery, and his future would be ruined. He would not choose the path of magic. People as proud and conceited as Strange would rather choose a path that they can control. Heh. Shi laughed out loud. If Strange agreed immediately, wouldn't it seem like he had done nothing? This situation not only did not disappoint him, but made him more interested. I hope you can keep this answer. Shi's eyes flashed with an inexplicable look, which made Strange panic. He leaned back and instinctively wanted to stay away from Shi. Didn't you say you wouldn't force it? Strange asked hurriedly. Definitely, it's all voluntary. Shi smiled faintly and did not deny it. The next moment, a crimson light enveloped Strange's hands. In a few years, you will have a car accident while driving, which will injure your hands so much that you cannot have surgery. Your career will be ruined, and you will have to go to Camartage for help. This is your future, but I can't wait for a few years. I can find someone to arrange a car accident for you, and I can do this, but it's also too troublesome. It's better for everyone to be simple and skip this step. Shi said something that made Strange shudder in a calm tone. The next moment, Strange felt his hands itchy and painful, and he was a little panicked. The other party didn't really want to do this. Under the influence of chaos magic, Strange had many obvious scars on his hands, including scars left by future car accidents and traces left by a large number of surgeries. There were even some steel plates inside. Stop. Strange couldn't help but stand up, His heart was extremely panicked, and he shouted angrily. This was not only his hand, but also his future. He was furious and wanted to pounce on Yangshi to stop it, but he found that his feet could not move, as if they were stuck to the floor. Ancient One frowned slightly, but did not stop him. Although this was not her intention, she could not stop Yangshi from continuing. Instead, she paid attention to the crimson light on Strange's hand, and her eyes showed a trace of solemnity. Yangshi's origin magic power seemed to be much stronger than expected. Even though origin magic power originally had extremely powerful randomness, being able to achieve such a level of precision showed that chaos magic was completely subdued, at least stronger than the Magician King. Yangshi looked at the somewhat crazy Strange and did not force him into a dead end. Instead, she snapped her fingers and Strange's arm instantly returned to its original state, as if everything just now was an illusion. The reason why Ancient One did not do this was because she could not do so. She could use some small tricks to speed up the present and make the future things happen now, but Ancient One did not do so, because she knew that doing so would not be able to cultivate the disciples she wanted, and might even defect like Kaisalius. But Yangshi was different. He originally did not belong to Kamartaj, and what could Strange do to him? Well, do you have an answer now? Yangshi asked calmly, as if it was just a joke. Aren't you afraid that one day in the future I will learn magic and deal with you? Strange was naturally angry, but he knew that this might not be an illusion. The other party could really cripple his hands and strangle his future, so he could only say softly, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Ha ha. Hearing this, Yangshi couldn't help laughing. He felt that the boy in front of him was really humorous, just like the ignorance and arrogance of a child when he was young. But he didn't mind teaching Strange a lesson. He immediately swiped his hand across the bone box in front of him, and the bone box disappeared immediately, replaced by a mouse cage, in which there was a brown and white hamster. Strange frowned and looked at the hamster, not knowing what Yangshi meant by this. Even the Ancient One felt a little puzzled. What was the point of conjuring a hamster at this time? Even though she had the Eye of Agamotto, she didn't feel that this hamster was anything special at the moment. Let me introduce you to it. This is your future lifelong enemy, but now it's in my cage. Strange hadn't realized what this meant, but the calm Ancient One was a little surprised at this moment, with his mouth slightly open, looking at the hamster in the cage. I'm not a trophy for you to show off. Dormammu didn't give him any face and roared angrily, especially in front of his old rival Ancient One. He became a weak hamster imprisoned, and was very excited, and was about to kill himself, but saw a flash of crimson light, and Dormammu's body suddenly stood still, motionless. A talking hamster? My lifelong enemy is a talking hamster. Strange felt a little confused. He really couldn't understand this world. Two people came out of nowhere and cast magic from movies and novels. They said they wanted to take him as their apprentice. Now they said that this hamster was his lifelong enemy. He found it hard to accept. If the other party didn't have some extraordinary skills, he would have doubted what kind of nerves these two people in front of him were. Could this be a prank by his colleagues to play tricks on him? Strange suddenly thought. His eyes fell on the water cup on his custom high-level desk. The reason for the hallucination was not that his colleagues gave him something to drink. The more Strange thought about it, the closer he felt to the truth. This is not a hamster, Mr. Strange. Ancient One stood up with a serious face, unable to sit still, and immediately used the Eye of Agamotto to test the hamster. Song did not detect any dark power. But with Yangshi's reminder, she did not find nothing. As an opponent who had fought with Dormammu for many years, she recognized who it was just from the tone. This is Mephisto Dormammu from the Dark Dimension, who has invaded multiple universes. Ancient One said with a serious face. In normal times, she would be happy to popularize this knowledge to Strange, but now she is more concerned about how Dormammu became like this. How did you do it, Mr. Shi? It was the first time that Ancient One asked so seriously. When she realized that this was Dormammu, she had completely regarded Yangshi as a person of the same level in her heart. Using magic is not as difficult as imagined. Yangshi smiled slightly and said modestly, Ancient One only realized at this moment that Yang Shi's origin magic power had reached this level, and even did things that she could not do, which was far beyond her expectations. Yang Shi sent Dormammu back casually. I am afraid that if 850 continued to talk about it in front of Dormammu, the other party might be so angry that he would directly explode. Maybe you don't understand now, but when you really get started, you will know what this means. I hope you will still have the courage to say such words then. But now, it's your turn to answer. What do you want to choose? Strange took a deep breath with a complicated expression. He still suspected that this was just a prank, but the feeling of having his hands crippled just now was too real and too desperate, so at this moment, he could only bow his head under the eaves. I think I should have no choice. Very good, it seems that you are a smart person. Yang Shi said the villain's usual words. Now that the matter is over, I have to go back to school. Yang Shi then said goodbye to Ancient One, and the figure sitting on the sofa quickly dissipated like an illusion. And Strange couldn't help but jump when he saw the scene. Whenever his reason told him that this was an illusion, these weird and real pictures directly brought him back to reality. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Yang Shi stayed in his room, and 4 bone boxes were suspended in front of him. Since even the Ancient One said there was no problem, he naturally decided to use it on his family. These 4 spiritualities represent Doctor Strange, Dr. X, Quicksilver, and Captain Marvel. These abilities are naturally good to be selected by Yang Shi. And before that, he needs to make an allocation. After careful consideration, he has made a decision. Mrs. Rose will integrate the spirituality of Dr. X, which is relatively easier and does not have to face any gunfire. Joseph will integrate the spirituality of Captain Marvel, which is simple and easy to use and suitable for middle-aged and elderly people. As for And, she will integrate the spirituality of Quicksilver, for the same reason as others, which is relatively simple. As for Jesse, as an elite, he is obviously more suitable for the spirituality of Doctor Strange. After all, this requires learning a lot of magic knowledge. It may not be possible for others to use magic, but Yang Shi believes in Jesse's learning ability. When the night was quiet, he sent out pieces of transparent spirits, which fell on them like snowflakes and quickly disappeared. Yang Shi didn't know whether this was what they wanted, but in life, one must always try a different path, BCBA, and he was confident that he could protect them with the ability. However, whether they could really get their own abilities depended on fate, and he couldn't guarantee it. If the souls were not compatible enough, the abilities might be small or even non-existent. At this moment in Asgard, Odin was lying in a deep sleep on the soft bed of more than 20 square meters in the luxurious palace. The calm and old face suddenly changed, his brows were furrowed, his face couldn't help twitching, but his eyes had not opened, as if he was fighting in a nightmare. At this moment, he suddenly woke up and sat up suddenly, with a trace of emotion on his face, and his only eyes emitted a fascinating divine light, but his back was soaked with cold sweat. He seemed to have not come back to his senses yet. His face kept changing, he was panting, like an old lion. He was still powerful, but he was already very tired even if he did nothing. Odin recalled the scene he saw in his nightmare. Above the palace of Asgard, the sky was divided into 2 halves. One half was pure white light without a trace of impurities, and the other half was a night as dark as ink without a single star. It seemed to be just the difference between day and night, but it was so. He could feel that the white light was filled with endless power of justice, while the night was completely composed of dark power. There were many figures standing on the white light and the night. Their figures were blurred, but their auras were very terrifying, and some of them made him, the Lord of the 9 Realms, tremble with fear. However, these people appeared together, as if they were going to start a war on their Asgard. And there was a figure standing between the white light and the night, which looked very different from afar. When Odin saw this figure, he realized that these terrifying figures were not hostile to each other, but were all looking at the figure on the dividing line, as if they had come for him from beginning to end. They were gods who did not dream, and what they saw was a sign. The many terrifying auras and the atmosphere of war woke him up directly. Even though he was the master of the 9 realms and a tyrant in the entire universe, none of those auras was weaker than him. It is conceivable what kind of existence these beings are. Once the war breaks out, not to mention Asgard, the entire universe will be affected by the war and all living things will be destroyed. But what can he do? He is already old. After using his power last time, he couldn't hold on and needed to use sleep to survive. Even at his peak, he couldn't do anything, let alone now. Odin's deep eyes looked in one direction. That is Midgard, that is Blue Star. He seemed to see Thor's figure through time and space, doing something with his girlfriend. But if you look closely at his eyes, you will find that there is not only one person in his eyes, but also a figure who is howling angrily in the abyss. Odin suddenly sighed. He needs to select a successor as soon as possible, but the current Thor has not yet met his requirements. But no matter what, he who felt the strong atmosphere of war had to choose a young successor to lead Asgard to face this war, and the new king needed the power of Odin inherited with the throne, so that he could have the strength to fight against those beings. At a Hydra base on Blue Star, a large group of white-coated personnel continued to be busy in the middle of the night, and in the center of this vast laboratory, a scepter inlaid with a clear yellow gem was placed. In a dungeon in the base, many consumables for experiments were locked up, among which there were Quicksilver and Wanda, 2 siblings, who depended on each other and curled up in a dirty corner of the dungeon to barely fall asleep. At this moment, Wanda was also dreaming, and from her expression, it was obviously a nightmare. She dreamed that she was in a dark and endless space. Her body was completely bound and unable to move. She shouted hard, but no one responded to her. At this moment, the endless dark space suddenly had light, and endless red mist attacked from all directions, rushing into her body frantically, regardless of Wanda's shouting. After an unknown amount of time, the process finally ended. She looked peaceful, her eyes closed, as if she had passed out. Suddenly she opened her eyes, and they were filled with a strong crimson light. Correspondingly, she also woke up in reality. Her eyes were like a dream. She stood up directly, raised one hand. Crimson light suddenly appeared, and suddenly tore the heavy metal door of the dungeon open, a passage large enough for one person to pass through. Without waking up Quicksilver, who was still sleeping, he walked out with a gloomy and hateful face. After a while, many screams and gunshots rang out in the base. After a long time, Wanda, holding the Mind Scepter and covered in blood, returned again, directly tore a space crack in front of her, and left the base with Quicksilver. A few days passed in a blink of an eye, and Yangxi's life was the same as before, without any changes. As for the spirituality integrated by his family, there was no sign of it yet. When Yangxi rode his bicycle to school, he ran into Peter, who was full of excitement. Although he didn't say anything, he could see the corners of his mouth that couldn't be suppressed when they met. Yangxi almost thought that Peter was so happy because he joined the Avengers. After all, he knew that Nick Fury was frantically recruiting people recently, using his authority to quickly expand the Avengers team. Anyone with a little ability would be directly recruited by him, because he was in power now. For Nick Fury, he was not afraid of any tricks of the people he recruited, because he was the king of agents, and he had the confidence to control the situation. Besides, some of the people he recruited were cannon fodder, and they just needed to dare to go up at the critical moment. For example, the newly joined War Machine Colonel Rhodes and Falcon. Perhaps they were recommended by Tony and Captain America. There was also the Hell's Kitchen 4 that Yangxi had seen before, and they called themselves the Defenders. Now they have been incorporated into the Avengers, and it is obviously better to have a system. As for some faces, Yangxi didn't expect to see them in the Avengers. Deadpool and Venom were also brought in by Nick. So if Nick even brought in Peter Parker, who was only 15 years old, Yangxi wouldn't be surprised. "Do you know who will come to our school today?" Peter said excitedly. "I know." At this time, Ned suddenly appeared, and his face was also excited, and he responded to Peter loudly. "Steve Rogers. Steve Rogers." The two smiled at each other and said loudly in tacit understanding. Yangxi's eyebrows raised immediately. This name was naturally familiar, the name of Captain America. From the two people's mouths, Yangshi knew why Captain America appeared. As the Captain America who is now popular again, he did not study weapons or perform missions like others, but resumed his previous business. In the ancient times, he would preach everywhere after he became famous, and it is still the same now, but it was for war before, and now it is for the education of young people. Yangshi touched his chin and thought slightly. In fact, Captain America really likes to do this, which is why he is more popular. Although Tony's iron armor looks cool and his previous glamorous life is desirable, Captain America is still more popular in the eyes of the public. The reason is simple: he is close to the people. Captain America does not only appear in their high school, but in all schools in New York, and the content is the same. It is definitely useless to let these little fans study hard. Do you think we can get his autograph? Peter asked excitedly as he walked to the classroom. Be bold. Maybe we can take a photo with him, Ned also said with anticipation. And their conversation reminded Yangshi that he could get a set of autographs as a birthday gift for Mrs. Rose. He had originally planned to ask Captain America for an autograph or something. After all, Mrs. Rose happened to be a fan of Captain America. Now he has a reason to explain to Mrs. Rose the reason for the autograph. I think Captain America will not refuse his request. He couldn't help but fall into memories. He should not have beaten Captain America. If he beat him up and asked for an autograph, it would be a bit inappropriate. It was afternoon soon. In the school auditorium, a large group of students sat in the audience, looking at the stage expectantly. Peter and Ned looked a little depressed. They were sitting in the last row because a teacher was late for class. Now, let alone taking a group photo, it was hard to get an autograph in front of so many people.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.